Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Got Shot by Quirk Arrow. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A man dressed in a heavy coat, one that was ill-suited for the warm summer weather, and carrying a briefcase walked through a small park. The park was sparsely populated at the moment, which was both good and bad for him. On one hand, it limited the selection of potential candidates, but on the other, it meant there wouldn't be many witnesses around if he managed to find one. He had to move quickly to the side of the path as a group of small children ran past. They couldn't have been older than 4 years old. Where the hell were their parents? Scowling at the little brats, he went back to focusing on the task at hand when something moved underneath his coat. He turned to look at the kids in surprise. Really? Them? The man thought in disbelief, finding hard to imagine that a child could possibly be a worthy candidate. In answer to his unspoken question, the object under his coat jumped again now that he was facing the group of children. Walking off the path into the trees and bushes, he stealthily followed the kids until they finally stopped running. The 4 of them were crowded around a tree, marveling at something, probably an insect of some sort. It was cicada season after all. From a position where he couldn't be seen from the path but could still maintain a visual on the children, the man opened up his briefcase. Inside was a collapsible bow. Reaching into his coat, he pulled out an ancient arrow and pointed it at the children. "Which one?" he said softly to himself. The arrow moved on its own, gently pulling his hand as it aimed towards its target. A young boy with spiky blonde hair who currently had his back to the man. The child seemed to be yelling at another one of the kids, a boy with green hair who was currently cowering before the blonde. Now that he had a target, the man unfolded his bow and placed the arrow into it. Taking aim, he loosed the arrow and it sailed through the air towards the blonde child. However, just before he let the arrow go, the green-haired boy looked up, and their eyes met. Then the child's eyes flew open as wide as they could as he saw arrow fly towards him and the other boy. "Kaken! Look out!" he yelled out, shoving the blonde away, and the arrow instead hit him, sinking into his flesh as he fell backwards onto the ground. -000. Katsuki landed on his butt, anger welling up at the fact that Deku just pushed him. His anger was driven off immediately by the sight of the green-haired boy lying on the ground with an arrow sticking out of his chest. The other 2 boys screamed and took off running, but Katsuki didn't move an inch. Frozen in place, he stared at Deku as a small amount of blood began to flow out of the wound. "Deku," Katsuki stammered, as he reached his hand out towards the injured boy. "DMN brat. He messed up my shot," a rough voice behind him said. Turning around, he saw a man walking towards them, holding a bow. Even in his current state of shock, Katsuki was able to piece together what that meant. His rage quickly returned 1,000,000 times stronger too as he forced his trembling body to stand. "You!" Katsuki growled before shouting at the top of his lungs. "You shot Deku!" Small explosions crackled in his palms and he charged at the man. Before Katsuki could reach him, something struck him in the gut, hard, winding him as he flew about a meter back. He hit the ground and let out a cry of pain, but he didn't stay down. Rolling over onto his stomach, he pushed himself onto his hands and knees, but was then shoved back down. There was someone on top of him. He could feel a knee pressed into his back, pinning him to the ground. And there were hands holding his wrists down. But Katsuki could still see the man staring at Deku. Shifting his head slightly, he looked up at where whoever was atop him should be, but didn't see anyone. Was it the man's quirk? Or did the man have an accomplice, one with an invisibility quirk? It didn't matter. In the end, Katsuki was uselessly pinned in place, unable to do anything. The man continued to just stare at Deku. Eventually, he nudged the green-haired boy with his foot, as if he was expecting something to happen. Nothing. That's to be expected, I guess, but man is it still disappointing. He sighed as though he was complaining about a messed-up order at a restaurant. Then he reached down and grabbed onto the arrow stuck in Deku's chest. "No. Stop!" Katsuki screamed at the top of his lungs. Large explosions erupted from his hands as he tried to struggle free. But who or whatever was keeping him trapped didn't budge, and Katsuki could only watch helplessly. With a quick tug and a small spray of blood, the man removed the arrow from Deku's chest. Need to get going. The heroes will probably be here soon. The man muttered to himself and shot a glance at Katsuki. Don't have time to deal with you, unfortunately. He looked down at the arrow as he spoke. Then, he turned around and started hastily walking away. Once he got a few meters away, the weight pressing down on Katsuki vanished. Immediately, Katsuki sprung up. For a brief moment he considered chasing after the man, but another glance at Deku squashed those ideas. He needed to do something to help him. As quickly as possible, Katsuki ran to Deku's side. There was so much blood now. A pool of red had begun to form underneath Deku. Katsuki realized that there was nothing he could do to help. Angry tears welled in his eyes as he stared uselessly at Deku, afraid to even touch him for fear of hurting him more. Help! Turning his head, Katsuki screamed while tears now flowed down his face freely. Someone help! He looked at Deku again, and his legs gave out. He fell to his knees and whispered, "You f***ing idiot. You're going to die now, you stupid sheet. Why did you push me out of the way? Why you always trying to be a hero, you quirkless dumbass?" It was less than a minute later when a pro hero arrived, but to Katsuki it felt like hours. He didn't recognize the hero, but he wasn't paying much attention to what she looked like. Instead he was watching her administer first aid to Deku, and praying that she got there on time. A few minutes later, paramedics arrived, and carefully moved Deku onto a stretcher. At one point, someone tried to pull Katsuki away, but he screamed like their mere touch hurt him and blasted them with explosions. When the paramedics took Deku away on the stretcher, he chased after him, and no tried to stop him this time. It was only when they loaded him onto an ambulance that Katsuki finally stopped. Following after the boy. Even after it drove off, he stood in place, staring down the street it had driven down until a police officer led him away. -000. Inko sat in the waiting room of the hospital, clutching her tear-stained blouse. She had come as soon as she got the call that Izuku was in the emergency room, breaking several traffic laws to get there as quickly as she had. Ultimately, though, there had been no need to rush, since Izuku was still in surgery and she wouldn't be able to see him or even know if he was going to be okay until it was over. She really wished Hisashi was here right now, but he was several cities over at the moment. Recently, his job had been taking him farther and farther away from home. He had called her not long after she reached the hospital and told her he would be there as soon as possible, but it would still be several hours until he showed up. While she waited for the doctor, she wound up crying several more times. Some of the hospital staff brought her water to drink, out of a fear that she was going to dehydrate herself. Eventually, someone approached her who wasn't holding a bottle of water. He introduced himself as the doctor who had been working on Izuku. "Your son is going to be just fine," he said calmly, and Inko nearly started crying again. "While his injuries were rather serious, we predict he's going to make a full recovery." "Thank you. Thank you so much," she said, just barely holding back her tears. If she started crying now, she knew she wouldn't be able to talk. "When can I see him?" "Very soon, we're getting him set up in a normal room right now," the doctor replied cheerfully. With those words, Inko wasn't able to hold back the waterworks any longer. She pulled the man who saved her son's life into a hug and completely drenched the front of his shirt with her tears while he patted her on the shoulder reassuringly. -000. When Izuku woke up, he was lying on a bed in an unfamiliar room. The steady beep of medical equipment and the strange rails on the bed told him pretty quickly that he was in a hospital. But why was he in a hospital? He couldn't remember. "Izuku!" His mother's voice caused him to turn his head. She was sitting in a chair against the wall. In the chair next to her was Masaru, with a sleeping Katsuki in his lap. "Mom!" Izuku croaked, surprised by how strained his voice sounded. He tried to sit up, but winced in pain at the action. Springing out of her chair, Inko rushed over to him. "Don't try to move," she said softly, and put a hand on his shoulder to keep him from sitting up again. "Deku's awake?" Katsuki asked groggily, opening his eyes tiredly. He hoped off of his dad's lap, though stumbled due to not being fully awake. "Kaken," Izuku said, confused as to why he was here. Suddenly, he remembered what happened in the park, and quickly tried to sit up again. Thankfully, though, his mother managed to keep him from doing so. "Are you okay?" "Of course I am, you're the one who got hurt." Katsuki shot back, though he sounded far less angry and more subdued than normal. "Are you feeling okay, sweetie?" Inko asked. Izuku looked at her and nodded quickly before speaking again. "The bad guy? What happened to him? Did they catch him?" Izuku asked. "He ran off before the heroes showed up," Katsuki said quietly, staring at the floor. "Don't worry, Izuku. The heroes and the police are looking for him right now." Masaru spoke up. "I'm sure they'll find him very soon." Izuku smiled at his words, before turning his attention back to his mom as she tried to hug while making sure that he was still lying down. However, the heroes never did catch the man who shot Izuku, nor did they ever find any leads on who he was or what his motives were. -000. 40.7 degrees. His fever's gone up, the doctor said as he read the thermometer. In the bed next to him, Izuku was asleep, his breathing heavy and his face flushed. "Will he be okay, doctor?" Inko asked, worried. "It's probably nothing to worry about. Things like what your son went through can easily weaken the immune system, which is most likely why he got sick." The man replied, "We're going to keep in the hospital a little longer just in case though." "Mom." Izuku's voice was weak, and he barely managed to open one eye. "It's okay, sweetie. Just go back to sleep, you need to rest," Inko said soothingly, stroking his hair. "I can't go back to sleep. I need to tell you something." Izuku thought, but he felt too weak to open his mouth, and the thought of closing his eyes again and resting sounded unbelievable appealing. Besides, he couldn't even figure out how to put what he wanted to say into the words. How could he make her understand, when he didn't really understand it himself? So, he fell back to sleep. Even as he felt something tighten around his throat and could feel his own neck against his hands, despite the fact that they were resting against his sides. As he closed his eyes, he saw a ghostly figure hunched over him, indistinct and invisible to all but him. It drained his life away, burning his heart and stealing the air from his lungs. Before he slipped completely into the realm of sleep, a part of him that understood cried out, "You have to fight. You have to fight to survive this." Shinji's branches shot out towards the villain. The long root-like wood wrapped around the thug, trapping her in place, until the villain glowed red, and the branches around her shattered into splinters. The villain raised a hand toward Shinji, and fired a beam of red energy at the hero. Grabbing onto a nearby light pole with one of his branches, Shinji managed to pull himself out of the way of the blast, which punched a large hole in the building behind him. Honestly, when Shinji responded to this call, he hadn't been expecting it to be nearly as difficult as it turned out to be. He certainly didn't expect to show up to a completely destroyed street with multiple other pro heroes trying and failing to fight off a single villain. "Kemui Woods. I'm glad you're here." Turning his head to the voice, Shinji saw Death Arms standing next to him. He was in pretty bad shape, with his costume badly damaged and blood smeared across his face. "Who is this guy? And what's her quirk?" Shinji asked, directing his attention back to the villain, who was currently engaged with two other heroes. "No clue who she is. As for her quirk, it seems like she can absorb part of the kinetic energy that affects her and then release it at will as concussive blasts. So our attacks don't hit as hard and they power her." Death Arms replied. "Holy shit," Shinji said eloquently. "That was one hell of a quirk. Facing her head on would only make her stronger." He wished he had got there first, then he would have been able to restrain her before she had had a chance to absorb too much energy, but by now she would just be able to break free from anything he tried to trap her with. "You're telling me, by the time we figured out how it worked, she'd already absorbed too much energy?" Death Arms said, "And we have no choice but to fight back to protect ourselves and keep her from escaping, so she's only getting stronger." "What's the plan then?" Shinji asked, worried. "Wear her down. Her attacks are stronger, but her movements have been getting slower. Also, while only part of our attacks actually hurt her, she's still getting hurt. If we keep this up, She'll be going down before too much longer. Death Arms said. By then she might be powerful enough to level a building or more. Shinji pointed out. It's either that, or wait for a hero with a quirk more suited to stopping her. Either way, we've got to keep her occupied. Death Arms replied, before rushing back into the battle. Muttering curses, Shinji followed after him. Death Arms tried to attack the villain from behind, but she turned around at the last minute and blasted him across the street. While she was distracted, Kamui Woods wrapped a branch around her leg and threw her into the air. He figured that if she used her blast to slow her descent, then she'd drain some of the energy she had stored up, making it easier to fight her. Plus, using one's quirk could get tiring after a while, so it'd also help wear down her stamina. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he'd planned. Instead of using her blast to slow down, the villain just let herself fall. Even though he'd tossed her over 20 meters into the air, she had absolutely no qualms about plummeting towards solid concrete from that height. She hit the broken road with a sickened thud, and Shinji was sure he heard something crack. But the villain got up a few seconds later, and her arms began to glow bright red. She fired another concussive blast at Shinji, this one wider and less concentrated than the last. It was too large for him to dodge this time, so instead he created a shield of branches in front of him. Crashing into them, the blast of red energy snapped his branches like they were mere twigs, and he was hurled backwards through the wall of a building. This plan is terrible. By the time we wear her down, she'll have killed at least one of us. Shinji thought to himself, as he struggled to his feet and exited the building through the hole he had made. Fear not. Why? At the sound of the new voice, everyone froze. The only movement in the street now was people looking around for the source of the shout. Suddenly, a large figure fell out of the sky and crashed into the street. For I am here. All Might. Shinji gasped, relief and awe flooding his body. There was no way they could possibly lose now. It didn't even matter that the symbol of peace was wearing a t-shirt and shorts instead of his hero costume. It did nothing to lessen the man's presence. Stand down, villain. All Might said firmly, flashing his trademark smile as he walked towards her. Like hell I will. The villain roared, raising both her arms towards All Might. They began glow brighter than they ever had before, bright enough that Shinji couldn't look directly at them. It was clear that this blast would be stronger than any of the ones before now. But she never got the chance to fire it. Texas Smash. All Might threw his fist forward with such force that a blast of air pressure rocketed towards the villain. It hit her dead on, and she was hurled down the street. When she hit the ground, she bounced across it like a stone skipping across the surface of a lake. Eventually, she came to a stop, and laid on the broken road, unmoving. A small part of Shinji had been worried that she would absorb the kinetic force of the blow, but he realized he shouldn't have worried. That was one of All Might's punches. There's no way she could have possibly remained conscious after that. He did it. One of the heroes shouted, and soon all of them started cheering. It was short-lived. A red light, brighter than the sun, enveloped the street. You haven't won yet. The villain shouted from the center of the glow. I may not be able to move, but I can still release all of the kinetic energy I've stored up. It'll be like a nuclear bomb going off in the center of the city. As the light grew brighter, All Might dashed forward fast enough to shatter the sound barrier. Then there was a deafening boom, the ground shock, and there was a shock wave strong enough to knock a few of the heroes over. At first, Shinji thought the villain let off another blast, but no. If that had been the case, none of them would still be alive. Up there! Someone shouted, and every turned their gaze skyward. High in sky was a red point of light that was growing smaller and smaller as it got farther from the ground. At first, Shinji was confused, but then he realized what happened. All Might had grabbed the villain and jumped into the sky with her, taking her where her blast wouldn't hurt anyone. Well, anyone but him. But he was All Might, he'd be able to take anything a villain could throw at him. Right? -000. Izuku ran down the street at top speed. The 12-year-old boy could feel the buzz of his quirk in his head guide him towards whatever disaster was currently going on. Hopefully, it was a villain fight, then he could see the heroes in action. Whatever it was, he could tell it was big. The buzzing grew louder, letting him know that was getting closer to the event. Suddenly, there was a second buzz, different and closer than the first. Izuku stopped running. A little ways ahead, at an intersection, a truck speeded down the road in front of Izuku. If I hadn't stopped, that would have hit me. He resumed his run, though he paused to look both ways before he crossed the street. Even if his quirk should alert him when if something were coming, it never hurt to be careful. His quirk let him know when disasters were about to occur and where they were happening. These disasters could be as big as a villain attack or as small as someone knocking over a glass of water. That was actually how he first discovered his quirk. His mother left a cup a bit too close to the edge of the table, and his quirk alerted him, allowing Izuku to catch it before it. Suddenly, the buzz in his head grew in volume to that of a warning siren. Whatever disaster that was going just became much more dangerous. Izuku himself was in danger now. What on earth was going on? Then, just as quickly as the sirens in his head sounded, they quieted. The disaster was still just as dangerous, but it was farther away now. In fact, it was now. Above him? Looking up, Izuku saw a pinprick of red light climbing high into the sky. It was obviously the source of the disaster, he could tell that much. But what was it? Some kind of rocket? Then it exploded. The sky was enveloped by a massive explosion of red energy. The shock wave sent a gust of wind strong enough to knock Izuku backwards off his feet, and the windows all around the area shattered. The buzzing returned as glass rained down on the street. Fortunately, none of it hit him, but there were sure to be others who weren't as lucky. For the most part, it didn't seem like there was anyone badly injured near him. Plenty of minor wounds, sure, but the buzz of his quirk was mostly quiet. Until a louder buzz appeared a small ways off. It descended rapidly from above until it reached street level. Could someone have been knocked off a building by the shock wave? Jumping to his feet, Izuku ran towards the source of the new buzz as fast as his legs could carry him. Before long, he reached an alley leading off from the street. The buzzing was coming from inside the alley. Ignoring every warning about entering dark alleys he'd ever heard, Izuku took off down it. Turning a corner, he saw two things. The first was a large crater in the middle of the alley. The second was the source of the buzzing. A tall, deathly thin man with blonde hair leaned against the side of a building, breathing heavily. His clothing was ripped up, and there was blood dripping down his front. "Oh my God! Are you okay?" Izuku asked, even though he could tell he wasn't. The blonde man looked up quickly, seeming startled by Izuku's appearance. "I'm Dash." The man was cut off by a coughing fit and started spraying blood from his mouth. Izuku's not proud to admit it, but he actually screamed at the sight. "It's okay," the man said quickly once his coughing died down. "I have a medical condition, this happens all the time. It's nothing to be worried about." Even if that's true, Dash, which Izuku wasn't sure it was. He doubted a person could cough up that much blood on a regular basis without dying. "You're still badly injured. We need to get you to a hospital." "I assure you, young man, I'm fine. There's no need." The blonde man tried to walk past Izuku, but his legs gave out suddenly. Izuku tried to grab him, but he just barely couldn't reach the man as he fell. A large green arm clad in a metal gauntlet materialized in the air in front of Izuku's hand. It grabbed the blonde man by the chest, stopping his fall. He looked down in confusion, able to feel the arm around his chest, but unable to see it. Nobody could see it, except Izuku. Gently, Izuku helped the man regain his footing, before dismissing the green arm. The man gave another cough, but this one merely sounded awkward, rather than potentially life-threatening. "Maybe I do need to go to the hospital," the blonde man admitted sheepishly. "Come on, I'll help you." Izuku braced the man against him as well as he was able to with their height difference, then began leading him out of the alley. -000. "You really need to be more careful," Naomasa said from his seat next to Toshinori's hospital bed. "Yes, I know. Toshinori sighed in annoyance. "You're starting to sound like Night Eye." "How bad was it?" Naomasa asked, changing topics slightly. "Bad. Turns out taking a kiloton-level explosion at point-blank range isn't good for your health. It'll be a while before I'm back on my feet," Toshinori said grimly. You better actually wait until you're healed up this time. Naomasa scolded. If I find out that you left the hospital early again, I will arrest you. For what? Toshinori asked incredulously. I'll find something. The detective slumped back in his chair. There was a short silence while Toshinori fidgeted with his sheets. Toshinori? Is something wrong? Naomasa asked, concerned. The amount of time I can use one for all went down again. Toshinori admitted quietly. His friend Izuku air through his teeth at the news, understanding just how bad that was. How much time do you have left now? Naomasa asked seriously. I'm not sure. I haven't had the chance to find out yet. But I can feel it. Toshinori said glumly. You need to be more careful. I know you don't like people nagging you about your health, but I'm serious. Naomasa said. You're right. Toshinori sighed in defeat. Honestly, I'm lucky to be alive. If that boy hadn't stumbled across me after I crashed, I probably would have collapsed and bled out in that alley. Luck might not have as much to do with it as you might think. You were found by Midoriya, right? Naomasa asked. I didn't catch his name. Why, do you know him? Toshinori asked his friend. Not personally, but the boy reports an average of 6 incidents a month to the police. Naomasa answered. He saw the look of confusion and concern on his friend's face and continued, it's his quirk. It lets him sense when trouble is going on or about to happen. He's pretty close with a lot of the officers on the force, and even a few of the local pro-heroes. That doesn't sound like it fits. The boy who helped me had some kind of telekinesis quirk. Toshinori said. Midoriya has both. It's either a dual quirk, or he has some catch-all psychic quirk, I can't remember which. Naomasa replied. That's a pretty amazing quirk. It'd be very useful for hero work. Toshinori said, leaning back into his pillow, I wonder if I'll meet him again. I'd like to thank him properly for helping me out. Watching from the sidelines, Izuku let out a breath of relief as the last civilians exited the destroyed building. Rescue efforts were easily his least favorite hero activity to watch. He didn't feel any of the thrill that he did watching a villain fight. Instead, all he felt was nervous fear for the people in danger. Still, he always watched them anyway. Partly because his quirk was insanely useful for rescue scenarios. On a few occasions he had even let the heroes know when there were still people who were in trouble that they missed. Thankfully, everyone had gotten out of the building safely this time around. There was no buzzing coming from the structure anymore, which meant that it wasn't going to collapse either. Now that everything was over, he pulled his notebook out of his backpack and started jotting down a few of his observations on the heroes and how they used their quirks. He'd write some more detailed analysis once he got home, but he felt the need to put some basic notes in while everything was still fresh in his mind. He was snapped out of his note-taking by the buzzing of his quirk. It had been buzzing non-stop since he got there due to all the people who were injured or in danger, but this one caught his attention for a different reason. Currently, all the buzzing was grouped in one spot, where paramedics and police officers were handling the victims that had been rescued. But there was one buzz that was moving away from that group. It wasn't particularly loud, so he doubted that whatever injury they were suffering from was serious, but they still shouldn't be away from the emergency services. Looking in the direction of the buzz, he was somewhat surprised to see Death Arms walking towards a car. Confused and a little concerned, Izuku stuffed his notebook back in his bag and ran up to the hero. He had already climbed in his car, which looked almost comedically small compared to his hulking frame, and so Izuku had to yell to get his attention before he drove off. Death Arms, he cried out. Absent-mindedly, he realized that he didn't actually know the pro's real name. He'd never presumed to be on a first-name basis with a pro hero, but it still struck him as odd that he'd never learned that little piece of information. Death Arms paused just as he was about to close the door to his car, and looked up to see who had called out to him. Ah, Midoriya. Can I help you? The hero asked, pushing his door back open. Internally, Izuku squealed at the fact that a pro hero was familiar with him. He had to focus though, he was here for a reason. Well, it's just that I think that, maybe you might be injured. Izuku fumbled out his answer, feeling like an idiot as soon as he finished. He didn't sound at all sure of himself when he spoke. There's no way Death Arms would believe him. After all, wouldn't a pro hero know if they were injured? Maybe Izuku's quirk was acting up. Sure, it had never happened before, but that didn't mean it couldn't. Are you sure? Death Arms asked, getting out of his car. He didn't sound dismissive, and that gave Izuku just a tiny bit of confidence. Why is it, I don't think it's anything too serious. Izuku noted the volume of the buzzing now that he was closer and could make it out more clearly, but it doesn't seem like a minor injury either. Death Arms looked himself over with a confused expression, and Izuku became incredibly embarrassed because the man clearly didn't look injured. I'm sorry. You would know if you were hurt. I shouldn't have wasted your time. I'm so sorry, I'll leave now. He turned around and started running. No, wait. Death Arms said, and Izuku froze before slowly turning back around. Your quirk told you? Izuku merely nodded. You're probably right then. Damn it, I need to pay more attention. He sighed. Turning towards Izuku, he noticed the question in the boy's eyes and explained, when I use my quirk, it suppresses pain. I've broken bones before and failed to notice until hours later. Izuku had to suppress the urge to pull his notebook back out and jot down that piece of information immediately. It absolutely floored him that a pro hero was giving him information about their quirk. He was actually being told about it, rather than having to piece together what he could by himself from observations or interviews. Thanks, kid. You saved me from a pretty miserable afternoon. Death Arms smiled and rustled Izuku's hair, his hand larger than the boy's entire head. And now a pro hero had just personally thanked him. Izuku half wondered if he was dreaming. The only way today could get any better was if he met All Might himself. A beep came from Death Arms' pocket, and he pulled out a cell phone. Looking at the screen, he let out a surprised hum before putting the device away. Is something wrong? Izuku asked, starting to get antsy. Because Death Arms was still buzzing to him, and the man seemed to be in no hurry to actually get any sort of medical attention. Just a hero alert. He replied, apparently, All Might just stopped a crime near here. It was official, Izuku must have died sometime earlier today, and was currently in heaven. Either that, or he cashed out the next 7 years' worth of good fortune and spent all in this afternoon. What? Where? Izuku shouted, too excited over All Might to be embarrassed by his volume. Death Arms chuckled at him, before giving him directions. Izuku thanked him about 8 times in the space of 3 seconds before rocketing off. All Might sightings were always something that pushed his excitement to maximum, especially when they were local. One had happened in Mizudafu just last week, but Izuku had been a bit busy at the time helping out that sickly blonde man. But heroes like Death Arms tended to get information on other hero activity before anyone else, so if Izuku hurried, he might be able to get there before All Might left. -000. Even when they were off duty, heroes rarely got a break. Toshinori had finished work for the day, having used up all his time that he could use one for all, except for the 15 minutes he saved for emergencies, and decided to get some fast food for dinner. Because his eating habits really hadn't changed much since middle school. At the very least, he had managed to finish his meal by the time the villain showed up and tried to rob the restaurant. Why did so many crimes happen right in front of him? Maybe he had been born with a quirk after all, one that attracted dangerous individuals to him subconsciously. He did get mugged an awful lot before he got one for all. It had been a standard job for him. Beef up when nobody was watching, knock the guy out, stay around just long enough to comfort the civilians and make sure the villain got arrested, then get the hell out of Dodge before the press and crowds of fans showed up and ate up too much of his remaining time with one for all. It was only after he ran off like a child who had just broken a lamp that Toshinori realized something very important. He left his goddamn phone in the restaurant. Running as fast as he could in his shriveled form, which was way slower than he would have liked, he made his way back. By the time he got there, he really missed having 2 bunks. Even worse, there was a massive crowd gathered outside the building. It hadn't even been an exciting event, just a failed robbery of a fast food joint. Why were there so many people here? Taking one look at the dense crowd, Toshinori let out a sigh. It would probably be a while before he could back into the building, and his phone might be gone by that point. As he prepared himself for a long, boring wait, he noticed a flash of green out of the corner of his eye. Turning to get a better look, He saw a familiar head of curly green hair struggling to push his way through the crowd. Tashinori tried to make his way towards the boy, but it was somewhat difficult with all the people around them, even if they weren't very far apart. "Excuse me, young man," Tashinori called out, but the boy didn't seem to notice. What was his name again? Naomasa had mentioned it. Midoriya. At the sound of his name, the young man turned around. His eyes light up with recognition at the sight of Tashinori. Which was good. It would have been awkward if the boy hadn't recognized him. The two made their towards each other. "Ah, it's you. I'm glad to see you're doing better," Midoriya said. A look of slight confusion crossed his face. "How do you know my name, though?" "One of the police officers mentioned it to me," Tashinori said, though it concerned him that the boy hadn't shown any suspicion at him knowing his name. "Didn't anyone explain stranger danger to this child? They seem to know you pretty well." "Yeah, I run into the police a lot," Midoriya said cheerfully, before realizing just how that might sound. "No, not like that. I've never been arrested, The boy waved his hands frantically as he tried to stutter out an explanation. "It's okay. I know what you meant." Tashinori put up his hands in a placating manner. Once the boy calmed down, he continued, "Listen, I never really got a chance to thank you properly for how you helped me in that alley." "It wasn't that big of a deal," Midoriya stammered, flushing a bright pink at Tashinori's words. "I didn't really do that much. Even still, if you hadn't been there, I would have died." Tashinori noticed how Midoriya paled at that. He remembered how at first the fact that someone could have easily died if not for your actions could be disconcerting. "So, thank you. My name is Yagi Tashinori, if there's ever anything I can do to repay you." "Oh, Midoriya Izuku, but I guess you already knew that." The boy rubbed the back of his head. "And you don't need to worry about repaying me. That's not why I helped you. Remember the offer anyway." Tashinori couldn't help but smile at him. He barely knew the boy, but he could clearly see just how sweet he was. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The boy looked up, surprised by the sudden change in topic, before answering. "Oh, I heard All Might stopped a crime here," Midoriya replied excitedly. "He left a little while ago though." It was true, he had left, even if he was back now. "I know, but I still wanted to come," Midoriya said. "I wish I wasn't so late. I probably could have gotten here faster, but my first route was blocked off by a construction, and then I miscounted the number of streets until I needed to turn dash." The boy started mumbling to himself. "Tell me, do you like heroes?" Tashinori asked, though he had a feeling he already knew the answer. "More than anything," Midoriya exclaimed, breaking out of his mumbling. "I'm going to try to become one in the future." "They'll be lucky to have you." Tashinori smiled fondly. This young man seemed like he'd be a great hero. "What about you, Yagi-san?" Midoriya asked. "Why are you here?" "Oh, Tashinori glanced away, embarrassed. "I accidentally left my phone in the restaurant before all this went down." "Oh." Midoriya looked back at the number of people between them and restaurant, and the fact that the police had closed the building off. "I'm sorry, that really sucks." Tashinori couldn't help but snort. Tashinori and Midoriya's second meeting outside the fast food restaurant was far from the last time they ran into each other. The next time they met was when Tashinori was responding to a villain attack as All Might. The criminal in question had robbed a convenience store and freaked out when the heroes showed up and tried to fight them off, refusing to surrender even when All Might appeared. In the midst of the battle, a piece of concrete debris from one of the villain's attacks flew into the crowd of spectators who had gathered to watch the fight. It always frustrated Tashinori that people would stick around to watch villain fights because stuff like this could easily happen. While the chunk of wreckage wasn't very large, only about the size of a football, it still could have easily hurt or killed someone depending on where it hit them. Fortunately, just as it was about to land and bludgeon some poor civilian, the chunk of concrete stopped in midair. Standing nearby, with his arm outstretched towards the piece of debris, was the unmistakable green mop of hair of Izuku Midoriya. Tashinori let out a sigh of relief before turning his focus away from the crowd now that they were no longer in danger. Less than a minute later, The villain was defeated and Toshinori slipped off somewhere unseen to revert back to his civilian form. He then made his way into the crowd to look for young Midoriya and make sure he didn't hurt himself catching that debris with his quirk. Pushing your quirk to or past its limits could have some nasty effects on the body, and Toshinori got the feeling that Midoriya was the kind of person who would overexert himself in order to save someone. Picking his way through the sea of bodies, he eventually reached the boy. Thankfully, Midoriya was perfectly fine, and the two of them wound up talking again. After that, Toshinori found himself running into young Midoriya quite a bit. Apparently, watching heroes do their jobs was a favorite pastime of the boys. And since Toshinori was a hero himself, they naturally wound up in a lot of the same places. Most of the time when they met, they ended up talking to each other. He wound up learning quite a bit about young Midoriya as a result of their conversations. He learned that the boy's quirk was in fact a dual quirk, with both the ability to sense disasters and short-range telekinesis. According to Midoriya, the telekinesis was probably a mutation of his mother's quirk, which could attract small object, while he had no idea where the disaster sense came from. Toshinori also learned some more personal things about the boy as well, such as how he kept extremely detailed notes on all the local heroes, which Toshinori actually found just the tiniest bit creepy, or how he enjoyed listening to old Western music. While it may have been a result of Toshinori having barely any friends, he found the young boy to be rather enjoyable to be around and started looking forward to the next time they would happen across each other. At current, Toshinori was in a supermarket doing some grocery shopping. He had just gotten chewed out over his eating habits by Chio, and had been given a list of healthy ingredients to buy and healthy meals to make with them. Turns out that you shouldn't be eating fast food regularly when you are missing your stomach. As he placed a few items in his basket, he noticed that the woman next to him was currently staring at something on the top shelf. The woman herself was on the shorter side, though Toshinori might be a bit biased considering that anyone under 180 centimeters was automatically labeled as tiny in his mind. Either way, it was pretty obvious she wouldn't be able to reach the shelf she was looking at. "Excuse me, would you like some help reaching that?" Toshinori asked. "Oh no, I've got it," she replied, floating an object down from the shelf. When the woman turned to address him, he had to do a double take upon seeing her face. His first thought was that she looked a lot like Nana. Though, upon taking a closer look, most of the resemblance there came from how they did their hair similarly. The next thing he noticed was that she actually looked a lot like Midoriya. They both had the same hair color, big doe eyes, and general face shape. The next cursed thought that his brain traitorously provided was that she looked like the hypothetical child of Nana and Midoriya. The subsequent mental image was something that Toshinori could have gone his entire life without. Is there something you need?" the woman asked, cutting through his thoughts. She was backing away slightly with a hesitant look on her face. Oh God, how long had he been standing there staring at her? He had to look like an absolute creep right now. I'm terribly sorry. You just look like someone I know, well, two someones actually. I didn't mean dash." Toshinori's word vomit was cut short by him hacking up a spray of blood. The woman let out a startled yelp and actually jumped into the air. This encounter cannot possibly get any more awkward, Toshinori thought, and then desperately hoped he didn't just jinx himself. "Sir, are you okay?" the woman asked, worry clear in her voice. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry, it's just a medical condition," Toshinori hastily replied, pulling some tissues out of his pocket, that he kept with him in case of this exact occurrence, to wipe the blood off his chin. "So, coughing up blood is normal for you?" the woman questioned, her voice taking on a tone that Toshinori couldn't quite identify. "Unfortunately," he answered somberly, "I'm sorry about that. I'll let you get back to your shopping." "Hang on," the woman said just as Toshinori was about to turn around and leave. Your name wouldn't happen to be Yagi, would it?" Yes," Toshinori responded, now watching the woman carefully. Sure, she looked harmless, and he had a pretty good idea how she knew him, but decades of training kicked in and he immediately went on guard. "It's just, I believe you know my son, Izuku," she said, and Toshinori relaxed. He had suspected that to be the case, but it never hurt to be cautious, Oh, is that what you meant when you said I looked like someone you knew? Yes, you two look a lot alike. Your son's a very sweet kid. He's mentioned you before. He extended his hand to her. Yagi Toshinori, it's nice to finally meet you. Midoriya Inko and likewise. She took his hand and shook it gently. I have to admit, when I first heard that my son was friends with an older man, I was a little concerned. Toshinori blanched at that. He had never considered just how suspicious his relationship with young Midoriya might look from an outside perspective before. In hindsight, a friendship between a 12-year-old boy and a man in his 50s was hardly normal. And with how they were constantly running into each other in public, oh God. It probably looked like he was stalking the poor child. Thankfully, Inko continued talking, which was a good thing since Toshinori wasn't sure he could speak right now. Of course, he assured me that you were a good person. In fact, he said you reminded him of a kind, elderly golden retriever. Inko looked him over and gave a small grin, and I can kind of see where he's coming from. That's not a comparison I've ever heard before. Although, Toshinori remembered that Gran Torino did use to compare him to a puppy when he was younger. I'm glad to hear it though. I never really thought about how, well, creepy my interactions with him might seem. I'm sorry if I ever worried you. It's fine. I'm just glad he's making friends, even if they aren't his age. He doesn't have much of a social life. Part of it is because he spends almost all his time watching the heroes work. Inko said sadly, before changing topics, he actually mentioned that you work with the pro heroes? Yes, I fill out reports and whatnot. Which was true. He didn't have any staff who could help since he had to keep his injury a secret, so he had to do all of that personally. Unlike most pro heroes, it's pretty boring work for the most part, and I constantly have to move around the country. Oh, that must be pretty unpleasant. My husband has to move around a lot because of his work too. He's actually overseas right now. Inko sighed. But aren't most heroes stationed in particular cities? She asked. Yes, but the one I work for travels around the country. He noticed the question on her face and spoke again. I'm afraid I can't actually tell you who I work for due to legal reasons. It's frustrating, but it has to do with ongoing investigations and the like. It was a bald-faced lie, but he tried to avoid any possible connections to his hero identity he could. Oh, I see. Inko replied, a look of disappointment on her face. She had that same kicked puppy look that Izuku had when Toshinori told him that he couldn't tell him what hero he worked for. And once again, they looked so disappointed that it almost made him want to tell them that he worked for All Might. I take it you moved here recently then? Test. Perking back up. Yeah, I just got here a few months ago. So, I'm still getting used to the city. Toshinori said. Where are you from originally? Inko asked. Well, I was born in Tokyo, but I moved here from Hosu. Toshinori answered. I'm originally from Morio myself, so I know just how difficult it can be to move to a new city. So, if you ever need anything, I'd be more than happy to help. Inko said with a smile. Apparently, young Midoriya got his smile from his mother, and much like with him, it was so bright that Toshinori almost felt the need to avert his gaze. He couldn't help but compare it to his fake All Might smile, and there was just no contest there. Thank you. Toshinori actually stuttered. This family is going to kill me. Number 1 hero All Might found dead from diabetes due to overexposure to pure pureness. After that, they talked for a little bit longer. Mostly about what it was like living in Mizudafu, but they also talked about young Midoriya for a bit. Eventually, they parted ways to finish their shopping and then go home. Toshinori was in much higher spirits than usual as he left the supermarket. Hey, Yagi-san, have you ever heard of something called a Quirk arrow? Midoriya asked while the two of them were walking towards the train station. They wound up meeting after a villain fight as usual, and found themselves to be heading in the same direction afterwards. Can't say that I have. Toshinori replied after a moment of thought. It's an urban legend if you can even call it that. Honestly, I could barely find any info about it. Midoriya grumbled slightly before perking back up. Basically, it's supposed to be this arrow, and if you get shot with it you won't die or get hurt like you should. Instead, you develop a second quirk. I've seen plenty of bizarre things over the course of job, but that just sounds like pure fantasy. Toshinori said. While he was reminded of All for One, due to the whole quirk-giving part, the idea of an arrow giving quirks was just too outlandish. Where did you even hear about this? I was reading some theories about All Might's quirk. As I'm sure you know, it's one of the biggest mysteries in hero culture out there. Midoriya said. And one theory was that he got his quirk from an arrow? Toshinori asked, genuinely confused. He had heard all sorts of wild theories about what his quirk might be, from solar-powered strength to him being a genetically engineered Superman, but it was still odd. Mostly because he couldn't see why it would matter if he got his quirk from some weird arrow. Well, the reasoning behind the theory was that All Might's quirk isn't exactly normal. It's way stronger than any other quirk out there. He's pretty much invincible. Midoriya said excitedly. Oh, how I wish that were true. Toshinori placed a hand over his wound, able to feel the bumpy scarred tissue through the material of his t-shirt. And apparently, the quirks that you get after getting shot with the arrow aren't like normal quirks. Midoriya continued, I was only able to find one example of what a quirk caused by this arrow did though. Every other one was too vague about what they actually did. But this one quirk was super weird. It supposedly belonged to an assassin from almost 100 years ago. He could combine the genetic material from a man and a woman in order to create an homunculus that would track down and murder the people whose DNA it was created from. And keep in mind that quirks used to be simpler and weaker back in the day, so that makes it even weirder than it already is. For the first time since he started talking, Midoriya finally took a breath. Seriously, the lung capacity on this kid. If I hadn't thought it was outlandish before, a baby assassin quirk would have done it. Toshinori said with a small chuckle. Midoriya chuckled as well, though he sounded oddly nervous, much to Toshinori's confusion. I mean, it does sound pretty crazy. Young Midoriya gave another small, awkward laugh. But you know, I can't help but wonder if there might be a grain of truth to it. What part specifically? Toshinori asked, raising an eyebrow. Midoriya never really struck him as the type to buy into such outlandish conspiracy theories. The boy stopped walking and grew silent. Pausing as well, Toshinori watched him with a small amount of concern as he waited for the boy to speak. When I was 4 years old, I was diagnosed as quirkless by a doctor. He said at last, I had the extra joint in my pinky toe and everything. When I got the disaster sense part of my quirk a year later, my mom and I were super confused. We just figured the doctor we saw was a quack. But a couple months after that doctor's visit, I was shot with a bow and arrow. Toshinori's eyes widened at that, but Midoriya wasn't finished with his tale. I had to be rushed to the emergency room of course, and then I got an infection and nearly died from that. So obviously, it doesn't match up with the story online perfectly, but I got my quirk about a year after that, far later than most kids do. And I do have an extra joint in my toe. So, I just can't help but wonder if maybe there's actually something out that can give people quirks. I mean, we still don't know where quirks come from. What if someone figured it out and how to replicate it? Like, maybe that arrow did something to awaken the quirk I would have had if I hadn't been born quirkless. Toshinori grew quiet. There was a way to give someone a quirk, he knew that. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if this whole quirk arrow thing was possibly related to All for One in some way. That monster would have still been alive when young Midoriya was 4, and he had also been alive 100 years ago. While the mere idea of a quirk-giving arrow still seemed crazy to Toshinori, the mere idea of an immortal crime lord who could steal and give quirks also sounded crazy. So he couldn't completely rule it out as a possibility. I'm sorry. I must have sounded like a conspiracy nutjob. Midoriya stammered quickly, having noticed Toshinori's silence. His face went red. Oh no. I was just thinking about what you said. Toshinori responded, I do have to wonder now. A more comfortable silence fell between the pair as they walked the rest of the way to the train. Before too much longer, they reached the station and waited until the train arrived. After a few minutes it showed up and they got on it. It was less crowded on board than usual, so they weren't packed in like sardines, though. There were still quite a few people in the car with them. As the train passed through a tunnel, Midoriya's head suddenly snapped up. What the dash? Oh no! The boy's face went pale. Is something wrong? Toshinori asked, noting his expression and tone. Everyone hold one. Midoriya shouted, grabbing onto the railing with both hands, and Toshinori quickly copied him. Most of the other passengers simply shot the boy confused or annoyed looks. Is it your quirk? Is something dash? Toshinori was cut off as the lights went out and the train jerked suddenly to a stop. Fortunately, he was able to keep himself from falling thanks to the fact that he was firmly holding onto the railing, but same could not be said for most the other people on board, who spilled onto the floor. It's not over yet. Something's going on. We need to call for help. Midoriya cried out. There was a rustling and Toshinori could faintly make out the silhouette of Midoriya pulling something out of his pocket in the darkness of the train car. My phone won't turn on. Toshinori quickly fished his own phone out of his pocket and pressed the power button, only for nothing to happen. Mine isn't working either. He said, Young Midoriya, you said something's is still happening? Is it your disaster sense? Yeah, something bad is definitely happening. It's not like when the train suddenly stopped though, this disaster's only going on near the front of the train, but it's moving steadily towards us. Midoriya answered, What's going on? It sounds to me like this train is being robbed. Toshinori said as he leaned close, his voice dropping to a whisper, We stopped inside a tunnel, so nobody outside will notice that the train is under attack. And they obviously have a quirk that turned off all the electronics on board, maybe some sort of EMP quirk. A train robbery? What is this, a Western? Midoriya's voice started to rise in pitch as he began to panic. Quickly, Toshinori slapped a hand over the boy's mouth. However, it didn't seem like anyone had heard him. The others were too busy talking with each other trying to figure out what was going on. Midoriya, quiet down. Everything's going to be fine, but we can't risk panicking the other passengers. Toshinori whispered, sounding a lot calmer than he felt. This is bad. I need to find a way to sneak off so I can turn into All Might. But how am I going to do that when I'm on a crowded train? What do you mean? Midoriya asked quietly, pulling Toshinori's hand away from his mouth. He seemed to have calmed down from his initial reaction. If the others know that the train is being robbed, some of them might panic and try to escape. The villains who stopped the train obviously won't want to let anyone get out of the tunnel and alert the heroes, so they'd try to stop anyone to try to escape, possibly with lethal force. Toshinori answered. I understand. Midoriya said with a weak nod that Toshinori could barely see in the dark, but we do need to get out of the tunnel and alert the heroes. I know that. Toshinori said, Can you tell how far away the villains are? There's definitely something going on near the front of the train. The buzzing isn't too loud, so I don't think they've hurt anyone. They're probably just robbing or threatening them. At the rate they're going, it'll be a while before they reach this car. Midoriya replied, But if they have people outside the train in the tunnel, my quirk won't tell me unless they're doing something that would cause harm, like setting up explosives. There could be someone right outside for all I know. I see. That's a problem. Toshinori said, but like you said, we need to alert the heroes. So, before the villains get any closer, I'm going to try to sneak off the train and get out of the tunnel. As soon as he was out of sight, he'd turn into All Might and stopped the villains himself. What? Yusuish, Midoriya shouted before dropping back to a harsh whisper, You can't. Yagi-san, if you get caught, you could be killed. Not to mention that you're already in bad shape. An injury could be much more serious for you than it would be for a normal person. His voice took on a more determined tone. I'll go instead. I'll get help. No. Toshinori grabbed Midoriya by the shoulders as though he was going to run off at the very moment. I can't let you do that. You're a 12-year-old boy. I'm not letting you do something so dangerous. Everything you just said about me applies to you as well. However, Midoriya shrugged away from Toshinori's grasp. My quirk will protect me. It will alert me if something is going to happen that would harm me. I'll be able to sneak past them easily and get out of the tunnel. Besides, I'm smaller than you are, that'll make me harder to spot. Midoriya replied, Also, I turned 13 last month. I don't care. There's no way in hell that I'm letting a child put himself in such danger. Toshinori said as firmly as he could. It's the best op. Midoriya cut off suddenly. Oh no. No. He screamed, horror clear in his voice. Midoriya, what is it? What's wrong? Toshinori asked. Then there was a bang. It was a noise that Toshinori recognized with ease, a gunshot. And the other passengers heard it too. What was that? Are we under attack by a villain? That was a gun. Suddenly, Midoriya took off running. Toshinori tried to follow after him, but due to the darkness, he ran straight into one of the other people on the train, knocking them both over. He tried to get up, but another panicking passenger bumped into him, sending him back to the ground. Midoriya! Stop! He cried out, come back! -000. Izuku jumped out of the train's exit and landed on the ground outside. It was pitch black in the tunnel, but he hoped that would only help him sneak out. He had to hurry and get help before anyone else got hurt. That gunshot. Someone had died to it. Could he really do this? These were actual villains, people who were willing to kill to get what they wanted. Izuku's entire body was shaking, and we wasn't sure he could move. A buzz sounded behind and above him, cutting through his thoughts. He whirled around. On top of the roof of the train was a man. He was holding some sort of glow stick in one hand, one that gave off far more light than a normal one, and a gun in the other as he walked down the length of the train. Driving underneath the train before he got too close, Izuku waited until the man passed by and the buzz of his quirk quieted. He didn't even breathe as he waited, and he was worried that the villain could hear how loudly his heart was beating. Before too much longer, the buzzing died down, and he climbed out from below the car. Adrenaline flooded through his body and started making his way down the tunnel. They've got someone patrolling on top of the train, probably watching out for people who might try to escape, like me. Izuku thought to himself, then another thought occurred to him. What if they have someone guarding the exit to the tunnel? How am I supposed to get out then? He didn't have time to think on that though. All of a sudden his quirk buzzed like crazy off to his side. Izuku turned to face the source of the buzzing, but couldn't see anything in the darkness. Squinting his eyes, he could just barely make out the wall of the tunnel, but he still didn't understand what was setting off his quirk. Did the villains actually set explosives and were about to blow up the walls of the tunnel? No, that wouldn't make any sense. They'd crush the train and themselves if they did that. Then he noticed 2 points of light, like cat eyes, appear on the wall of the tunnel. The silhouette of a person seemed to peel itself off the wall, and he saw a glint of metal in one of their hands. Another gunshot rang out, and the muzzle flash illuminated the tunnel like a bolt of lighting in a dark, stormy sky. In that moment, a familiar green arm materialized from Izuku's shoulder, and threw a punch at the air before he really registered what had happened. A sound like metal striking metal rang out, and Izuku saw a spark as the green arm knocked the bullet out of the air before it could hit him. That's pretty impressive, kid. The shooter said, her voice clearly feminine. Not only did you deflect a freaking gunshot, but you also managed to spot me in total darkness. I don't think anyone's ever done that before. How did you come out of the wall? Izuku asked, his voice shaky with fear. I'm a wizard. She responded dryly, it was my quirk, you idiot. What else? I can turn into a shadow and glide along objects. Normally, it's pretty noticeable, but when it's pitch black like this, well. Even as fear gripped his mind, Izuku took note of that information. While it was a useful quirk for a surprise attack, it wouldn't help out too much in combat. Thankfully, his own quirk would keep her from getting the drop on him, so he didn't need to worry. However, one of her allies undoubtedly heard that gunshot, and would probably be here soon. So he needed to get out of here. Turning away from the villain, Izuku broke into a sprint down the tunnel. I'm not letting you get away, kid. The villain called after him, and Izuku's quirk buzzed loudly again from behind him. As Izuku ran away from the villain, his quirk buzzed again from behind him. He spun around just as the villain fired her gun again. Another flash lit up the tunnel, and Izuku saw her turn into a shadow on the ground immediately after she fired. The telekinetic arm of his quirk caught the bullet before it could hit him. Not even half a second later, a buzz came from his left and slightly behind him. Turning to face it, he watched as the villain finished popping out of her shadow form, her pistol already pointed at him. She was closer this time, less than a meter away. She was so fast. He had underestimated how useful her quirk would be in combat. He didn't expect her to be able to move so quickly as a shadow. Functionally, it could be utilized as some form of short-range teleportation. While his own quirk would warn him before she was about to appear, it wouldn't help if he didn't have the time to react. The villain fired 2 bullets, and Izuku's green arm appeared again. It managed to deflect the first bullet with a punch, but it was too slow to catch the second one. Izuku let out a pained scream as it went through his arm, fortunately missing his bone. He stumbled backwards, clutching the bleeding wound. Losing balance, he tripped and landed on his butt. That's the second time you knew where I was going to come out of the shadows. There's no way you could have possibly seen me move as a shadow. The muzzle flash would have ruined your night vision. So, it had to be your quirk. The villain's voice was puzzled. But how could that be when you used your quirk to deflect those bullets? A dual quirk? Or maybe it's just some secondary trait from your quirk, like how I have cat eyes and can see better in the dark. Those are pretty common. It doesn't really matter, I guess. The important thing is that you know where I'm going to pop up, she said in a carefree tone, before her voice took on a more serious edge, but still, it kind of bothers me, and the way you stopped those bullets bothers me too. You didn't move your body, so it had to be some kind of telekinesis. And yet, it seemed like something slapped them aside. I could even feel a rush of air, like something was moving quickly in order to knock them away. I could just be being paranoid here, but considering the items we were sent to retrieve, I can't help but ask. Are you a stand user? What? Izuku asked between taking in gulps of air, desperately trying to think through the pain in his arm. What the hell is this lady going off about? Why is she asking me questions like this in the middle of a fight? I'm not one myself, so I wouldn't be able to tell. And I suppose you haven't really done anything that couldn't be explained by a quirk. It's just a feeling I got is all. The villain continued, ignoring Izuku's question. If you are a stand user though, then you probably know where the arrows are. What arrows? What are you talking about? Izuku shouted. Nothing you're saying makes sense. Now's not the time to play dumb kid. If you tell me where the arrows are and who stole them, then I'll let you live. The villain said. I have no idea what you're talking about. Izuku screamed as he pushed himself back onto his feet. So, you're just some unlucky kid after all? The villain gave a disappointed sigh. Then I guess I'll just have to kill you. She melded back into a shadow on the floor. Immediately, Izuku's quirk buzzed from directly below him. She was going to pop up right under his feet and shoot him. There was no way he would be able to move quickly enough to dodge. A desperate idea popped into his mind, and he acted. Without time to think the plan over, the telekinetic arm appeared again. And it punched him directly in the chest. Izuku was sent flying backwards down the tunnel. He was almost certain he cracked a few ribs with that punch, judging by the pain and how loudly his quirk was buzzing, but it was worth it. Another gunshot went off right where he had been standing. Emerging fully out of the shadows, the villain turned and fired another 2 shots at Izuku as he sailed through the air. This time, however, 2 green telekinetic arms appeared to block both bullets. Suddenly, another buzz flared from in front and slightly below him as the arms were busy blocking the shots. Looking down, he was surprised to see the villain reach out and grab onto his leg. She must have used her quirk to catch up to him, but why would she grab him? The moment she touched his leg, villain turned into a shadow on Izuku's body. In less than a 20th of a second, she slid onto his back and emerged behind him. At the same time as his quirk buzzed, he felt the barrel of the gun pressed against the back of his head. Moving on its own, one of his telekinetic arms shot towards the gun to knock it away before it could go off. The blow connected, but the gun still fired off right next to Izuku's head and the bullet took off a part of his left ear. Both Izuku and the villain hit the ground a minute later, the gun clattering to the floor some ways away. Izuku tried to sit up, even though his chest and arm throbbed in protest against any sort of movement. Blood trickled freely down the side of his face from his left ear, and tears welled up in his eyes as he fought to ignore the pain and get back to his feet. Off to his side, The villain screamed. You broke my hand, you son of Beach. She roared at him as he got back up, clutching her right hand. You're going to pay for that, you little bee. A light began to approach them from down the tunnel, and they both looked up to see another one of the villains with a glow stick running towards them. As they got closer, Izuku realized that they too were carrying a gun. What's happening? The new villain called out as he got closer. This BSTRD's trying to escape. Shoot him. The villain with the shadow quirk yelled, and don't use my effing name when we're on a job, you idiot. The new villain stopped, and pointed his gun at Izuku before firing off 2 shots at him. Izuku had managed to stand up by now, and deflected both shots with his telekinetic arms. However, at the exact same time as the villain shot at him, Yoru appeared out of shadows right next to him. Too busy with the bullets, he wasn't able to react in time even as his quirk buzzed a warning at him. She struck him in the stomach with her left arm and he fell backwards onto the ground. Bizarrely, his quirk didn't stop buzzing afterwards either, it continued, but this time the buzzing was coming from the spot where she had hit him. Trying to sit up, he noticed something he had failed to before. Yoru was holding a knife in her hand. Looking down at his stomach, he realized why his quirk was still buzzing. In the light from the glow stick, he could make out a large red stain beginning to form on his shirt, as blood began to pour out of the wound the knife had made. Gotcha, Beach. Yoru sneered. -000. Tashinori shoved past the other passengers towards the door that connected the cars together. It was the closest exit to him, and he absolutely had to hurry. There were more gunshots just now, all in rapid succession, and all shortly after Midoriya left. There was little doubt in his mind that they were related to the boy in some way. Tashinori could only pray that young Midoriya was okay, and that he hadn't completely failed as a hero just yet. As he reached for the handle, the door opened suddenly in front of him. Standing behind it was a man with a falcon head who was only slightly shorter than Tashinori was. The most notable thing about the man was that he seemed to be surrounded by a radiant golden light. Before Tashinori had a chance to process anything except his appearance, the bird-headed man punched him in the stomach, hitting him directly in the wound left by All for One. Tashinori flew backwards, hitting the ground, and coughing up a sizable amount of blood. Some of the passengers screamed at the sight. Agony flared throughout Tashinori's body from where the villain struck him, causing him to curl into a ball. He couldn't help but feel pathetic. The symbol of peace, down by a single punch and whimpering on the floor. Don't even try to think of escaping from this train. The bird-headed villain said, "Everyone, shoo up and sit your butt down." He held up his hand and it began to glow brightly. "Less ya won, the world's deadliest sunburn, you better do as I say." The entire car grew quiet. Slowly, everyone went to sit down. "But now then, to the thief we're chasing, you should probably just give yourself up." The bird-headed villain said, "Otherwise, you're gonna die a very painful death when we find ya. And we will find ya." Nobody responded to his words, and the villain gave a huff of annoyance. Another man entered the car, this one holding a gun and what looked like a glow stick. "Keep an eye on him, till we search this car. I'm moving ahead to secure the next one." The bird-headed villain said as he walked to the door on the far end of the train car. The armed villain gave a nod in reply. Once the bird-headed villain was gone, Tashinori tried to get back up. He managed to push himself onto his knees when the other man spoke. "Don't try to get up." The armed villain said, "It's easier if you just stay on the floor. If you try to stand up, I'll shoot you." Tashinori went back to lying on the floor. The entire car waited in silence. The bird-headed villain mentioned searching it, so why was this guy just standing around doing nothing? After about a minute, the door that the villains entered from opened again. A woman carrying a glow stick just like the armed villain came through it. The most notable thing about her appearance was her eyes. They were a solid green color and seemed to glow faintly. The armed villain turned to face her as she entered. "Finally, hurry up and search. There's some kind of commotion going on in the tunnel outside, so we need to move quickly," he said. "I'm going as fast as I can. We don't want to run the chance of missing what we were sent to retrieve just because we were in a hurry." The woman said. She held her arms out to her sides, and started slowly walking down the length of the train car. Occasionally, she would stop before resuming her movement. Most of the passengers were staring at her in confusion. Tashinori was able to piece together what was going on pretty quickly. Obviously, this woman had a quirk that let her remotely search an area. She was able to scan the space around her and determine what objects were there. But why were they doing this? What was it that they were looking for? This was clearly a well-thought-out heist, with lots of effort, manpower, and planning put into it. What exactly were they going to such lengths to steal? No, they weren't stealing something. Their words made that clear. They were getting something back that was stolen from them. Again though, what was it? In the end, it didn't really matter to Tashinori. Figuring out the motives behind the crime and piecing together the bigger picture wasn't his job, nor was it particularly important at the moment. All he needed to do was figure out how he was going to stop them. "It's not in this car," the woman said at last. She opened the door to the next train car and turned to the armed villain. "Come on." The woman then exited through the door. The remaining villain looked around the car one last time, before following the woman out. As soon as the door closed behind him, the car was plunged back into darkness and everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. One man went to crouch beside Tashinori, feeling around until he managed to grab onto Tashinori's arm and help him back to his feet. "Are you okay?" the civilian asked. "I'll be fine," Tashinori answered, and he started towards the door that he had been trying to reach when the villains showed up. It was DM lucky that they hadn't left someone to guard this car, though it made sense. They probably didn't have enough people to guard every single train car. Now, he could finally get out of here and turn into All Might. He didn't get very far though. The civilian who helped him up was still holding onto Tashinori's arm, and he didn't let go when the blonde tried to move. "Wait, you can't seriously be trying to leave, can you?" the man asked with a confused scoff. "You'll get killed." "I need to. A boy I was with, he already left to try and get help. I need to find him and make sure he's okay," Tashinori pleaded. "Please, I have to before it's too late." After a tense moment, the man let go of Tashinori's arm. "Thank you." Tashinori practically tore the door off as he opened it. It was only through a large amount of restraint and control over one for all that he didn't. Opening the emergency exit to the outside, he jumped out and landed on the ground of the tunnel. Looking around, he saw another villain holding the same type glow stick as the others running on top of the train some distance off, far enough away that the light of the glow stick didn't reach Tashinori. Inwardly, he gave his thanks to whatever god was watching out for him. It was safe for him to transform. With a hiss of steam, he bulked up. His loose-fitting clothing stretched out over his muscular form, and the two bangs atop his head stood up straight. All Might was here now. He only hoped he wasn't too late. Even though he was severely injured, badly enough that he might bleed out if he didn't get medical attention before too much longer, Izuku wasn't out of the fight just yet. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pushed himself back onto his feet, even though the buzzing in his head told him doing so was a bad idea. The telekinetic arms appeared once again, the ghostly appendages coming out of his shoulders as he readied himself to fight more. Both villains eyed him warily. "Geez, you just won't go down, will you?" Yoru quirked an eyebrow at him. "Still, you're going to be moving more slowly due to your wounds, and you're outnumbered now. I'd tell you to give up, but anyone who shrugs off a knife to the stomach is probably too stubborn for that." She brandished her dagger and shot a glance towards her companion. "Come on, let's end this quickly." The other villain aimed his gun at Izuku, while Yoru shifted her stance slightly. The buzz of Izuku's quirk warned him that the villain with the gun was about to fire. Before he got the chance to, however, another buzz sounded, warning him that the villain was about to be injured. Izuku didn't have very long to puzzle over this confusing new piece of information before something slammed into the gun wielder so fast that Izuku could barely make out a blur as whatever it was rocketed past. A massive gust of wind followed in its wake, kicking up dust, and the villain was thrown into the side of the train. "What the foo dash?" Yoru's panicked cry was cut short as a blow connected with her chest. Missouri smash. The powerful chop hurled her into the wall of the tunnel, cracking the concrete from the impact. Gravity peeled Yoru off the wall, and she was unconscious by the time she hit the ground. Standing in front of Izuku, with his back facing the teen, was an unmistakable figure. All Might. Absent-mindedly, Izuku wondered if he was currently delirious from blood loss. Because there was no way that the number one hero had actually shown up to save him when all hope had seemed lost. At the sound of his voice, All Might turned to face Izuku. The number one hero's face bore a look of concern. My boy, are you all right? All Might asked. Then he seemed to notice the blood flowing down Izuku's face and arm and the growing blood stain on his stomach. You're hurt. Don't worry about me, Izuku said. His quirk chose that exact moment to buzz louder, almost as if to tell him not to be a dumbass. He ignored it. There are more villains, you need to stop them first. Before All Might got a chance to respond, one of the doors on the train burst open. Jumping out was a tall man with a falcon head, followed by several other villains carrying firearms. They took one look at All Might, and their eyes collectively widened with shock and fear. You got to be fucking kidding me. The bird-headed villain took a step backwards, while some of his companions started running in the opposite direction. Then, his face hardened and he raised both his hands towards All Might, while the hero quickly moved between Izuku and the villain. I ain't running from anyone. Not even you. Suddenly, the villain's hands glowed with a burning light. Eat this. The power of the sun. Blinding light filled the tunnel, and Izuku felt the temperature around him start to rise. All the while, his quirk was buzzing like mad, warning him just how dangerous this villain's quirk was. It lasted less than a second though. A sound like a cannon going off rang out, and the light died as the bird-headed villain and all of his companions were thrown backwards down the tunnel by a blast of wind pressure from one of All Might's punches. When they all hit the ground, none of them got back up. Turning around, All Might crouched in front of Izuku with a look on his face that the boy couldn't quite place. One that looked odd to see on the number one hero's face. He looked concerned, saddened, and pleading at the same time. Young boy, I have to go and stop the rest of the villains. If I don't hurry they could hurt someone else. All Might's voice was soft as he spoke, and Izuku wasn't sure if he'd ever heard that tone from him before. I'll be back in less than a minute to help you. I understand perfectly, Izuku replied because he did. As far as he could tell from his quirk, there wasn't anyone immediately in danger at the moment, but that could change at a moment's notice. Please hurry. There are more people who need your help. Thank you, All Might said, and took off like a bullet down the tunnel. Izuku just stood and watched the spot where the number one hero had been for a moment. His mind slowly started to process the fact that, holy crap, that was All Might. Izuku probably would have started vibrating with excitement if his exhaustion hadn't finally started to catch up with him. Carefully, he tried to sit down. As he tried to lower himself down, his legs gave out and he wound up collapsing onto the floor. He decided to just lay there on his back, hoping that All Might would be back soon. Because, while judging by the volume of the buzz in his head, he wasn't in danger of dying in the next few minutes, he was still in an unbelievable amount of pain. -000. It didn't take Toshinori very long to defeat the rest of the villains after he left young Midoriya. One of them had a quirk that was causing the blackout, like he had guessed when all this began. Knocking out that villain wound up restoring power to the area, and Toshinori immediately called for aid. In the end, it took him all of a minute to stop all the villains and get back to Midoriya. As soon as he returned to the green-haired boy, he administered first aid as best as he was able, using one of the medical kits kept on the train to stop the bleeding until help arrived. To anyone else, it would have seemed like a truly impressive accomplishment. And under different circumstances, Toshinori might have been proud of how quickly and efficiently he resolved the situation. Instead, he just felt like a failure. At least one civilian had been killed while he had been standing around doing nothing. He wasn't even the first person to try and do something. That had been young Midoriya, and the boy had suffered because of it. No child should have to go through what he just went through. But he did, all because Toshinori failed to act first. When he first found young Midoriya, bloody and injured, he wanted to get him to help as fast as he could. Just pick the boy up and carry him to the closest hospital and leave the other villains in the tunnel. But there was no way he could have done that, no way he could have possibly left all those other civilians in danger. Thankfully, Midoriya knew that too, and he wanted Toshinori to go help everyone else first. It helped to ease his guilt at leaving the young, wounded teen in the tunnel. Now, as he watched young Midoriya being loaded onto an ambulance, he let out a sigh that was equal parts relieved and tired. Bizarrely, it seemed like the boy had more energy than he did. Midoriya remained conscious throughout the entire wait for help to arrive, and he had been very talkative. While Toshinori was used to starstruck eyes and endless questions from fans, it caught him a little off guard just how perky the boy was after being stabbed and shot. He could only assume the adrenaline from Midoriya's fight hadn't worn off yet. All Might. At the sound of the familiar voice, Toshinori turned to see Naomasa approaching him. Are you okay? You look tired. Today was mentally exhausting. Toshinori told his friend, his smile slipping from his face. I heard about some of what happened to Midoriya. Naomasa said. I should have acted sooner. Toshinori muttered darkly. If I had slipped away as soon as I realized what was happening. Toshinori. Naomasa said quietly as he placed a hand on the hero's arm, it wasn't your fault. You can't always blame yourself. Besides, Midoriya's going to be okay. We don't know that yet. Toshinori pointed out. The boy had only just been put on the ambulance, there could be any number of complications or unknown factors at this stage, and even if he still went through something he shouldn't have had to. He's missing part of his ear for God's sake. Naomasa only gave a small to that, but otherwise didn't have anything to say. I need to talk to you about the villains. Naomasa changed topics, which Toshinori was grateful for. Right, do we know anything about them? He asked. I actually recognized a few of them. Naomasa said, pulling up 2 photos on his phone and handing it to Toshinori so he could better look at them. Immediately, he knew one of the pictures as the bird-headed villain, Akiji Yoru and Muto Haru. They're both wanted internationally for assassinations, theft, terrorism, and more. They're villains for hire, as are the rest of the villains here, and they make up a team called the War Pigs. It's a good thing you were here to stop them, they don't make a habit of leaving witnesses. It's probable that they would have killed everyone on the train once they were done. We haven't gotten a chance to question them yet, since they're all unconscious, but it's incredibly likely that they were hired by someone to attack this train. They mentioned that they were retrieving something that had been stolen, as well as looking for the thief. Toshinori handed Naomasa's phone back to the detective, so, it's possible that someone might have stolen from them directly instead of it being a job. Some of the other passengers we've talked to mentioned that they were looking for something, but none of them could tell us what it was the villains were trying to find. Naomasa said, I don't suppose you know? No, I heard as much as everyone else. I have no idea what exactly they were trying to get, or who they were looking for, though it sounded like they didn't know the identity of the thief either. Toshinori said, We're going to have to look into everyone on the train then, as well as search the entire thing. Naomasa sighed, this is going to be a long case. Is there any way I can help? Toshinori. No, this is police work now. Naomasa said, you should head home and get cleaned up, you're covered in blood. Looking down, Toshinori saw several red stains on his t-shirt, pants, and arms from when he gave Midoriya first aid. Right, it wouldn't do for the symbol piece to look like that. Plus, he needed to get changed before he could visit the boy in the hospital. -000. I see. Thank you for informing me. Once the call ended, All for One had to resist to crush the phone like it was a very expensive stress ball. He had better self-control than that. Even if he could buy another one trivially, the villain had made a habit of always appearing in control and didn't want to let that slip. The fact that he was alone at the moment didn't matter. Instead, he ran a hand over his bald head and allowed himself to make a noise that was a cross between a sigh and a growl. After all the effort he went to in order to locate those arrows, this happened. Those arrows had practically disappeared after Passion collapsed almost a century ago, the ones that weren't claimed by the Speedwagon Foundation at least. Those had been destroyed. All for One had spent over a decade searching for those mysterious arrows, sifting through rumors and old witness reports and news stories. Years spent chasing after something that most people had never even heard of, and the ones who had dismissed it as fantasy. And when he finally found them, they were snatched from his fingertips. The arrow's previous owner had died from a heart attack, and they had been found among his possessions. Quickly, word reached All for One and he immediately sent someone retrieve them for him. But someone else had gotten to the arrows first. So, he hired the war pigs to get them back before they could get too far. It wasn't the first job they had done for him, nor was it the first time he hired them for something related to the arrows. A few of their members even knew of the existence of stands. He had trusted them to get the job done, and they probably would have if he hadn't interfered. All Might. It seemed almost fitting that, of all the heroes who could have possibly shown up, it would be him of all people who foiled his plans. As if All for One hadn't been screwed over by the man enough as it was. Who knew who had the arrows now? It could be the original thieves, the police, or even the Speedwagon Foundation at this point. But if he ever found out who stole them from him, he'd make sure they'd regret it. Assuming they don't become too dangerous from the arrow's power. Izuku was a lot like Inko. Physically, he inherited about 80% of his appearance from her. His freckles and utterly unmanageable hair were really the only things that he didn't get from her. Personality-wise, they were also a lot alike. Both of them were easily flustered, but also fiercely protective and kind. Also, they both cried. Like, a lot. Which just so happened to be what they both were doing right now. In fact, it was what they had been doing for the past half an hour, ever since Inko had been let into Izuku's hospital room. It had been a long time since Inko had received a call telling her that her son had been hospitalized by a villain attack. Though not long enough in her opinion. Dropping whatever she had been doing, Inko rushed over to the hospital. Thankfully, it wasn't too long before she was allowed to see her son. One of the doctors working at the hospital had a quirk that helped speed up the healing process and the necessary license to use it. As such, she had been shown into her son's room almost as soon as she arrived. Immediately upon entering, she started crying. Which led to Izuku crying. So, now they were both crying. Also, they were hugging each other tightly. Eventually, they ran out of tears, but Inko still didn't let go of Izuku. Even though he was safe now, she was still terrified. This was the second time now that something like this had happened. Occasionally, she still had nightmares over what had happened in the park when he was 4. When he first started watching villain fights, she had been so worried that he would get hurt again. It had taken months of him promising that he would stay back and only watch the pro heroes work from a safe distance, and that he would always listen to his quirk if it warned him of danger before she was even remotely okay with it. It had been so bittersweet for Inko when his quirk first appeared. On one hand, she couldn't help but be excited and happy about it, especially since they had both thought him to be quirkless until then. Secretly though, she had been so worried. Because now, there was no way he wouldn't become a hero. Izuku's quirk seemed practically custom-made for hero work. And when he became a hero, things like this would become a constant danger. Inko's eyes started to burn as more tears threatened to spill out. Izuku shifted and pulled their bodies apart until he could look her in the face. His eyes were red and puffy from all the crying, and Inko realized hers were probably the same. Shifting her gaze to the side every so slightly, she stared at the bandages covering Izuku's left ear. He had lost a large part of it in the villain attack, leaving a permanent mark on her boy. "Mom." Izuku spoke and Inko locked eyes with him again. He looked just as close to crying again as she felt. "I'm sorry. I didn't, I'm sorry." As he chalked out half sentences, the tears brimming in his eyes began to fall down his face. "Izuku, it's okay. It's not your fault." Inko pulled him back into a tight hug and softly ran a hand through his hair. "None of what happened was your fault." It wasn't his fault. He hadn't sought out the villain attack with his quirk. He had been taking the train home like a normal boy when they attacked it. There was no way he could have avoided it. I left the train." Izuku sobbed out. "I tried to leave and get help, and I got attacked. I thought that my quirk would keep me safe, would keep me away from the villains. I was so stupid." It sounded like something that her Izuku would do. He always tried to help people no matter what. The protective anger Inko felt over him risking himself was quickly smothered by her need to comfort him. "It's okay. Izuku, it's okay." Inko shushed. "I'm sorry." Izuku repeated, his voice muffled due to speaking into the crook of her neck. "I wasn't trying to make you worry. I'm not upset with you. Well, she was a little upset with him. But that could wait until later, just be more careful. Okay. I will. Izuku mumbled. Pulling away from Inko, he wiped the tears from his face and gave a weak chuckle. I'm sorry. I was trying to comfort you. But instead you wound up helping me. He looked away nervously. Oh, sweetie. Inko cupped his cheek with one hand and brushed away some of his tears with her thumb. He sounded so upset at, well, being upset. Like it was some massive failing that he had cried over being attacked instead of being able to make her feel better, and somehow he should feel ashamed of it. I'm your mom, I'm supposed to help you. You just went through something horrible, you shouldn't have to try and comfort me over that. It wasn't that bad. Izuku mumbled quietly. Inko dearly hoped he was just trying to assuage her worries. Because him actually not considering what happened to be that bad would only make her more concerned. Izuku smiled. I mean, I got to meet All Might. Hopefully that was it. He was just too happy about meeting his idol to be too upset over being stabbed and shot. She was still worried about his priorities though. It was incredible. Izuku gushed. The topic of All Might seemed to flip a switch inside her son and any traces of his sadness disappeared. He just showed up out of nowhere and stopped all the villains. It only took him 2 minutes, tops. He was even more amazing in person than in any of the videos I've seen of him. Even though he wasn't wearing his hero outfit, he was in a t-shirt. A knock on the door caught both of their attention. Turning to face the opening door, they saw one of the nurses poked his head into the room. Excuse me, I hope I'm not interrupting. He said. It's okay. Inko responded politely, what is it? You have another visitor. The nurse looked at the tablet he was holding. Yagi Tashinori is here to see Midoriya-kun. Shall I send him up? Ah, Yagi-san. Izuku exclaimed, yes. Send him in, please. The nurse nodded in understanding and ducked out of the room, closing the door again as he left. A few minutes later, the door opened again, and the tall, almost skeletal form of Yagi entered the room. He was wearing a simple dress shirt and pants. The man looked rather distraught upon laying eyes on Inko and her son, then quickly looked away. Shuffling towards one of the chairs, he took a seat, all while never making eye contact with either of them. Yagi-san. Izuku spoke, breaking the silence, I'm glad to see you're okay. Yagi only made a noise of acknowledgement as he stared at the ground, his hands clasped firmly in his lap. Izuku gave the blonde man a look of concern. Is something wrong? Yagi bristled slightly, shifting in his seat as though he were trying to avoid Izuku's gaze. He stared at the ground. I'm sorry. Yagi whispered, just barely loud enough for them to hear. What for? Izuku asked, clearly confused. Inko was in the same boat as her son. It didn't sound like he was just offering condolences, his behavior didn't match up with that. It sounded like he was genuinely apologizing. But why would he be apologizing? I shouldn't have let you leave that train, young Midoriya. Yagi finally looked them in the face. The look on his face was heartbreaking. It's my fault that you got hurt. Now Inko understood. Yagi must have been on the train with Izuku when the villains attacked. And he was blaming himself for what happened. Even though he was just an old, sickly man, he was blaming himself for not being able to protect her son. If Inko had had any remaining doubts about Yagi, they would have been crushed right now. No. Izuku immediately shouted, you tried to stop me. It was my fault for running away. Even still, I should have Yagi tried to argue. No. It was my fault Izuku immediately countered. Both of you. Inko cried out, on the verge of tears again, please, stop. It's neither of your faults. So, please, stop beating yourselves up. Couldn't they see that they were just hurting themselves? Izuku had driven himself to tears over upsetting her from being hurt. And Yagi looked devastated about his supposed failure to keep Izuku safe. Blaming yourself isn't helping anyone. It was the villains who did this, not either of you. There was no immediate response. Looking between their faces, Inko came to the frustrating and utterly crushing conclusion that neither of them believed what she said. They still thought they were guilty for what happened. Maybe Izuku was a little guilty, since he did put himself in unnecessary danger, But now really wasn't the time to discuss that. And he certainly wasn't as at fault as he seemed to believe. Sniffling, Inko started crying again, causing them both to scramble to speak. You're absolutely right. It was the villain's fault. We promise we won't keep blaming ourselves. Please stop crying. Inko simply grabbed Izuku and pulled him into another hug. Yagi had moved closer to her and Izuku during his attempts to get her to stop crying, so she pulled him into the hug as well. The man went stiff as a board when she did and she felt him awkwardly pat her on the back. -000. Izuku could officially say that today SCKD. If it weren't for the fact that it led to him meeting All Might, he'd say that getting on that train was probably one of the worst decisions he had ever made. Even then, he wasn't sure if meeting All Might was worth the amount of fear and worry he caused his mother, or the guilt he caused Yagi-san, or the feelings of uselessness he felt from how he utterly failed to help anyone. And now, to make things even worse, the police needed to talk with him. While they understandably needed to get a statement from him, there was also the matter of his fight with the villain. Using your quirk to attack someone like he had was highly illegal, and Izuku was currently very worried about possibly being arrested. Or being blacklisted from UA. So yeah, today really hadn't been that great. Izuku was sweating bullets as the detective entered the room. The man looked like he had stepped straight out of a film noir story, with his hat and trench coat. He even had a small notebook. Admittedly though, Izuku had very limited knowledge of film noir. Nervously, he glanced over to his mother, who was still in the room. Yagi-san had left early. She seemed to have picked up that there was something wrong, since she looked worried too. At first, the detective, who had introduced himself as Tsukachi, only asked what Izuku assumed to be standard questions for victims of a villain attack. As the questioning continued, Izuku's nerves only became more frayed, since he knew what was inevitably coming. Even still, he answered the questions as best as he was able. He told the detective about how he tried to sneak out of the tunnel and of his bizarre conversation with the villain with the shadow quirk. Wasn't her name Yuru, or something like that? He explained how she asked if he was able to stand or if he knew where some arrows were. Hopefully, the police would be able to figure out what the heck she was talking about, because Izuku still couldn't parse most of what she said. Then he had to tell Tsukachi about his fight with the villain. As he described the battle, the detective started to frown, basically confirming all of Izuku's fears that he was in trouble. His mom also gasped at several points, which really wasn't helping with his guilt over what he had put her through. Eventually, Detective Tsukachi closed the notebook and gave Izuku a serious look. I don't think I need to tell you that unlicensed quirk use is illegal, especially if it's used to harm someone. The detective said solemnly. And Izuku's heart stopped. There went his hopes of ever being a hero. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see his mom cup her hands over her mouth. That being said, Tsukachi continued, your actions were all in self-defense. You were actively trying to avoid a confrontation with the villains when you were attacked. And while leaving the train was reckless of you, trying to escape from a villain attack isn't illegal. So, I'm not in trouble? Izuku squeaked out, hardly believing what he was hearing. No, but I'm going to remind that actively seeking out villains and fighting them is illegal and could easily land you in jail. Tsukachi replied. But how do you know that's not what I did? I could just be lying about trying to avoid them. Izuku said out loud, while mentally he was screaming at himself, are you trying to get him to arrest you? True, but you have a good track record. You've reported numerous crimes to the police, and have never once tried to interfere before. Plus, I've heard about you from multiple officers and pro-heroes, and they've all told me you're a good kid. Tsukachi replied with a smile, so, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. He turned around and headed for the door. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go. I hope you get better soon. With that, the detective left. Izuku collapsed back down onto the hospital bed, utterly stunned as relief crashed over him. His mom moved back over to his side and gave his hand a comforting squeeze. A little while later, the door to the hospital room opened again and Yagi-san re-entered. Everything go well with the police? He asked. I'm not going to jail. Izuku happily exclaimed. Good job. Yagi-san gave him a thumbs up. After that, They descended into more comfortable small talk. Izuku gleefully told Yagi-san about how he met All Might, though he noticed that the man looked strangely nervous during the story. Eventually, it started getting late. Izuku was supposed to stay overnight at the hospital to make sure there weren't any complications, and was going to be released tomorrow if everything went well. I should probably be going soon. Yagi-san said, looking at his watch as he stood up. Visiting hours are almost over. I'm sorry I kept you so long, Yagi-san. Izuku replied, you didn't have to stay as long as you did. I was here because I wanted to be. Yagi-san put his hand on Izuku's head and ruffled the teen's hair. Even still, Inko said, I'm sure you want to head home and get a fresh pair of clothes. Your current ones are still damp from us, crying on you. She blushed slightly and looked away in embarrassment. Yes, I probably should get changed again. Yagi-san said, I hope you get better soon. Sleep well. Get changed again? Oh, that's right, Izuku hadn't noticed before, but Yagi-san was wearing a different outfit now than he had been on the train. Before he had been wearing a white t-shirt, just like All Might. As Izuku walked down the halls of Aldra Junior High, he couldn't help but feel self-conscious about his left ear, or at least what was left of it. Hopefully no one would notice. After all, your ears aren't something that people look at very often. Besides, it's not like people came up and talked to him very often anyway. Even still, he felt nervous. He could only imagine the rumors that would form about what happened to his left ear. He already had a bad reputation at school, and this certainly wouldn't help. And with how most of his schoolmates avoided him, it would probably be a while until he could set the record straight. Of course, setting the record straight would involve telling people that he got into a fight with a villain. While that might be better than some other ideas people might get about how he lost most of his ear, it still didn't make him look that great. Izuku was really starting to wish he had stayed home today. His mom even encouraged him to do so, seeing as he was just let out of the hospital yesterday. Ultimately, he decided to go anyway, though he was certainly regretting that decision now. It's better to just get it over with anyway. Izuku thought to himself, the rumors would only be worse if I didn't go to school for several days, and then show up missing most of my ear. Besides, keeping up my attendance will keep me on the teacher's good side at least. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice at first. His schoolmates tended to ignore him anyway, so really, it was to be expected. Come lunchtime, he found a quiet, out-of-the-way place to sit, and stuck his earphones in to listen to music while he ate. Wearing any sort of headphones was basically the equivalent of wearing a sign asking people not to interact with you. Though, again, it's not like people interacted with him very often anyway. But he wanted to lower the chances of it happening further, and listening to various Blue Oyster Cult songs helped to put him in a better mood. Sadly, it wasn't too long after lunch that he noticed a few people staring at him, before looking away quickly and whispering to their friends. Izuku had to resist the reflexive urge to touch his ear, lest he draw more attention to it. Maybe he should have tried to cover it up with his hair? While he and his mom had decided a long time ago that his curly green locks just did whatever they wanted, neither of them had ever actually tried particularly hard to tame it. At most they had attempted to comb it for a few minutes before giving up. With enough stubborn persistence, Izuku was willing to bet he could probably get his hair to cover up his ear. At long last, the final bell rang and the school day was over. Izuku hastily packed away his things, with the intent of getting out of the building as quickly as possible. However, just as he finished, he heard a name that stood out amongst the rest of the noise in the classroom. Yo, Bakugu. We're going to the mall, you wanna come? Izuku recognized the voice as Takumi, a boy with a quirk that let him extend his fingers, who used to be friends with him and Kaken when they were younger. Looking up from his backpack, Izuku saw his spiky blonde childhood friend halfway out the door to the room. He paused and turned around upon being called out to, an annoyed scowl on his face. Almost every time Kaken came to Izuku's attention, he couldn't help but think about how far apart they had become and feel guilty. Once upon a time they were inseparable, even during the PRD of time when Izuku had been thought to be quirkless they were never far apart, simply because Izuku had refused to not be around his blonde friend. Now though, how long had it been since they had so much as talked to each other? Months? Over a year? It saddened him that their friendship was over, and there was nothing he could really do to fix it. Izuku doubted that Kaken would ever stop hating him. F off, asshat. Kaken barked at Takumi, before turning back around and stomping off. At the very least, Izuku wasn't the only one who Kaken seemed to despise, even if he hated Izuku more than anyone else. But the fact that Kaken didn't seem to have any friends only made Izuku feel even worse. Dude, why did you even ask him? Another boy said to Takumi, you knew he wasn't going to come. He'd never take time off of his precious training. The boy said the last part in a mocking voice before scoffing, as if he wasn't already a shoo-in for you. Can't hurt to ask. Takumi shrugged. Besides, it's not like he can go his entire life with a flaming stick up his butt. Wanna bet? The other boy replied. Picking up their backpacks, the two students made their way to the exit of the classroom. Once they were gone and he could no longer eavesdrop, Izuku slung his own backpack over his shoulder and quickly left the classroom. Moving as fast as he could without running the risk of getting yelled at by the faculty, he made his way out of the building. Right now, Izuku wanted nothing more than to put this day behind him. Shortly after he exited the school's front doors, he heard the buzzing of his quirk off in the distance, alerting him that something was going down not too far away. With a small smile, Izuku took off, eager to see the pros at work and happy for a distraction. -000. Katsuki had to resist the urge to set small explosions in his hands to vent his anger as he walked back home. The last time he had done that out in public, he had gotten lectured by police officer about how unlicensed quirk usage was illegal and how he was scaring people. The memory of the encounter only served to piss him off even more, and the fact that he couldn't create those small firecrackers to calm down made him even more mad, resulting in a self-feeding loop of anger that had him positively murderous by the time he got to his house. And keep in mind, he was already angry when he left school. Few things set him off more than idiots, and apparently his entire school was filled with unobservant dumbasses who wouldn't notice a volcanic eruption until they were knee-deep in lava. Seriously, how do you miss the fact that someone was missing their fing ear? Katsuki had noticed it within a minute after seeing Deku, and he had been across the room from the DMN nerd at the time. It took the rest of his schoolmates until after lunch to finally start noticing. Then again, most people didn't pay nearly as much attention to Deku as Katsuki did. If they did, they wouldn't have so many utterly asinine ideas about him. When it came to how people saw Deku, there were two groups among the students. The ones who had been around longer and thought he was a violent troublemaker who was probably part of a gang, and the newer ones who thought he seemed sweet and didn't understand why he had such a bad reputation, but still realized that interacting with him would only ruin their own social status. And there were also the teachers, who thought Deku was the greatest thing since sliced FNG bread. All of them were wrong. None of them saw Deku for what he really was, no one except Katsuki. Deku was a manipulative, scheming, lying bastard. If it weren't for the fact that he already had a bad rep there, he probably would have had the entire school eating out of the palm of his hand by now. The persona he put on of a weak, yet kind pushover was admittedly convincing, enough so to fool anyone who didn't know better. But Katsuki knew just how strong the DMN nerd was. He knew how Deku tried to hide his strength. Slamming the front door of his house open, Katsuki had his normal shouting match with his hag of a mother as he made his way upstairs to his room. As soon as he slammed his door closed, which resulted in more yelling from his mother, he ripped his gakurin off and changed into workout clothes. He grabbed his exercise bag, and after making sure it had everything in it, he left his room again. Stomping back downstairs, he grabbed his water bottle and some granola bars from the kitchen, before heading back to the front door. As he opened it, he shouted back into the house. "I'm heading out to exercise," he yelled. "Stay safe." His father replied from the living room, only raising his voice enough to be heard. "You better not stay out too late again." His mother shouted at full volume over her husband from somewhere inside the house. "If you come back after dark again, you're grounded." "Shut up, you old hag. I'll stay out as late as I want." Katsuki shot back, slamming the front door closed to avoid her response. Unfortunately, she made herself heard even from inside the house. "Stop slamming the goddamn door. You're going to break it, You brat. Rather than respond, Katsuki turned around and stomped off. After a minute, he broke into a run as his training started for the day. He continued running, never once slowing his pace, though occasionally stopping for a brief break as he made his way towards a forest near town. After some time, he eventually reached the woods. He went straight into them, heading for a part of the forest that he visited regularly. It was fairly deep into the woods, enough so that it was unlikely anyone would hear his explosions. Because today, Katsuki was going to be training with his quirk. When he had first gotten his explosions, he had thought it was the most amazing quirk in the world, and everyone around him seemed to agree. Now, however, he knew all too well that it wasn't good enough. He needed to be stronger, so he needed his quirk to be stronger too. So he trained. It was all he ever did anymore, really. He still made sure to get his schoolwork done. There's no way in hell that he'd ever let his grades slip. In fact, he pushed himself almost as hard academically as he did physically. But any free time he had went to training. His parents weren't very happy about it, something about it not being healthy for him. What a load of shit. Katsuki made sure he was in peak health. He ate and slept properly, he took needed rest days to let his body heal, and he was careful to push himself hard enough that he would get stronger but not so hard that he would F up his body. Eventually, his parents resigned themselves to the fact that they couldn't stop him training. Though his dad still occasionally tried to get him to do other things, and his mom sometimes straight up forced him to skip training to do stuff with her. Katsuki's dumbass parents didn't seem to understand how important this was. But that didn't matter right now. For now, he had to focus on his training. Recently, he had just been trying to work on his quirk's raw power, rather than any techniques. He had already mastered flight and maneuverability with his explosions, so that now he could zip around the battlefield pretty much flawlessly. And he had perfected his ultimate attack, Howitzer Blitz, over a year ago. He had to find a new training ground afterwards, since his old one had been utterly decimated by the technique. So, the only thing he had really felt the need to focus on was the sheer size of his explosions, and how well he could pull them off without harming himself. Until recently, because he had come to realize that he was currently lacking in two things, range and precision. He had been watching a villain fight on the news a little while back when it occurred to him. A new hero, Katsuki didn't bother to remember her name, had been trying to stop some random criminal. The hero's quirk let her produce a powerful shock wave when she clapped her hands together, but the shock wave puttered out pretty quickly, so it was only useful in close combat. Watching her try to stop the villain had been embarrassing. It was an utter shit show. The villain's quirk gave him a short burst of speed in a straight line, so most of the fight had been the hero chasing after the villain and trying to hit him with her shock waves. By the time she had managed to finally defeat the villain, she had completely wrecked most of the street. At the time, Katsuki only thought about how pathetic of a hero she was. But that night, when he had been trying to fall asleep, he realized that he suffered from a lot of the same problems. While he was far more mobile than the hero was, and wouldn't have had nearly as much of a problem actually hitting the villain, there was still the problem of how much destruction his quirk caused. Not to mention that it required him to get close to his opponents if he wanted to actually do any real damage. He knew enough about quirks to know that there were some people you did not want to get too close to. Thankfully, he had recently come up with a solution for both those problems. He pointed his right hand, open-palmed, at a tree about 4 meters away. Then he brought his left hand up to his right, touched his left pointer finger and thumb together to make a small ring with his fingers and pressed that ring against the palm of his right hand. The idea was simple. If he concentrated his explosion on a small point of his palm, it would fire farther and have better aim. Basically, it would be the difference between a water balloon and a squirt gun. Making sure to only fire between the ring of his fingers, Katsuki set off an explosion at the tree. There was a flash of light and a loud boom. Right before Katsuki jerked his left hand away in pain. "Son of Beach!" he screamed, clutching his left hand. In hindsight, setting off an powerful explosion right next to his fingers might not have been the best idea. Looking at his hand, he could see it wasn't badly injured, maybe a little burnt was all. Though it also felt like he just slammed his fingers in a door. He stuck both fingers in his mouth and on them to try to dull the pain. Thankfully, his hands were tough, due to the fact that they were where he generated his explosions from, so it'd be fine. It was clear though that he effed up the attack. He must not have focused the explosion enough. Looking at the tree, however, he couldn't have been happier. Right there in the middle of the tree was a large round hole. It looked like someone had cut out a perfect circle in the tree with a cookie cutter. So, it was clear that his attack worked, he just needed to work on being able to do it without hurting himself. He took his fingers out of his mouth and wiped them off on his pants before bringing them back to his right palm. A viscous grin formed on his face as he turned to another tree, not bothering to wait another minute before trying again. It was like they said, no pain, no gain. There are many unpleasant ways to wake up, such as accidentally leaving your alarm set on a day you get to sleep in, or rolling over onto your cat in your sleep, who then proceeds to claw the ever-living crap out of you. Another highly unpleasant way to wake up is jolting out of a deep sleep due to a sudden need to vomit. Which, sadly, was what happened to Izuku. Running out of his room and down the hall, he slammed the door to the bathroom open and practically threw himself at the toilet, almost hitting his head against the bowl in the process. Once there, he threw up. Then he threw up again. And again. And again. And again, until he had completely emptied the contents of his stomach. Then he threw up one more time anyway, somehow. By the time he was done, Izuku was half surprised he hadn't vomited up one of his internal organs. He was almost expecting to look into the toilet bowl and see a lung in there. Ugh, gross. Izuku grimaces, thanks brain, just the mental image I need when I'm already nauseous enough to puke my guts out. There was a knock at the door, followed by his mother's voice from the other side. Izuku? Are you okay in there? She asked, concern clear in her voice. I'm okay, Ma. You can go back to sleep. He responded, because it was like 1 or 2 in the morning, and she didn't need to be up for him to get sick. Unfortunately, he ended his reply by dry heaving into the toilet bowl, because his body didn't seem to understand that there was nothing left to throw up. Izuku! His mom exclaimed, what's wrong? Are you sick? Why yeah. He answered with a shaky voice. He felt dizzy and his pajamas were damp with sweat and clinging to his body. He was pretty sure it was an illness and not just because he ate something that didn't agree with him. Besides, it had been a very long time since he'd gotten sick from eating something bad. His quirk would usually warn him not to eat it. I'm going to bring you a washcloth and some water to rinse your mouth with, okay? His mom said through the door. Thanks, Mom. Izuku replied, still griping the rim of the toilet, and he heard his mom's footsteps as she walked away from the bathroom door. Less than a minute later, his mother returned. Opening the door, she handed him the glass of water. Once he had washed the taste of vomit out of his mouth, he took the washcloth and wiped his face off. He tried to stand up from where he had been kneeling in front of the toilet, but as soon as he did, a sudden wave of disorientation washed over him, causing him to almost fall over. Thankfully, his mother was able to catch him before that could happen. Izuku, are you okay? Can you stand up? She asked frantically, holding him up. Yeah, I'm okay. Izuku answered, I just stood up too fast. Come on, let's get you somewhere you can sit down. His mom led Izuku to the living room and carefully sat him down on the couch. Once there, she took a seat next to him and inquired, I know you're throwing up, but is there anything else that's wrong? I feel kind of dizzy and I'm really hot. Izuku replied groggily. Lifting her hand to his forehead, his mother held it there for a few seconds to check his temperature. You definitely have a fever, you're baking, she said as she pulled her hand away. My throat also hurts, but that might just be because I just puked. Izuku said, bringing his hand up to rub at it. I'll get you a glass of water. His mom got up from the couch and made her way to the kitchen. Thanks, Mom. He called after her, and then winced at the pain in his throat. Mentally, he made a note to not raise his voice unless he absolutely had to. It wasn't very long before his mom came back and handed him the cup of water, which he drank in small sips. After his second sip, a faint buzz came from the cup in his hand. Izuku quirked an eyebrow in confusion and held onto the glass with both hands to make sure he wouldn't drop it. The soft buzzing persisted, but Izuku decided to simply ignore it for the time being and went back to drinking the water. Once he had finished the glass, he spoke again, Thanks, I'm going to try to go back to sleep. You should head back to bed too. Okay, let me know if anything's wrong. I'll call the school and let them know you're not coming in today. His mom said as she got up from the couch. Izuku almost argued with that, but decided that he probably shouldn't be going if he felt this bad. Besides, he could really use a break from school. She offered him her hand and helped him up when he took it, but Izuku insisted that he could walk back to his bedroom by himself. Once he was in his room, Izuku wasted no time in climbing back into his bed. He felt completely exhausted, as though he hadn't slept in days. And yet, in spite of the exhaustion he felt, he couldn't seem to go back to sleep. So, he just laid awake in his bed, too tired to get up or do anything, but unable to close his eyes and fall asleep. And then he suddenly needed to throw up again. It wasn't even a half an hour after he got into bed that he found himself scrambling out of his blankets in order to get back to the bathroom before he threw up so that he could vomit in the toilet. Even though he was a bit of rush, Izuku still tried to keep quiet. He didn't want to wake his mom up for a second time. Unfortunately, he couldn't exactly throw up any more quietly than he normally did. I can't even keep water down? Izuku thought to himself once he was done vomiting. What am I going to do? I can't just stop drinking the entire time I'm sick. Izuku closed his eyes and groaned. Well, he understood why his quirk buzzed when he was drinking now. In hindsight, it was kind of obvious that it was warning him to stop drinking. He must not be thinking clearly if he didn't realize that. Standing up, slowly this time, he flushed the toilet and wiped his mouth with a piece of toilet paper before washing his hands and turning to the door. He opened it to leave, only to find his mother standing directly on the opposite side. Both of them startled slightly. You threw up again. His mother said in a worried voice, but all you had was a glass of water. What are you going to do if you can't drink? People need to drink more when they're sick in order to stay healthy. I think I can drink a little bit of water. It's just if I drink too much, I puke. Izuku said, you only had a single cup of water. If that's too much, you're going to get dehydrated. His mom fussed, maybe you should go see a doctor. I just got out of the hospital a few days ago. Izuku objected, it's just a cold, I'll be fine. Izuku, you're throwing up constantly. You can't keep anything down. His mom countered with a look of intense concern. If it were anything serious, my quirk would tell me. He said, probably. He added internally before continuing out loud, I probably just need to rest for a few days and I'll be fine. His mom seemed to mull over his words. She was always worrying over him, and it had been worse since the incident on the train. Eventually, she gave him a determined look. If you hear a buzz, no matter how faint, you will tell me, and I will take you to the hospital. Okay? She said in a tone that broached no argument. Okay. Izuku replied, you should go back to bed. I don't want you to get sick too. Are you going to go back to sleep? His mom asked, as though she wouldn't let herself sleep if her son couldn't. Which was definitely something she would do. Hopefully. Izuku answered. Though, in reality, he doubted he'd actually fall asleep anytime soon. But his mom didn't need to know that and not go to bed because of it. This time, his mother insisted that she walk him back to his room and made sure to change his sheets and blankets before he went back to bed. He tried to stop her, telling her that he could do it himself and she shouldn't be spending so much time in his room because she might catch whatever he had. Ultimately, though, she didn't leave to go back to her room until Izuku was tucked in bed with fresh, new blankets piled on top of him. Once they had both said goodnight and the lights in the bedroom had been turned off, Izuku tried to fall asleep. After a while, it became clear that he wasn't going to have any more success this time than he did the last. Growing tired of simply lying in bed being unable to sleep, he eventually shuffled under his covers and grabbed his phone from off the night desk by his bed. Turning it on, Izuku winced at the sudden brightness coming from the screen and pointed it away from his face while he rubbed his eyes. After a few seconds, he tried to look at his phone again, but his eyes still hadn't adjusted to point where he could look directly at the screen. Instead, he stared at the space just above his phone in order to try to adjust to the brightness. Once he was finally able to look at the screen, he noticed two notifications. The first was an alert, telling him that a villain was active in a certain area and to avoid going near there. Fortunately, the location listed in the alert was literally on the other side of town. The second was a notification from a hero news app that Izuku had on his phone, and it was what mainly caught his eye. All Might currently engaged with villain. He had received the notification at 2:14, and he checked the clock on his phone to see that it was 2:16 at the moment. If he hurried, he might be able to watch the tail end of the fight. Unlocking his phone, he quickly opened up a news app that had live coverage of the fight. The few seconds that it took to load were agonizing to Izuku. He had seen firsthand how quickly All Might could stop a villain attack. By the time Izuku actually got the video up, All Might would have probably already won. At last the video started playing, and Izuku was greeted to the sight of a completely destroyed street from above. Most likely the video was being filmed by helicopter if the noise was anything to go by, and the yelling voice of the reporter. Thankfully, he had grabbed his earphones before opening the video, so he didn't have to worry about the noise waking up his mom. Slowing down. I repeat, it looks like All Might is slowing down. The reporter yelled with a tinge of panic in her voice. The camera zoomed in on the unmistakable figure of All Might, currently locked in battle with a lone villain. Shockingly, the reporter's words seemed to be true, as the villain managed to dodge one of the punches thrown by the symbol of peace. However, the next blow managed to strike the villain in the chest. Izuku caught sight of a brief flash of blue just before the punch connected, and the villain shot backwards across the street and smashed through the side of a building, demolishing it. During the pause in the fight granted from that, Izuku managed to take his first good look at the number one hero. His costume was all scuffed up, and All Might was breathing heavily. Izuku only had a moment to process his appearance before the villain leapt out of the collapsing building like a bullet fired from a gun. All Might raised both his arms in front of his face to guard as the villain shot towards him. Suddenly, as the villain got close to the symbol of peace, a blue, humanoid figure with a robotic appearance seemed to come out of him. It was probably the villain's quirk. Companion quirks like that were rare, but they tended to be very powerful. This one in particular reminded Izuku of his own quirk. It threw a powerful punch that hit All Might in the left side of his chest, hard, completely avoiding the arms the number one hero was using to shield his face. All Might was knocked backwards and a spray of blood gushed out of his mouth in a way that reminded Izuku of Yagi-san. Izuku never thought he would compare the sickly man to All Might in such a way, and he wished he didn't have to. Seeing All Might in such a state seemed wrong, like seeing the sun turn black. Izuku could feel his heart rate speed up as he watched in fear. With All Might staggered and his guard lowered, the blue figure punched him directly in the face. The symbol of peace didn't even try to block or dodge the blow. Had he really slowed down that much from injury and exhaustion? The punch was powerful, enough so that it created a massive shockwave that blew away large pieces of debris close to the hero and villain. But as All Might was thrown backwards through the air by the punch, something looked wrong. He didn't fly back nearly as far as a blow of that magnitude should have sent him, and it seemed as though his flight through the air was too slow as well. Also, there seemed to be smoke coming off All Might, and the air around him was distorting like a mirage. It looked like his costume was burning? As All Might stood up from where he hit the ground, Izuku could see it clearly. The number one hero's skin was red and raw, and his costume was shredded and blackened. But how? What did that villain's attack do? Then, All Might charged at the villain. As he ran, the air around him started to glow a brilliant orange. He looked a meteor catching fire in the atmosphere. But there was no way that could be happening. He wasn't moving nearly fast enough. It looked like he was only moving at around 300 kilometers per hour. That was only about as fast as a bullet train. Then it dawned on Izuku. Friction. The villain's quirk had to have something to do with increasing the amount friction an object or person experienced. It would explain why All Might's movements were slowed to such a degree, even when he was being launched through the air. And the burns on his skin and costume were friction burns. All Might approached the villain and pulled his arm back in order to punch him. The blue figure raised both its arms and blocked the punch before it could hit the villain. The ground around them cracked from the force of the blow. Even with the increased friction weakening it, it was still one of All Might's punches, but the blue humanoid didn't buckle under it. In response, it lashed out with a kick that caught All Might directly in the chin. The number one hero's head jerked back from the blow, and the blue figure threw a flurry of punches at him. All Might was thrown backwards again by the attack rush, but even more slowly this time and not as far. Izuku had pretty much figured out how the villain's quirk worked by now. When the blue humanoid figure punched the number 1 hero, that must have been when it increased the friction that All Might felt. His movements only seemed to slow after it hit him with its fists. The kick didn't appear to increase the friction. As long as All Might could avoid those punches, he could still win this. Then, before he even hit the ground, All Might shot towards the villain again, having seemingly kicked off of thin air. Izuku had seen All Might do something like that before, propel himself through the air with his punches, but the teenager realized that the increased friction would actually probably make it easier to do so. In fact, one might even be able to swim through the air due to the increased friction. Once again, the number 1 hero caught fire as he moved. The blue figure of the villain's quirk appeared again, placing itself between the villain and the rapidly approaching All Might. It shifted slightly into a combat stance, ready to attack the symbol of peace as soon as he got close enough. It looked like the villain's quirk could only move maybe a meter or 2 away from him, at best. Once All Might was close enough, it lunged forward with a punch. But All Might suddenly brought his feet to the ground, and due to the increased friction, instantly skidded to a stop, his face only about 30 centimeters from the blue figure's outstretched fist. Yes, Izuku thought joyfully, as long as he stays out of villain's range, he'll be safe. All Might drew back his fist and threw it forward with all his might, intent on ending the fight while the villain was momentarily shocked by his own attack missing. But the number 1 hero punched directly into the path of the blue figure. Why would he do such a thing? Couldn't he see that it was directly in front of him? Both of the villain's quirk's fists shot forward to meet All Might's punch. The blows collided with each other, creating a shock wave so powerful that the helicopter filming the fight was JRK'd to side by the wind pressure. A minute later, the aircraft righted itself and the camera quickly refocused on All Might and the villain. And Izuku's eyes widened in horror at the sight. All Might wasn't moving. He stood frozen in place, his fists still extended out in front of him, looking like one of the many figurines placed throughout Izuku's room. The villain next to him looked to be laughing. He casually walked up to All Might and leaned close to him and said something that couldn't be heard from the helicopter. Straightening back up, the villain snapped his fingers and the blue figure delivered a punch to the left side of All Might's body. Apart from more blood dribbling out of the number 1 hero's lips, he didn't budge at all, despite the force behind the blow. This sent the villain into another fit of laughter. Izuku felt cold in a way that wasn't related to his illness. His hands started to tremble as his eyes were glued to the screen, unable to look away. There's just no way All Might could actually lose. He's All Might. He didn't lose. He always won in the end, no matter how bad it looked. So, he was going to win this time too. Right? He had to. Just as Izuku thought this, the symbol of peace's extended arm looked as though it twitched. Both the villain and the cameraman seemed to notice as well, as the former's laughter suddenly stopped and the latter zoomed in even more on the number 1 hero. Now, Izuku could see that All Might lips were moving, albeit barely, that he was speaking. The villain seemed to be almost as frozen as he was, a look of shock written on his face at the fact that All Might could still move. The number 1 hero's arm shifted, and his hand began to glow. Not the bright orange color of the air catching fire, but rather a brilliant white light, like the glow of pure crystallized power. All Might's frame shifted as he turned to face the villain, the small movement setting his entire body ablaze, and hurled his fist at the villain. The villain stumbled backwards in surprise and fear, and the blue figure emerged from his body again, throwing its own punch at All Might. The 2 blows raced towards their targets. Whichever one landed first would determine the victor. And it was All Might's attack that made contact. The punch hit the villain directly in the chest. For the brief moment that his fist connected with the villain, time seemed to freeze. And then the villain shot backwards like he had been fired out of a cannon. He flew through the air so fast that he created a sonic boom, before colliding with the side of a building. A massive spiderweb crack formed across concrete wall from the point of impact. Then gravity peeled the villain off of the damaged side of the building, and he fell several meters onto the pavement below. Izuku felt relief and elation flood through his body. Tears of joy fell down his face as the biggest, happiest smile formed there. He was almost ready to shout in victory. But then the villain stood up, and Izuku felt his heart stop. Slowly, the criminal pushed himself onto his hands and knees, then stood up fully. Blood was running down his face from a wound on his head and coming out of his mouth. He was breathing heavily and wasn't putting too much weight on his right leg. But he was still up. He was still moving. The camera shifted to find that the case wasn't the same for All Might. Now, he was truly frozen, completely unable to move. The camera zoomed out in order to capture both hero and villain in the same shot. The villain started limping forward. As he did, the blue figure appeared again at Fist's side. He gestured towards it while shouting something, probably declaring his victory. Then, a piece of debris broke off of the building behind him. It was a chunk of concrete about the size of a microwave. It fell down and struck the villain directly in the head. There was a spray of blood as his skull split open, and Izuku quickly closed his eyes before he could see too much. The reporter started shouting. While she had been talking before, Izuku had been too focused on the fight to register what she had been saying until now. A piece of sea concrete just fell on the villain. She shouted in a shocked, almost disbelieving voice. He's on the ground, not moving. And there's a pool of blood around his head. I think he's dead. All Might's moving again. At those words, Izuku opened his eyes again. True to the reporter's words, the symbol of peace was no longer frozen in place. Instead, he was standing tall, even if he appeared to be breathing heavily. The reporter said something else, but Izuku wasn't paying attention anymore. He collapsed backwards onto his pillow and dropped his phone onto the bed at his side. All Might was okay, he had won. Izuku really didn't feel the need to keep watching after he confirmed that. He felt exhausted by the whole ordeal. Was this some tamer version of how his mom felt when he had been in that villain attack? On the upside, he might actually be able to get some sleep now, considering how much watching that had taken out of him. Or not, since his heart was still beating at 1,000 kilometers per hour in his chest. Looking back and forth between the map on his phone and the street he was currently on, he could only assume the map wasn't accurate. Or he was in a completely different part of the city than he thought he was. Maybe Muzutafu had more than one Crimson Riot Street? It was always possible, plus it had been a long time since he'd last been to this city, and he'd never been to this part of town before. Unfortunately, his phone's GPS was permanently disabled, so he couldn't use it to figure out where exactly he was. In the end, Overhaul wound up closing his phone and put it back in his pocket. It wasn't helping him right now anyway, and he didn't want the battery to die in case he needed to make or receive a phone call. He adjusted his jacket slightly. He was wearing a less extravagant one than usual and had also foregone his plague mask in favor of a simple black sick mask. He didn't want to stand out too much. He was starting to regret coming here personally. He should have just let Chrono handle this. Or he wouldn't even need to be here at all if they hadn't let the stand user escape. As much as he'd like to blame that on his minions being incompetent, the truth is that nobody, not even Overhaul himself, expected the stand user to be as powerful as he was. Once Shai Hasaikai got their hands on the arrows, they needed to test them. After all the trouble they went to in order to acquire the arrows before the war pigs did, and making sure the police didn't find them when they were investigating the train's passengers, Overhaul wanted to make sure he got the real deal. So, they took 5 low-ranking grunts of Shai Hasaikai and pierced them with the arrows. Afterwards, all of them became horribly ill, at which point Overhaul stopped personally overseeing the test and handed it off to Mimic. After few days, all of the test subjects had died, with the exception of one. He managed to last another day or two, before finally recovering. Once he was back on his feet, he ran off, destroying a large part their headquarters, killing several of their mooks, grievously wounding Mimic, and tearing one of Rappa's arms off in the process. Afterwards, Overhaul had been too busy repairing the mess to immediately give chase, and they lost the stand user. They couldn't find hide nor hair of him until the next day, when they saw him on national TV trying to kill All Might. It wasn't until that moment when Overhaul saw someone who had been a random nobody, with a quirk that wasn't even offensive in nature, go toe-to-toe with the greatest hero of the modern era, that Overhaul truly realized what the arrows were capable of. As long as he had their power, nothing could stop him from achieving his goal. But even still, it didn't hurt to be careful. Which was why he was currently in Mizudafu, in order to make sure that there was nothing that could potentially lead back to Shai Hasaikai. Even with the power of the arrow, he still didn't want to risk going up against the entire hero system. At least not yet. Not until he'd perfected his cure. He was currently heading to meet with an informant inside the police force. Unfortunately, he was completely and utterly lost at the moment. And to make matters worse, someone was following him. If he were a more optimistic person, which he wasn't, he would say that if he hadn't gotten so frightfully lost, he probably wouldn't have noticed that he was being tailed. Overhaul wasn't sure who was following him, be they a police officer or hero, or just another villain who had beef with Shai Hasaikai, but at the moment he didn't particularly care. Eventually he found a relatively clean alley to head down, and the person followed him. Once he was far enough away from the main streets to no longer be seen or heard, he stopped in the middle of the alley and put his gloves on. If you're going to stalk me, try to do a better job at it at the very least. Overhaul commented dryly as he turned around. The person who had been tailing Overhaul stepped out from behind a corner and pulled down the hood that had been covering his head. The man wasn't a cop or pro-hero, if the tattoo of a burning skeleton covering half his face was anything to go by. So, he was mostly likely a fellow criminal. The thug glared at Overhaul, though the Yakuza boss was unfazed by the murderous look. Overhaul. The man spat his name like it was a curse. You're going to pay for what you did to my friends, You must be sick in the head. That desire for vengeance is going to get you killed. Overhaul said, his voice low and threatening, no longer holding the casualness of earlier. Fine then, I could use something to take my frustration out on. You cocky beastardy. The thug shouted as he charged at Overhaul, I'll kill you. As he ran at Overhaul, his arms began to crackle with electricity. Overhaul didn't move as the man approached him. He didn't try to run, or use his quirk, or get into a combat stance. Instead, he just stood completely still. Because this would be a perfect opportunity to try using it in battle. His newly acquired stand. He just needed the thug to get closer, since its range was fairly short. So, he stood and watched as the distance between him and his assailant shrank. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Almost there. 2 meters. Now. Look out. A new voice cried out as someone tackled Overhaul, knocking him to the side and out of the way of the thug's attack. The thug slammed his hand into the ground where Overhaul had just been standing with a large burst of electricity, leaving a black scorch mark on the concrete. Both Overhaul and whoever had tackled him hit the floor. Overhaul looked down at the person who slammed into him and interrupted what he had been doing, and saw a young boy wearing a sick mask and hoodie with the word vest written on it. -000. Izuku paused upon hearing his quirk buzz in distance. In all likelihood, there was a villain fight going down, and Izuku was itching to go watch it. A sudden coughing fit reminded him why that was a bad idea though. Plus, he promised his mom that he'd head straight home from school. He was certainly feeling a lot better now, but he was still sick. Thankfully, after the first day, he stopped throwing up. Instead, he was just coughing an ungodly amount now. He decided to try to go to school today, even though his mom wanted him to stay at home. He didn't want to risk falling behind. Thankfully, school had been pretty uneventful. Ignoring the buzzing as it faded in the distance, he went back to reading his phone as he walked home. While doing such a thing was usually a bad idea, Izuku didn't have to worry about running into anything since his quirk would warn him if he were about to. Currently, he was reading about the villain who had fought All Might just a few days ago. His name was Noro Kakihi. Other than that, there was little to no information about him in any of the major news articles that Izuku read. Eventually, after scrounging the web for a little bit, he found some people talking about the man's quirk. But the discussions were odd, almost none of them mentioned the blue figure. Even more bizarre were the claims that the villain's quirk was officially registered as the ability to find structural weak points, though Izuku couldn't find any information to back said claims up. Suddenly, he was pulled out of his reading by the buzz of his quirk again. This time, however, It was much, much closer. Looking to his left, he found himself at the entrance of an alleyway, and the buzzing was coming from somewhere down it. After only a moment's hesitation, he ran into the alley. Someone might need help. The alleys in Mizutofu were bizarrely labyrinthine, with lots of twists and turns. It was almost like the city planners had designed them so that it would be easy to commit crimes inside them without being noticed from the streets. Fortunately, Izuku didn't have to go very far before he reached the source of the buzzing. It was two men, one of them, a rather unsavory-looking individual judging by their clothing and tattoos, was charging at the other, electricity dancing across his arms. The other man stood completely still even as he was about to be attacked. It was possible that he was frozen in terror. "Look out!" Izuku cried out as he dashed forward. He didn't have any real plan in mind. He just needed to save that person and escape without anyone getting hurt. He tackled the shocked man out of the way of the other's attack. Izuku heard a loud zap from behind, the attack just barely missing him. Then the two of them hit the ground, Izuku landing partially on top of the man. His quirk buzzed for a brief moment before an elbow slammed into his chest, sending him off of the man and to the ground. Looking up, he saw the man push himself up. "Don't touch me," he growled, and Izuku didn't need his quirk to tell him that this man was dangerous. The look in his eyes could only be described as murderous intent, an unbridled rage and desire for blood. And it was directed at Izuku. The man's hand reached towards Izuku, and his quirk went off like an alarm bell in his head. Panicking, Izuku called out the telekinetic arms of his quirk in order to defend himself. The man paused, his eyes widening slightly. "Overhaul. Don't you effing ignore me." The thug with the electricity quirk yelled as he jumped at the other man, who aborted his attack on Izuku, and spun around to face the other man. Moving faster than the thug, he reached out and tapped his hand against the electricity user's chest. And the tattooed thug's entire upper body exploded like a water balloon, splattering everything around him with blood and chunks of flesh. His lower torso stood awkwardly for a moment, before his legs gave out and it crumpled to floor. Izuku was unable to move, simply staring ahead in shocked horror. He couldn't even breathe. And he was covered in blood. Blood that had belonged to a person. And they were dead now. And it was all over him. It was on his clothes. It was on his face. It was everywhere. It was everywhere. Teeth, disgusting. The voice of the man, no, the killer, pulled Izuku out of his panic. He was looking down at the blood covering the front of his body and jacket with an annoyed look. Somehow, Izuku managed to push himself to his feet. He wasn't sure if he was forcing his body to move or if it was moving on its own. And he ran. He ran faster than he ever had before, pure fear driving him forward. He had to escape. As he ran, he made sure to pay close attention to his quirk, waiting for it buzz and alert him that he was about to be attacked from behind by the killer. But his quirk was silent. Turning a corner, Izuku saw the exit to the main street. He was almost there. Just a little farther. He just had to keep running. "Excuse me. Can I talk to you, young man?" A voice called out from behind him. Izuku stopped walking and turned around to see the man from the alleyway coming towards him. He hadn't really paid attention to his appearance before, and only now got a good look at him. He looked like he was in his early 20s, and had short, messy, brown hair. He was wearing a black sick mask, maybe he was ill like Izuku, and a spotless white jacket. "Yes?" Izuku asked, keeping his reply short due to how much his throat hurt. "Do you know why you're in this alley?" he asked. His tone was odd, and the question was phrased bizarrely too, almost as though the man already knew and was quizzing him. Izuku paused. Why was he in the alley? He remembered entering it, going down it for a little ways, seeing the man in front of him, only to then turn around and head back to the exit. It was a completely pointless detour, and Izuku couldn't remember for the life of him why he had made it. "No. Sorry." The man hummed contemplatively as he moved closer to Izuku. There was a short pause before he spoke again. "There are many people who believe that everything that happens, happens for a reason. That it's all part of a grand plan designed by God or the universe. Every coincidence was planned ahead, every dice roll has a fixed outcome. And all of these occur in order to further some mysterious goal. Tell me, Does that make you feel special? Knowing that everything you do is a vital part of a cosmic plan that would never come to fruition if you had done something even the tiniest bit differently? Or does it have the opposite effect, knowing that even the single most important decision you ever made in your life, something you spent hours upon hours, days upon days agonizing over, wasn't even your decision to make, and in the end, was no more important than Dog deciding where to mark its territory? I believe in destiny, but not that kind of destiny. The man got even closer to Izuku, to the point where he was looming over the teenager. Everyone has their own fated place in the world, and they can't change that. But they still make their own decisions that lead them to that destiny. Even if someone is fated to die poor, that doesn't mean they will never taste wealth and luxury. If it is your destiny to die alone, it could simply be because you outlived everyone close to you. The man placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and leaned in close. But destiny is more than just an inevitability, it's also a guiding force. Some people are more important than others, and their destinies affect the destinies of the people around them, like how a planet pulls meteors into its gravity. And this gravity draws these people together. He grabbed onto both of Izuku's shoulders and pulled him incredibly close. Their faces were practically touching, and Izuku could see the manic look in the man's eyes. He could barely breathe. The man's gaze was doing more to lock Izuku in place than the hands gripping his shoulders. His quirk wasn't buzzing, so the man wasn't going to hurt him at the very least. But what if he tried to do other things to Izuku? Would his quirk buzz if the man tried to kidnap him or force him to do something he didn't want to? He honestly wasn't sure. I believe that is why you came down this alley. We were drawn to each other by fate, pulled towards one another by our own gravities. He sounded excited, almost giddy. But that was far too innocent a word to use to describe the man's tone. You can't change your destiny, only discover it. You just helped me discover mine. And I can help you discover yours. Izuku's breath hitched in his throat. And then he burst into a fit of coughing. The man jerked backwards like he had been burned, almost shoving Izuku away in the process. By this point, Izuku's almost doubled over coughing. It wasn't pleasant to listen to either. It was a disgusting wet cough, one that made it clear that his body was trying to hack up phlegm and mucus stuck in his throat. Once the hacking died down, Izuku tried to breathe in through his nose, only to be met a clogged sniffle. Now my nose running? Just great, he thought. Looking up, he saw that the man was nowhere to be seen in the alley. Apparently being horrifically ill made him a less attractive target. Izuku would take it. Being sick was far more pleasant than having that guy's attention. He quickly hurried out of the alley, in case the man changed his mind and decided to come back. He should probably report this to the police. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't get the guy's name, and most of his face had been covered by that sick mask, so he doubted they'd be able to find him. Also, he didn't actually do anything illegal, he was just mildly, extraordinarily creepy. Would Izuku just be wasting the police's time by reporting it? Maybe he should just brush it off. There were plenty of weird people out there. That didn't mean the man was dangerous. He might have just been trying to push some new age religion or something, what with how he went off about destiny. Still though, Izuku couldn't shake the bad feeling he had about the man. Life had been hectic as of late for Tashinori. Well, it was always hectic, but more so than usual recently. Of course, it was to be expected considering a random villain that nobody had ever heard of before almost defeated All Might in a direct fight, and the only reason he didn't was because of pure, dumb luck. The media was going crazy, with there being a lot of talk about how perhaps society shouldn't rely so much on a single person as they did with All Might. As a result, the Hero Commission was apparently pushing most heroes to start working harder and more diligently. They had also issued an official response pointing out how the villain, Noro Kakihi, had basically been on his last legs, and another hero or group of heroes were ready to step in and stop him, but he died from falling debris before they needed to. Some people were saying that they were just trying to save face, but Tashinori knew it was true. Noro's quirk wasn't some unstoppable power that only All Might would have a chance of going up against. Certainly, it was incredibly strong, but if you knew what you were going up against, it would be possible to defeat him. In fact, some heroes might actually have an easier time than he did due to their different quirks. After the battle was over, Tashinori had to rush to the hospital. Covertly, of course, the public didn't need their view of the symbol of peace shaken any more than they already had, so Tashinori pretty much had to sneak into the ER. He had gotten quite the tongue lashing from Chiyo over that, with her telling him that there was always a possibility of him dying because he decided that he didn't actually need to get treatment as soon as possible. And then he talked with Sir Night-Eye for the first time in years. At first, he thought his old sidekick had come to convince him to retire again. And while he did try to convince Tashinori to retire again, it turned out that wasn't the main reason for his visit. He had found a piece of information that he felt Tashinori needed to know as soon as possible. Noro Kakihi had multiple quirks. One quirk was officially registered. It let him find structural weak points. Night-Eye concluded that it was probably how the villain knew to attack Tashinori's left side repeatedly. The other one was the power that he used to almost kill All Might, the ability to increase the friction that an object experiences. It almost seemed like the perfect counter to All Might, someone whose only ability was increased physical strength. Both Tashinori and Night-Eye knew exactly what multiple quirks meant. The only problem was trying to figure out if Noro was simply one of All for One's old minions who had been laying low, or if it was possible that the monster was somehow still alive. Or the possibly even more terrifying idea that he could have passed on his own quirk to someone else before All Might killed him. Night-Eye had proclaimed that he would begin investigating all of these possibilities as immediately. By now, Tashinori was incredibly stressed out and needed a break. So, he sighed in content as he sat down at the table in a fast food restaurant with a cheap hamburger and fries. He knew he shouldn't be eating like this, especially considering that he just got out of the hospital, but he needed some comfort food. Also, he'd been doing very well at following Chiyo's meal plan as of late, so he deserved a treat. Besides, no one would know. Just as he raised the burger to his mouth to take a bite, there was a sudden, loud banging on the window he was sitting next to. Startled by the noise, he sprung out of his chair like a jack-in-the-box, and dropped his hamburger. Thankfully, the last several decades of pro-hero work didn't leave him with nothing to show for, and he was able to easily catch the sandwich before it hit the ground. Looking towards the window to see what caused that unholy racket, he was surprised to see young Midoriya with his palm pressed against the window and a frown on his face. At least, Tashinori assumed he was frowning. It was a little hard to tell due to the sick mask covering most of his face. The boy removed his hand from the window and walked towards a nearby door leading into the restaurant. Once he was inside, he made his way over to Tashinori's table. Tashinori sat back down, and young Midoriya followed suit, sitting on the opposite side of the table. All the while, he was still giving Tashinori the same disapproving glare. "Young Midoriya, can you please not do that in the future? I don't need any more stress in my life," Tashinori said. Midoriya's face changed, though again, it was a little hard to tell, to more sheepish expression, and he ducked his head slightly. Taking a bite out of his hamburger, Tashinori waited for Midoriya to say something. The boy looked back up, and his eyes narrowed again. "You shouldn't eat that," he said, and he sounded absolutely terrible, like he was trying to talk while choking on sand. Well, now Tashinori understood why he was wearing a sick mask. Should he even be out and about if he sounded that bad? Tashinori had half a mind to tell the kid to go home, eat some chicken soup and then go to sleep. Is eating chicken soup actually a thing that sick people do? It happens all the time in TV shows and the like, but I've never actually seen a sick person eat chicken soup in real life. He was so distracted by how sick Midoriya sounded that it took him a moment to process what the boy said. Oh hell no. Tashinori was not about to be lectured about his eating habits by a teenage boy. He got enough of that crap from Naomasa. He's a grown man, he could decide what he eats. The only person who's allowed to lecture him about his diet is Chiyo, and that's because she's his doctor, and also really scary. Tashinori narrowed his eyes right back at Midoriya. Making sure to not break eye contact, he took another bite of his burger. Never let it be said that All Might can't be petty. He was starting to wish he hadn't told the boy about his various health problems. The only reason he knew that Tashinori shouldn't be eating fast food was because he complained about it to the boy in the past. "'S not healthy," Midoriya croaked quietly, breaking eye contact and looking off to the side. Tashinori sighed. He probably shouldn't be giving the boy such a hard time. He was only trying to look out his friend. Though, that fact in of itself kind of bothered Toshinori. He wasn't really comfortable with people trying to look out for him. He felt like they shouldn't need to. He was All Might after all. It was his job to look out for other people, not other people's jobs to look out for him. Midoriya, I'll be fine. You don't need to worry about what I eat, I have a doctor for that. He said in a placating tone. Besides, I don't eat like this very often. Not anymore at least. Sorry. The boy mumbled, barely loud enough for Toshinori to hear. It's okay. I was kind of rude myself. Toshinori replied. Midoriya looked like he was about to say something, but instead began to cough loudly. Some of the other people in the restaurant shot the boy dirty looks, annoyed that he was coughing so close to their food, even with his sick mask on. As for Toshinori, he wished he could help the boy, but couldn't think of anything to do. He did pull his food a little farther away from Midoriya though. Are you okay? Toshinori asked once the boy stopped coughing. Just sick. Midoriya answered, his voice sounding even worse now. Should you really be out and about? It'd be better if you were at home resting. Now it was Toshinori's turn to worry about Midoriya's well-being. I had school. The boy responded. It would figure that Midoriya would be diligent enough to go to school even when he was very sick. But there was one part of that explanation that didn't make sense. School got out a while ago though. Toshinori pointed out. And while he had never been to Midoriya's house, the boy had mentioned that he lived pretty close to his school, taking a longer route home. Midoriya spoke after a pause while staring at the table, not meeting Toshinori's gaze. At this angle, the boy's curly green hair obscured his eyes, preventing Toshinori from seeing any of his face. The way young Midoriya answered worried Toshinori. It made him suspicious, the way he was so hesitant to answer the question. While he doubted that the boy was mixed up with anything bad, that didn't rule out the possibility that something had happened to him. Toshinori recalled that the boy's mother said he didn't have many friends. Was it possible he was being bullied? Any particular reason? Toshinori asked and hoped he wasn't being too blunt. You need to tread carefully when asking about these sorts of things. I'm worried. Midoriya answered. He seemed to start as though surprised by his own answer, and never mind. It's stupid. Young Midoriya. Toshinori said quickly, before the boy could try to make any more excuses. Now he was really concerned, due to both Midoriya's answer and the fact that he didn't want to tell him, what's wrong? He asked softly, trying to convey that whatever it was, he could come to Toshinori for help. Finally, Midoriya looked him in the eye, and spoke after a moment of silence. I ran into a creepy guy. The boy said. A surge of protective anger flashed through Toshinori, but young Midoriya kept talking before he had a chance to say anything. He was in an alley. I can't remember why I was there. He got really close to me, and started talking about we were destined to meet. I started coughing and he left. I'm taking the long way home, 'cause I'm worried he might follow me. As soon as he was done speaking, the boy started coughing roughly, probably because of all the talking he had just done. Part of Toshinori wished there was something he could do to help him stop coughing, but the rest of him was focusing on what he had just said. The older man tried to force himself to stay calm, but it was a bit difficult since his anger was practically simmering over. Just the idea that someone like that would try to go after young Midoriya made his blood boil. Did you tell the police? Toshinori asked through clenched teeth, trying to keep his anger under control. As much as he might like to immediately go out and find the person, that wasn't really a viable option at the moment. He didn't do anything illegal. Midoriya answered, once again looking away from Toshinori. Midoriya, you're clearly scared, and you think he might try to follow you home. If he even tried to do something Toshinori started but was cut off. He didn't though. I just got a bad feeling from him. Midoriya said, followed by a small cough. You mean your Quirk? Toshinori asked, to which the boy shook his head. No, just a feeling. Midoriya replied, something about him creeped me out. Sometimes you should trust your feelings. Toshinori said, that wouldn't be fair. Just cause someone seems creepy doesn't mean they're bad. Midoriya pointed out, you like kind of creepy, but you're a good guy. But, Tashinori knew he didn't exactly look pleasant in his current form, what with his skeletal figure and sunken eyes, but being called creepy-looking still hurt a bit. However, the kid did have a point. There were plenty of people who seemed threatening but were ultimately good people. He once saw a drunk gang orca break down crying over the fact that small children were afraid of him. That had been a memorable evening. Perhaps Tashinori was letting his protectiveness keep him from thinking properly. It amazed him that it was young Midoriya who was defending this stranger, considering that he was the one who had been unnerved by them in the first place. It made Tashinori smile at how compassionate the boy was. "Perhaps you're right," he said with a small smile. "However, if you're still worried, I can walk with you to your home." He had just finished eating his food. "Thanks. I know it's silly, but I'd like that," Midoriya said bashfully. He stood up and Tashinori moved to do the same, but the boy suddenly moved his arms toward him. "Wait. Is something wrong?" Tashinori asked, confused by what he was doing. "My quirk buzzed," Midoriya replied. Tashinori scanned the restaurant, but didn't see anything going on. He tried to stand up again to get a better look, but Midoriya rushed towards him and grabbed his shoulders to stop him from getting out of his chair. "Don't. I think you'll hurt yourself if you try to stand." He let go of Tashinori's shoulders and leaned down slightly. He moved to touch the older man's chest, but stopped before actually doing so. "Did you hurt your left side?" Tashinori stiffened. "You can tell that from your quirk?" he asked, slightly nervous. "I can tell that it would hurt if I poke you here." Midoriya gestured to generally area of where all for one had wounded him. "What happened?" "Burned myself making breakfast." Tashinori gave the first excuse that he could think of. He had never been a very good liar, especially when put on the spot. "You burned yourself?" Midoriya parroted back, quirking an eyebrow in confusion. "I'm not a good cook," Tashinori replied. "That much was true. You should see a doctor," Midoriya said, moving away from Tashinori's chest and standing up straight. "It seems pretty bad." "Maybe later, it's not an emergency right now," he responded. "Can I stand up now?" "Not sure. Try it slowly," Midoriya told him. Slowly, Tashinori began to stand up when the boy suddenly held up a hand. It'll still hurt, but not as much. Best to just get it over with. I can't sit here all day," Tashinori said as he went to finish standing up. He felt a sudden stab of pain in his left side, like someone was jamming a needle into his scar. He placed a hand on the table to steady himself, and took in a sharp inhale of breath. Holy crap! If this was less painful, he was glad he didn't try to stand up earlier. "Are you okay?" Midoriya asked frantically. "I'm fine." Tashinori smiled despite the pain. It was something he was good at. "Thank you for your concern." He stopped leaning on the table and stood up fully. There was one last flash of pain as he did so, but once he was standing it stopped. He went to take a step forward but paused. "Am I good to walk?" he asked, turning to Midoriya. The boy nodded in response, and they both made their way out of the restaurant. Once on the street, Midoriya led them both in the direction of his home. As they walked, Tashinori kept a lookout for anyone who might be following them, but ultimately didn't see anyone. It didn't take Tashinori and young Midoriya very long to reach his house after they left the restaurant. Once they got to the boys' apartment complex, they parted ways. Midoriya had asked Tashinori if the older man wanted to come inside, but Tashinori turned him down. It would have been rude to say it, but he was actually somewhat worried about catching whatever illness it was that young Midoriya had. Ever since his injury, Tashinori's immune system hadn't been the greatest, so he didn't want to go inside a person's home while they were sick if he could avoid it. Trying to do hero work while ill was absolute torture. Thankfully, Inko-san apparently wasn't sick, so he didn't have to worry about young Midoriya having to take care of himself. Though, Tashinori would be sure to check in on them soon in order to make sure they don't both get sick. As he was exiting the parking lot of the apartment building, his phone started to ring. Fishing it out of his pocket, he checked to see who was calling. The screen read, "Sir Night-Eye." Both Tashinori and Night-Eye only ever referred to each other by their hero names, even though they both knew their real names. Night-Eye seemed to do so out of respect, He had even insisted that he could never be on a first-name basis with All Might back when Toshinori first tried to get him to call him by his name. In response, Toshinori started only calling him by his hero to be passive-aggressive, a sort of, if you won't call me by my name, then I won't call you by yours. By now, though, it was just how he was used to referring to the man. Answering the call, he lifted the phone to his ear. "Hello. All Might, there's been some new developments concerning the villain you fought." Night Eye said on the end of the line. "New developments? What happened?" Toshinori asked. He had been expecting Night Eye to call him about information he had found, but it sounded like something else. "His body is missing." Night Eye responded. "Missing? How?" Toshinori yelled, flabbergasted. That had certainly not been the answer he was expecting. "I have two possible theories." Night Eye said. "Firstly, he came back as a zombie and walked off into the night." "Night, can you please not joke around right now?" Toshinori sighed. He had forgotten that his old sidekick did this. It wasn't that Night Eye couldn't take a situation seriously, it was that the man simply didn't like to. He remembered that Endeavor once tried to literally throttle him for making one pun too many during an investigation. "Sorry, I just thought a bit of levity might help." Night Eye said sheepishly. In all seriousness, his body was almost certainly stolen. Though, it would be amusing if it was simply the result of a clerical error, and his corpse just got sent to the wrong morgue or something similar. But that's highly unlikely. Did they manage to perform an autopsy before the body went missing? Toshinori asked. No. His body never even showed up in the morgue where it's supposed to be. It seems that there's some information that could be gleaned from his corpse that someone doesn't want us to find. Night Eye replied. Maybe they didn't want us to find out that he had multiple quirks? But his birth quirk was officially registered, so I can't see the point. Toshinori mused. Perhaps he was modified in some way? All for One was messing around with human experimentation, but I didn't think he actually got anywhere with that. Actually, that brings me to the other troublesome development, and the reason I'm positive that the missing body is foul play. Night Eye interrupted. Noro's quirk registry has been altered. According to official records, he always had a quirk that allowed him to manipulate friction. It looks like it was changed not long after I initially looked it up myself. If I had looked it up an hour or so later, I never would have found out that he had multiple quirks. It was changed? How is that possible? Toshinori asked. At first, I thought it had merely been updated, since he displayed abilities during the battle that weren't listed in his official registry. But all mention of his previous quirk had been removed, and there was no record of it being updated, instead making it look like it had simply always been ability to increase friction. So, either the database was hacked, or someone inside the government changed it. Night Eye stated grimly, or again, it could just be the result of hilarious incompetence. These cover-ups, this level of corruption. This is beginning to sound more and more like All for One. Toshinori growled. Actually, I can't find any connection between Noro Kakihi and All for One. In fact, the more I look into it, the less likely it seems that they ever had anything to do with each other. Night Eye said, What do you mean? Toshinori asked. This seemed to have All for One's fingerprints all over it. What could possibly lead Night Eye to think that he wasn't involved? Despite what you'd think from his name and appearance, Noro Kakihi only moved to Japan last year. Prior to that, he was actually living in Denmark, and he'd never even left Europe before he moved here. It seems the reason he came to Japan was because his sister, who also came over from Denmark only a year prior to his move, was having financial problems. From what I found, she was in debt to some criminals, and Noro moved here to help her out. That's probably how he became involved in villainy in the first place, considering that he didn't have any criminal record in Denmark. Night Eye explained. He was Dutch? I never would have guessed. Toshinori remarked, but you're right. I can't really see how he and All for One could have possibly met. I was able to escape his influence by going to America. I don't see how he would have given a quirk to random civilian in the Denmark. Danish. Night Eye said. Pardon? Toshinori asked. You called Noro Dutch. But people from Denmark are called Danish, not Dutch. Night Eye said, The Dutch are from Norway. No, Norwegians are from Norway. Tashinori replied, forget it, we're getting off topic. If Noro never met All for One, then how did he have multiple quirks? Perhaps All for One found a way to store the quirks he stole? Like, he could turn them into a sort of serum that you injected into someone to give them said quirk. Night Eye suggested, if that were the case, All for One could still be dead like we originally thought, and Noro simply got a quirk that he left behind. Of course, there's still the matter of the missing corpse and altered quirk registry. Something that could give quirks. Why did that sound familiar to Tashinori? Night Eye, have you ever heard of a quirk arrow? He asked, recalling his conversation with Midoriya from roughly a week ago. A quirk arrow? Night Eye repeated. There was a pause before he answered, no, I don't think so. Not surprising, it's apparently a very obscure urban legend. It's supposed to be an arrow that causes people to develop a new quirk if they get shot with it. Tashinori explained, it sounds like something out of a fairy tale, but I couldn't help but remember it when you suggested your theory. I see. Would you like me to look into this quirk arrow? Night Eye asked. Honestly, the man had way too much faith in Tashinori if he was willing to actually consider that as a possibility just because he suggested it. Actually, I would. Tashinori replied. Did you hear about the villain attack on the train about a week back? The war pigs. Of course, I follow all your hero activity. Night Eye responded. It says something that Tashinori wasn't even surprised by that answer. How much do you know about the case? He asked. Only what's available to the public, since I'm not involved in the case myself. Night Eye answered. Well, the reason the war pigs attacked the train was because they were looking for something that had been stolen from them. More specifically, they were looking for an arrow. Tashinori said. And only a few days later, a new villain suddenly appears with multiple quirks. Night Eye finished the thought. It's still a stretch, I know. But I can't shake this feeling in my gut. Tashinori said. He then let out small chuckle, or at least what's left of my gut. It's not like we haven't seen crazier things. I'll be sure to look into it. Plus, I think I would probably prefer it to the other possibility. That All for One managed to pass on his own quirk prior to his death, or that he's still alive. Night Eye stated coldly. Neither of those are ideas I really want to entertain. Tashinori sighed. But it's not like I have much of a choice. It would be the utter foolishness to ignore such possibilities. In light of said possibilities, have you found a successor for One for All? Night Eye asked carefully, knowing just how delicate of a subject this topic was. Tashinori gave a sigh. He figured it would only be a matter of time before this came up, but Night Eye had a point. Not yet. I've actually been thinking about Nizu's offer of teaching at UA in order to look for one. If you'd like, I can start taking students as interns and work students. Help look for a suitable candidate. Night Eye offered. I appreciate the thought, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Tashinori said, so, there's no need. That I may have already started doing so. Night Eye awkwardly stated. God damn it, Night Eye. Tashinori face-palmed. Honestly, it probably shouldn't have shocked him. The entire reason All Might refused to retire was because there wasn't anyone to take his place as the symbol of peace, and he refused to leave society without one. Tashinori remembered all too well what it was like when he had been young, living in constant fear of villains and other criminals. The heroes of the time were like beacons of light, but society was still veiled in darkness. Now, it was the other way around. Society was safe and in the light, while villains were fleeting threats that couldn't last. Tashinori had feared that it could slip back to how it used to be, even if only briefly, if he were to step down. And that was something he refused to allow to happen. Considering that his main objection was the lack of someone to fulfill his role, it made sense that Night Eye would look for a successor. If he found someone suitable to be the next symbol of peace, then Tashinori would be able to retire peacefully. Although, Tashinori honestly doubted he'd actually be able to retire even then. As long as he was capable of helping people, he would. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let out another frustrated sigh. Even if he understood why Night Eye had done so, it still annoyed him. It felt like Night Eye was trying to make decisions for him, much like when he had insisted that Tashinori retire. Initially, after Night Eye contacted him after his fight with Noro, he had been surprised by how easily they fell back into their old routine. He thought it would have been far more awkward. In fact, he doubted he would have been able to so much as call Night Eye, or even answer a phone call from his old sidekick after how things had ended between the two of them. But Night Eye was the one to initiate their reunion, despite him being the one who had ended their partnership in the first place, and once they started working together, it almost felt like nothing had ever happened. But now Tashinori remembered why he had dreaded the idea of making contact with his old sidekick again. Night Eye didn't trust his decisions. Though only in regards to the subject of his continued hero work, the man placed almost blind faith in Tashinori with regards to practically anything else. Of course, Tashinori understood the lack of faith to a degree. Night Eye had seen a vision of him dying against a villain. But it didn't make it sting any less. Night Eye, Tashinori said after a moment of silence, I am the one who has to make this decision, just like how my master chose me as her successor, and how her master chose her. He paused slightly at the memory of Nana. He remembered how, at the time he had thought she was insane, choosing a random quirkless boy off the streets to wield such power, when there were surely others who would be better choices. But right up to death, she always said that she never saw a reason to doubt her decision. This isn't something that can be decided by anyone else. I have to be certain of my choice, be sure that it's right as I know that the sun will rise in the eastern sky. Otherwise, if I can't believe that they're right person to succeed me, I will not be able to pass one for all on to them. There was only silence on the other end of the phone. The call was still connected, but Night Eye wasn't saying anything. Tashinori heard the other man take a breath, as though he were about to say something, but no words came. The silence stretched on as Tashinori waited for Night Eye to respond. Finally, he spoke. He began hesitantly, as though he were unsure of his words. Have you found anyone who you think might make a good choice? Tashinori paused to think over the question. Eddie? Turning around, he looked back at the apartment complex where he and young Midoriya parted ways. Maybe, Tashinori said into the phone. Midoriya Izuku was a terrible son. He got his mom sick. Considering how much time she spent around him, taking care of him while he was sick, neither of them were terribly surprised when she woke up that morning with a fever and sore throat. Somehow, she managed to miss out on the horrible vomiting that he had had to go through, something they were both thankful for. But Izuku was still worried she might start throwing up, and decided to stay home from school to take care of her. Fortunately, the heavens seemed to have taken some small amount of mercy on the Midoriya household, as she didn't start feeling ill until Izuku was almost all better. Part of him noted that he'd been missing school quite a lot lately. But between going to school and taking care of his mother while she was sick, he knew which one was more important. As such, Izuku was currently in the kitchen preparing a meal of okayu for his mom, having only the slightest bit of difficulty. It's not that he was bad at cooking, or at least he liked to think he wasn't, it's just that it had been a while since he'd last been in the kitchen. Typically, his mom did all of the cooking in the house and he'd actually been shooed out of the kitchen when he tried to help that last few times. Thankfully, okayu was pretty hard to screw up, and the end result looked just fine. Though it did nearly overboil at one point. Once it was finished cooking, he served the dish into a bowl which he placed on a tray to take to his mom. It was at that moment that he realized that he forgot to make any tea. He smacked his own forehead at his mistake, and went to grab the teapot. Really, he should have made the tea while the rice was cooking, as it would take a little while to prepare it. After he set the teapot next to the hot water pot, he went to get the tea itself. Upon opening the cupboard where it should have been, he was surprised to find it, well, not where it should have been. While, again, it had been a while since he'd last been in the kitchen, Izuku knew where they kept the tea. Or at least he thought he did. Seriously, he wasn't this useless in the kitchen that he couldn't even locate the fricking tea. He'd have to worry about that later though. Right now, he wanted to get the okayu to his mom before it cooled off too much. In the place of tea, he set a glass of warm water, you shouldn't drink cold water while sick, on the tray and picked it up and carried it towards her room. Upon reaching her door, he paused for a moment. Trying to open the door while carrying the tray would be awkward, and risked spilling its contents. While he could always set the tray down, then open the door, there was a far simpler solution. After only a moment's hesitation, a telekinetic arm manifested and turned the door knob. Izuku was still getting used to using his quirk in everyday life. Heck, he was still get used to using the telekinetic limbs PRD. He discovered that aspect of his quirk far later than he did his disaster sense. It was only last year that he really started using them. Currently, he preferred to only manifest them when he needed to. The arm pushed the door open, and then he immediately vanished it. Stepping inside, his eyes fell on his mom, who was currently in bed reading a book. It wasn't anything he was familiar with. The two of them had very different tastes when it came to literature. She was wearing a sick mask, they both were. Neither of them wanted to risk Izuku getting sick again. Upon hearing him enter, she looked up from her book. "Hey, Mom, breakfast's ready," Izuku said as he made his way over to her bed. He carefully placed the tray on her lap. "I made okayu." "Oh, thank you," his mom said happily. "It looks delicious." Pulling down her sick mask so that she could start eating, she picked up the spoon. Once she had eaten a bit, Izuku spoke. "Hey, do you know where we keep the tea?" he asked awkwardly. "I couldn't find it." "Tea? We're out," his mom said apologetically, pausing briefly in her eating. "I was planning on going to the store today to pick some up, but well, I got sick." "Oh, it's okay. I can go get it," Izuku offered. "You don't need to do that," his mom quickly responded. "It can wait until I feel better." "No, it's fine. I can go get it. Tea'll help you get better," Izuku said. "Besides, I noticed that there was some other stuff we're out of." "Sorry, it's been a while since I've gone to the store. Again, I was planning on going today," she mumbled, bowing her head slightly in embarrassment. Don't apologize, it's not your fault. If anything, it's mine for getting you sick," Izuku stuttered while flailing his arms about. "What no? If I'd been more careful, I wouldn't have caught you illness. It was my fault," his mom replied. The two of them argued back and forth for a little while longer, each of them trying to claim responsibility for something or another, while the other thought of some reason why it was actually their fault. Eventually, the argument died down, and Izuku had managed to convince his mother to let him go to the store. "Oh, will you be okay by yourself while I'm gone?" Izuku asked, the thought having just occurred to him. He didn't want to leave her alone in case she started getting sicker. "Izuku, I'm a grown woman, and I've raised you pretty much single-handedly since you were old enough to talk. I'll be fine by myself for an hour or two," she replied with a small scoff. "Okay, sorry," Izuku said, blushing in embarrassment at his stupid question. The tiny part of his mind that was more manipulative and scheming noted how quickly his mom seemed to change her opinion on him leaving to go shopping once it seemed like she was some kind of burden that was keeping him from doing so, and thought that she might be susceptible to reverse psychology. Said thought was promptly bashed over the head by his conscience and then drowned in a lake of shame for even thinking of trying to take advantage of his mother. "Here, let me get those for you." Izuku picked up the tray holding the now empty bowl and cup. "Do you want any more?" "No, but thank you. I think I'm going to take a nap," his mom said sweetly. "Sleep well," Izuku said from the doorway, before leaving and closing the door with his foot. Once he got to the kitchen, he immediately washed her dishes, making sure to be quiet while he did so. There was still some okayo left that he hadn't served to his mom, since he hadn't had anything yet himself, and decided to just eat it, though it had gotten a bit cold. After he was finished eating and cleaning up the kitchen, he went to get ready head to the store. Stepping into the bathroom, he opened one of the drawers under the sink and grabbed his mother's hairbrush. He should probably get one for himself while he was at the store. Looking in the bathroom mirror, he tried to force his unruly hair to cover up his left ear. It wasn't pleasant to look at, but that was probably to be expected when he was missing the upper part of his ear. It wasn't easy to hide, like the scars from where he had been shot and stabbed were. But he tried his best to do so anyway, and eventually managed to cover up most of it with his hair after repeated brushing. For a moment he considered grabbing a hoodie to further hide his damaged ear, but decided against. It was a bit too warm today, and besides, his hair did a good enough job. I should probably grow it out. It might be easier to cover my ear with it then. Izuku thought to himself as he put the hairbrush back and exited the bathroom. Putting on his shoes, he opened the front door to the apartment and stepped outside. -000. Izuku decided to walk to the store, rather than take any sort of public transportation such as a bus or train. He always preferred to walk places, partially because it made it easier to follow his quirk if it started buzzing. Today though, it was completely quiet, and he appreciated it. As much as he enjoyed running around to watch the heroes work, he still found himself glad that there was nothing going on. It was peaceful. His earphones were in as he walked down the street. Humming along to an old Prince song, he arrived at the store. Once inside, Izuku pulled a list of things to buy on his phone that he had made before he left. He grabbed a basket from near the entrance and started shopping. Tea was the first thing he picked up, since it was basically the entire reason he made this shopping trip, so it only felt right to make it priority number 1. After that he moved on to the other items on the list. In addition to food, he also grabbed a few other things. They were running low on hand soap in the bathroom, for example. Quickly, Izuku started to regret not choosing a shopping cart instead of just a basket, as the number of items he picked up increased and the basket both ran out of room and became heavier. Currently, the basket was sitting on the floor as Izuku compared 2 types of jam, trying to decide which one to buy. Young Midoriya. It's good to see you. At the sound of the familiar voice, Izuku looked up to see Yagi-san standing only a few meters away. The blonde man was also carrying a basket, though his had noticeably less items in it. Hello, Yagi-san. Izuku beamed at his older friend, pulling the earphones out of his ears so that they could more easily talk. It's good to see you. We sure do run into each other a lot. Kind of weird considering how big the city is. At that thought, the memory of the creepy man from the alley came to his mind. Izuku remembered his speech about destiny and how certain people were drawn to each other, but he quickly banished the memory. He didn't really want to think about that man, but unfortunately his words stuck in the teen's mind, even though he'd prefer to just forget them. You sound better, Yagi-san said, drawing his thoughts back to the present. I'm mostly over the illness. Izuku replied happily, I should be back to full health pretty soon. Glad to hear it. Yagi-san said, what about your mother? How's she doing? Oh, she actually got sick. Izuku answered with a tinge of guilt. I kind of had a feeling that would happen. Yagi-san said, on the bright side, you're feeling well again. I was worried that you'd both get sick at the same time. Yeah, that would have esikidi. Izuku chuckled. By now, he'd made a decision between the 2 jams, and put one back on the shelf while placing the other in his basket. He picked it up off the ground, then he heard the buzz of his quirk as his hold on the basket started to fail due to its weight. He quickly tried to readjust his grip, but ultimately it slipped out of his hands. Thankfully, before it could fall, Yagi-san's hand shot out and grabbed it. Izuku blinked, startled by how quickly the older man had moved. He hadn't even been standing that close to Izuku when his grip failed and he still managed to catch it. Thanks. Izuku stuttered, glad that his sick mask hid most of his embarrassed blush. Happy to help. Yagi-san said with a small smile that reminded Izuku of All Might. Sorry about that. I just lost my grip because of how heavy it was. I really should have gotten a cart instead. Izuku muttered. Heavy. Yagi-san blinked, and looked at the basket that he was effortlessly holding with one arm. Wow, he was a lot stronger than you'd think looking at him. Though, considering that he looked like a strong breeze could blow him away, any amount of strength would be impressive. The blonde looked back at Izuku with a contemplative expression. Young Midoriya, you said you wanted to be a hero? Yes. Izuku said, a bit surprised by the sudden change in topic. Do you exercise often? Hero work is very physically demanding, so you need to be in good shape. Yagi-san said, and now Izuku could see where he was going. Yeah, the fact that Izuku couldn't even lift a shopping basket, and yet wanted to go into one of the most physically grueling professions on the planet was pretty foolish in hindsight. Sorry, I never really thought about it. Izuku ducked his head in embarrassment and shame. It's okay when you have a strong quirk, it's not really obvious just how important physical training is. Endeavor is a good example of someone who understands this. His hell flame doesn't require him to be built like a tank, but that doesn't change the fact that he could probably bench press a car. That extra level of dedication is why he's the second greatest hero in Japan. Yagi-san explained. Izuku mentally compared his own twig-thing physique to Endeavor's, which was on par with All Might's own frame. Of course, most heroes don't go quite as far as Endeavor, but all of them are still in exceedingly good shape. I see, that makes a lot of sense. I feel really stupid for never considering it. I can't even think of any heroes who aren't in really good shape. Except maybe Fat Gum, but he doesn't count since his quirk requires him to be obese. And besides, when he's burned his fat you can see that he's actually in excellent shape. Even Kaken works out a lot, despite how amazing his quirk is, so I should have noticed this sooner. Izuku muttered to himself, his words becoming quieter and faster, making it hard for anyone to actually tell what he was saying. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back to Yagi-sen. What kind of exercise should I be doing? Well, you have plenty of time before you go to any sort of hero school, so you should probably start off pretty simple and move on to more intense workouts later. Maybe running? It's a good exercise for beginners, helps to build stamina. Yagi-san suggested. I already run plenty. Pretty much every time my quirk goes off I tend to run to see what's going on. Izuku said. Yes, but that's not something you do every day or even on a regular basis. Plus, the distance you run fluctuates a lot. Yagi-san pointed out, I'm talking about scheduled runs, where you control when you run and for how long. Izuku made a contemplative noise as he listened to his older friend. How long should I run each day? I'm not actually sure. Yagi-san admitted, I'd have to look it up. That's probably something you should research yourself though. Oh, alright. Sorry, I wasn't trying to turn you into my personal coach or anything. Just let my curiosity get the better of me. Izuku stammered as he nervously rubbed the back of his head. He noticed that Yagi-san was still holding his basket and reached for it. Here, I can take that back now. The blonde man handed the basket over, making sure that Izuku had a firm hold on it before letting go. Izuku's quirk was silent as he took it, meaning that he wasn't in any danger of dropping the basket. Though his arms did seem to visibly strain a little as he carried it, if the quirk of Yagi-san's eyebrow as he watched Izuku was anything to go by. If you're having a hard time carrying it, why not just use your quirk? Yagi-san asked. Your telekinesis should be more than strong enough to hold that up, shouldn't it? Q-quirk usage isn't legal in public. Izuku stammered out an excuse. Midoriya, absolutely nobody follows that law. Even your mother uses her quirk in public. Yagi-san stated plainly. Izuku sighed. This wasn't something that he really liked to talk or even think about, but, well, he was closer to Yagi-san than he was to anyone else besides his mom, so he felt comfortable in confiding in the older man. I don't really like using that part of my quirk. Izuku said quietly. What, why? Yagi-san asked, concern clear in his voice and on his face. My quirk first appeared around the age of 5, but the telekinesis didn't show up until much later. It's also not like most telekinesis quirks. I don't just move stuff with my mind, these appendages appear, ones that only I can see, and they pick up and move stuff. Honestly, it reminds me more of a companion quirk than just simple telekinesis. Izuku explained, and I can't properly control it. I've gotten it to the point where it won't activate unless I want it to, and when it is active I'm able to direct the appendages perfectly. But sometimes they'll move on their own. Something that Izuku had noticed was that the less of it that he manifested, the more control he had over his telekinesis. So, he tended to only ever use a single arm, like when the train got hijacked by villains and I got attacked. I created a telekinetic arm, and it was able to stop a bullet. I'm nowhere near fast enough to react to a bullet myself, but the arms were able to intercept them without any real input from me. It was like they switched to autopilot. And when one of the villains tried to shoot me, one of the arms knocked the gun out of her hand and broke her wrist. I don't really feel bad about it, since she was trying to kill me, but the telekinetic arm still moved without me making it, and it really hurt someone. I'm just kind of worried about the telekinetic limbs doing something I don't want them to, so I try to only use them when I need to. Yagi-san was quiet for a moment as he digested Izuku's words. Izuku felt a little bad for unloading all of that onto his friend. He didn't even tell Yagi-san everything relating to why he didn't feel comfortable using his quirk, and he still felt like he had just overshared. Were they really close enough to talk about this? Izuku didn't know, he didn't have any friends, he had no clue when it was acceptable to talk about your insecurities. Gods, he probably just made Yag-san really uncomfortable. Young Midoriya, if that's the case, I'm worried that you may have trouble becoming a hero. Yagi-san finally spoke. While I can understand why you might be worried about using your quirk, the fact that you so rarely use it might be part of the reason why you have trouble controlling it. I'm not blaming you, like I said, I understand why you don't feel comfortable using it, but you've still wound up handicapping yourself. However, I have a suggestion. You said that the reason you don't like using it is because you're worried about it acting on its own and possibly harming someone. Yagi-san asked. Izuku nodded in response. Then why don't you find somewhere secluded to train your quirk? Much like with physical exercise, it would be a good way to prepare for becoming a hero. Most people don't begin training with their quirks until they enter high school and go to a hero academy, but at the same time, they also spent almost their entire lives using their quirks casually and as a result have a pretty good handle of them, something you lack. Izuku listened to the older man's suggestion. It was actually a good idea. One that Izuku had never really considered before because of how nervous he was about using quirk. But where would he go to train? Can you think of anywhere I could do that where I wouldn't risk hurting anyone or causing property damage? Izuku asked. Yagi-san hummed in thought for a moment. Have you ever been to Dagoba Municipal Beach? The older man responded. It was a few days after his conversation with Yagi-san at the grocery store that Izuku found himself at Dagoba Beach. Yagi-san had told him that he should wait until he was completely over his illness to start training, and Izuku had wanted to wait until his mom was completely better as well. Of course, he also had to go to school again, so he didn't arrive at the beach until after he was done for the day. As a result, it was the afternoon when he finally arrived at the beach. Though, junkyard would be a far more accurate name for the place. Mountains of trash covered the entire beach. Izuku couldn't even see the ocean from where he was standing. He knew that there had been a problem with illegal dumping here, but he didn't realize it was this bad. Standing near the stairs that lead down to the beach was Yagi-san, waving Izuku over to him. Realizing that he had kept his older friend waiting by staring at the trash-covered beach, he quickly jogged over to the blonde man. So, this is where I'm gonna train my quirk? Izuku asked once he reached him. You said you needed someplace where you wouldn't risk harming anyone or destroying anything important. This fits all the requirements. Yagi-san said, no one comes here except maybe to throw something away. There's nothing around but trash, and it hardly matters if you destroy that. In fact, I was thinking that you could actually try cleaning up the junk with your telekinesis. Helping the community is the core basis of hero work, after all. That's actually a great idea. Izuku exclaimed with a large smile. He turned to look at the beach again and his smile fell, but that's a lot to clean. True, but you have plenty of time too. It's not as though you have to clean it up within a few months. You're 13. Right? Yagi-san asked, and Izuku made an affirmative noise. Then you have about 2 years before you become a hero in training, you could easily be done by then. Besides, it's not like you have to clean the whole thing. Izuku's gaze swept across the piles of trash and swallowed nervously. While Yagi-san was probably correct, it looked to him as though it would take months to clear even a tiny portion of the beach. 2 years? He'd be lucky if he was done in 20. Come on, let's go. Yagi-san said, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. The two of them headed down the stairs to the beach. Now that they standing amongst the piles of trash, they seemed even larger than before. Within a few seconds of walking, Izuku could no longer see the road they came from, surrounded on all sides by junk. You could probably get lost in here. Izuku thought as he looked around. So, first things first. Yagi-san said as they came to a stop. He stared at an old refrigerator and nodded as if in approval. We need to establish some simple facts about your telekinesis, like how strong it is, how precise, how fast, that sort of thing. Well, as far as speed and precision are concerned, I can block bullets with it. Izuku said. One telekinetic arm was only fast enough to stop a single bullet, however, any more was too many for it to intercept. 2 arms could stop more bullets. I think the more limbs I manifest, the more powerful they become, because there seemed to be a noticeable increase in speed when I had 2 arms. Yes. Yagi-san replied, looking very awkward at the mention of how Izuku had been shot at. He should have known that would have made Yagi-san uncomfortable. The older man gave a small cough and changed the subject. How many arms can you make? 2. I'm also, 99% sure I can manifest 2 legs too, but I've never tried. Izuku answered. You might be able to raise that number with practice. Of course, learning how to properly control your telekinesis comes first. Yagi-san said. I don't think it works that way. I'm pretty sure I'll only ever have 2 telekinetic arms and legs. Izuku said. In fact, he was confident about that. Something to look into another day. In meantime, let's see how strong you are. He stepped away from the fridge and gestured towards it. Try using your telekinesis on that fridge. Nervously, Izuku walked up to the refrigerator. It was pretty big, taller than him by about half a meter. He had never really used his quirk to try and destroy anything before. The more hysterical part of his mind worried that if he used his telekinesis to attack the fridge, it'd go on a rampage or something. That was completely and utterly ridiculous though. So he swallowed, glanced over to Yagi-san, who gave him a thumbs up and manifested a green, armored arm. It floated over top of and slightly in front of his own right arm. He raised his real hand into the air, with the telekinetic limb following suit. Its hand became flat, ready to perform a karate chop. Izuku brought his arm down quickly, and once more the green arm copied his movement, only much faster. It connected with old fridge and cut through it like a knife through cloth. All the way from the top of the refrigerator, straight down to the bottom, the karate chop sliced through the metal. When the green hand reached the sand, it hit it with enough force to kick up a large cloud of it, making it look like the fridge exploded. Izuku jumped back as sand flew everywhere. Thankfully, his quirk buzzed a warning before it happened, letting him close his eyes and mouth before any sand could get in them. Once the cloud of sand and dust was gone, Yagi-san stepped forward and looked at the damage done to the refrigerator. There was a massive gash down its side. It honestly looked like someone took a battle axe or something to it. Izuku knew that his quirk was dangerous, but seeing the result of its attack was something else. If that had been a person, I would have cut them in half. Like a hot knife through butter. He realized, trying to repress a shudder at the thought. Yagi-san trailed a hand down the cut, rubbing his chin in thought. Young Midoriya, I meant for you to try moving it with your telekinesis. He said, and Izuku immediately felt like an idiot. Why was attacking it the first thing he thought of? Yagi-san continued talking. Don't worry though, this works too. To be honest, it's stronger than I expected it to be. He said, turning to face Izuku. He shot the teen a smile. You've got a pretty impressive quirk. With a bit of practice to control it, it'll take you far as a hero. Izuku smiled meekly back at his words. They hadn't even started with his training, and already he was feeling better about his quirk. There was just something about Yagi-san that helped put Izuku at peace. It reminded him a lot of All Might actually. -000. In the beginning, Izuku just spent a lot of time hauling trash with his telekinesis. Yagi-san said that he needed to become more comfortable with simply using it before they actually moved on to any real training. To do so, he just had to use it a lot in a safe environment. Izuku's pretty certain that he used his telekinesis more during the first week of training than he had his entire life prior. Yagi-san also made it clear that if anything happened during training that made Izuku want to stop, he should tell Yagi-san and they would be done and not continue until he felt comfortable in doing so. While Izuku was glad that Yagi-san took Izuku's nervousness about his quirk seriously, he had been worried that Yagi-san would think he was being stupid for acting afraid of using his own quirk. Especially since it wasn't anything particularly bad, it was just telekinesis. He did find the idea that he would need to stop training because he might become too uncomfortable a little ridiculous. After all, they were in a deserted junkyard beach. What could possibly happen that might make Izuku need to stop? It had been just another day of hauling trash after about a week of doing so. Thanks to how strong the telekinetic limbs were, he had actually managed to clear out a shockingly large amount garbage in that time. But there was still a ridiculous amount of trash left. Some of the things that had been dumped there were ridiculous too. Seriously, who dumps a truck on the beach? Probably someone with a strength quirk, or maybe telekinesis like Izuku. Judging by the fact that it was half buried in the sand and had had a large pile of junk sitting on top of it, it had probably been there a long time. Izuku stared at the derelict vehicle, trying to figure out how to go about pulling it out of the ground. The back end of the truck was raised a bit higher than the front, meaning that he would actually be able to grab it from underneath and then maybe pull up on it to drag the rest of the vehicle out of the sand. Moving until he was right behind the bumper, Izuku got down onto his stomach and looked under the truck. There was about a meter of space before the body of the car dipped down into the sand. Izuku manifested 2 telekinetic arms, since he was pretty sure he'd need 2, and had them reach as far underneath the truck as they could. Then he had them press their hand against the underside of the vehicle and push up with as much force as possible. Suddenly his quirk buzzed loudly, but it was too late. The bed of the truck snapped clean off of the main part of the vehicle. Izuku scrambled backwards in surprise. It flew about 3 meters into the air before coming down on the front half of the truck, crushing it completely. Yagi-san, who had been standing a little ways away, rushed over. "I'm sorry. IW was just trying to get it out as sand. I wasn't dash," Izuku stammered out as his friend approached, his entire body trembling. He hadn't meant for that to happen. He had just been trying to push it up out of the sand. Instead he broke the DMN car in half. Destroying the fridge on purpose had been a bit uncomfortable, but breaking something accidentally was so much worse. What if something like that happened to someone he was trying to help or save? 1,000 different scenarios suddenly played out in mind of him losing control of his quirk and accidentally ripping people's arms off. He felt like he was about to throw up. "Midoriya, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Yagi-san asked frantically, looking Izuku up and down, searching for any trace of injury. "I'm fine," Izuku said, trying to force himself to calm down. He was having a hard time though, his breathing was coming out a bit too quickly, and he couldn't stop shaking. "Young Midoriya." Yagi-san's voice was suddenly calm, and he placed both his hands on Izuku's shoulders. His hold on the teen was firm, but not too tight. It felt reassuring, and Izuku could feel himself begin to calm down. "It's okay. It was just trash, it's fine. I know you didn't want that to happen, but that's why we're doing this here, with worthless junk. So that it won't matter if you make mistakes while learning to control your quirk." Izuku let Yagi-san's words sink in. He was right, they were doing this so that he wouldn't have to worry about losing control of his quirk when it mattered, so that none of those horrible scenarios his mind concocted would happen. But even still, Can we be done for the day?" Izuku asked meekly. He didn't really want to use his telekinesis anymore today. "Of course." Yagi-san smiled warmly at him. He helped Izuku stand up. "Do you want me to walk home with you?" "Please." Izuku smiled back at him, though his own smile was smaller. The two of them walked back to the entrance. The entire time, Izuku made sure not to look back at the truck. -000. When Izuku went back to the beach the next day, the truck was gone. He had a feeling that Yagi-san had done something to get rid of it, but he wasn't sure what. There's no way the skeletal man could have moved it himself. In the end though, Izuku never got around to asking what happened to it. By now, Toshinori was fairly certain that there was something that young Midoriya wasn't telling him. Those fears the boy had about losing control of his quirk and possibly hurting someone or causing destruction, they weren't just concerns about something that might happen. They had actually happened. It seemed obvious to him that something involving Midoriya's telekinesis had happened at some point. What exactly that something was, Toshinori didn't know, but it was clearly traumatic for the poor boy, considering his reaction to accidentally destroying the truck. Toshinori knew that Midoriya's telekinesis appeared much later than the rest of his quirk. What's more, he also knew that quirks often change and evolve as a result of trauma. It didn't seem like a stretch to assume that whatever it was that made young Midoriya afraid of his telekinesis might have happened the very first time it appeared. He had no plans on questioning young Midoriya about it though. If the boy wanted to tell him, he'd do so when he felt ready. Additionally, there was also the chance that he had misread things completely, though that felt unlikely. Right now, Toshinori only hoped that he would be able to help the boy overcome his doubts and worries. Being afraid of a part of yourself must be horrible, nobody deserved that, young Midoriya most of all. Furthermore, he seemed to be limiting his quirk, and that could potentially get him hurt or killed once he became a hero. After Toshinori got rid of the truck, young Midoriya's training progressed without incident. But Midoriya was a lot more careful, and seemed to pay close attention to his disaster sense, listening for its buzz, as he put it. Oftentimes, he'd suddenly stop what he was doing, and when Toshinori asked, would explain that he heard a buzz. As the months passed, portions of the beach cleared. Progress had slowed quite a bit in the time following the truck incident, but Midoriya's efforts were still apparent. By now, a not insignificant chunk of the place was trash-free. If you were able to ignore the mountains of garbage visible on your left and right, it would be possible to have a fairly nice beach day there now. Currently, both Toshinori and young Midoriya were sifting through the junk for a still-functioning wireless speaker that someone had dumped here for some reason. Just a minute or two ago, it had automatically connected to Midoriya's phone, surprising the duo by filling the air with the sound of Hotel California. Now the two of them has split up, trying to follow the music through the piles of trash to locate it. When young Midoriya mentioned that he liked older music, Toshinori hadn't expected the music he liked to be that old. At the very least, he thought the boy would listen to music that had come out this millennium. Suddenly, the music stopped, which meant that the speaker either died suddenly or Midoriya had found it. Toshinori soon found it to be the latter, as the green-haired boy came running up to him with a speaker a little smaller than his head. Floating next to him. In the last month or so, young Midoriya had become noticeably more comfortable about using his telekinesis. At first, and especially after the truck incident, he had had a tendency to carry smaller objects himself rather than using his telekinesis. Recently though, he has started to use telekinesis when it was simply easier, such as he was doing right now. It made Toshinori glad to see that young Midoriya was coming to accept that aspect of his quirk. Once the boy got closer to Toshinori, he spoke. "I found the speaker," he said, pointing to it. "Looks like a pretty nice one too. Why would someone throw it away? They must have thought it was broken for some reason. Or they dumped it by accident, maybe it got mixed up with other junk they were getting rid of." Toshinori said, "I'm surprised it still works. You'd think it would have stopped working from exposure to the elements. At the very least, I'm surprised the battery hasn't died," Midoriya said, staring at the speaker. "It doesn't look it's been here very long. Also, since your phone didn't connect to it last time you were here, I'd say it probably got left here last night." Toshinori replied, "Wait, so you're telling me that I'm going to all the trouble of cleaning this beach up, and people are still dumping trash here?" Midoriya frowned, clearly annoyed. "Well, look on the bright side, you get a free speaker out of it." Toshinori said, "I guess. I'm still kind of angry though." Midoriya replied with a pout. "Perfectly understandable," Toshinori said with a small chuckle. They set the speaker aside for later, and then young Midoriya got back to cleaning up the various piles of garbage littering the beach. As Toshinori watched him float a half-exploded safe, which just reeked of criminal activity, by the way. He should probably look into that. Across the beach, he remembered something that he had been meaning to ask the boy. "Oh, young Midoriya," Toshinori called out to him, and young Midoriya paused and turned to face him, the safe still hovering in the air in front of him. "I know it's not for quite a while still, but what hero school are you planning on going to?" he asked, even if he had a feeling he already knew the answer. "UA, of course," Midoriya enthusiastically responded. "I thought so. It is the best hero school in Japan," Toshinori said with a smile. "Also, it's where All Might went to school," Midoriya said like it was the most important thing ever. Yes, that too." Toshinori's smile became slightly more awkward. Hearing people gush about All Might around him while he was in his shriveled form always felt weird. Young Midoriya went back to carrying the safe away, and Toshinori was left to think. Even though he was heavily considering asking young Midoriya to become his successor, He had still been planning on taking up that teaching position at UA that Nizu had offered him. So, it was good that Midoriya was planning on going there. He had actually been worried that the boy's low self-esteem might lead to him not bothering to try applying there. He was especially glad since Toshinori still had no idea when or how he might make the offer of becoming the next holder of One for All to the boy. Though, assuming he does choose young Midoriya to be his successor, he should probably do so before he goes to UA. The two of them had spent so much time together that the boy might figure out that he's all might if he met Toshinori on a regular basis as a teacher at UA. So, he should tell him soon. But, dear God, Toshinori felt so nervous. And not even because choosing who to give One for All to would probably be the most important decision of his life. It just felt like a lot to dump on the boy. Hey, young Midoriya, I'm All Might. You know, the guy you basically worship? Anyway, could you please take my quirk, which is a thing you can do, because I'm secretly crippled. No pressure or anything, I just want you to become the next symbol of peace. Okay, thanks. That was a conversation Toshinori wasn't terribly looking forward to. 000. More time passed. Izuku's 14th birthday came and went. Slowly but surely, the beach cleared up, though there was still plenty of trash left there. As he cleaned, he started to feel a bit more comfortable using his telekinetic limbs. He no longer felt so nervous about simply manifesting them, and it became common for him to use both arms. Once or twice he had even used a telekinetic leg, though that was rarer, since it wasn't often that he actually needed them. It felt nice to be able to use his quirk more freely, but he still wasn't sure if he was ready to fully bring it out. It was for this reason that Izuku found himself alone on the beach in the middle of the night. The moon provided enough light for him to see by as he made his way down to the water's edge. The part of the beach where he was completely empty. There was no one in sight and nothing around. Izuku closed his eyes and took a deep breath. An ocean breeze blew across the sand, rustling his hair, which he had let grow longer. When he opened his eyes, a green aura enveloped his body. It flowed and danced across his skin like a something halfway between a liquid and a flame. Moving his gaze away from his own body, Izuku stared directly in front of him. A transparent figure momentarily appeared before him. If anyone else could have seen it, it would have only looked like a brief distortion in the air. It appeared again, staying around this time, rather than immediately vanishing. Izuku could easily make out its outline, one of a humanoid figure, taller than he was. Slowly, it became more distinct. Color began to fill its frame. No longer was it see-through, it was turning a brilliant green. But then, Izuku hesitated. He remembered what had happened last time it appeared, how he had been unable to control it. In that moment of doubt and fear, the green aura covering him vanished, and so too did the apparition in front of him. With it gone, Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding. Someday soon he'd be able to fully bring it out. But not yet. 000. You're all third years now. It's time you started thinking seriously about your futures. The teacher stated with a set-off face, probably in an attempt to get the class to listen to what he was saying. He even made his voice deeper. Katsuki had to wonder how long the dude was going to keep up the act. The teacher picked up a pile of papers, trying to make even that simple action seem serious. Now, I would hand out these career forms. But the man then proceeded to throw the pile into the air like it was confetti. Katsuki was just a little surprised he didn't go the extra mile and rip them up first. I know you all want to be heroes. And there it was. This was what he'd come to expect from this shitty FING school. The teachers were all dumbass who barely did their jobs, and all of the other extras just skirted by doing the bare minimum to pass. Honestly, it felt like nobody except Katsuki knew how to take sheets seriously. Except maybe the janitor. The floors here were always spotless. At the teacher's words, the entire FING classroom erupted into chaos. Everyone immediately started showing off their useless quirks while exclaiming how they wanted to become heroes. Honestly, it was amazing that nothing got destroyed with how careless they were being about using their powers. Wait, scratch that. The background mook sitting behind Katsuki just shredded his uniform with his quirk. What a moron. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But You know that it's against the rules to use them in school. The teacher said, trying to get everyone to calm down. Unsurprisingly, he was failing. Katsuki decided to speak up now, and unlike his useless teacher, he actually got everyone to shut up and listen to him. Oi, sensei. Don't lump me in with these extras. I have no plans on being stuck at the bottom with these rejects and their shitty quirks. He didn't even try to be civil, mostly because he knew that his spineless teacher would let him get away with talking like that. The reaction to his words was immediate. All his classmates started protesting his statement, complaining about how he was being a JRK or how he was full of himself. Katsuki's only reaction was to laugh. What he said was true, none of those losers could hope to stand in the same ring as him, so why bother to mince words? Shut up. You extras should act like extras. He snapped back mockingly. Ah, Bakug, you're aiming for UA High School, aren't you? The teacher said, and there was a brief moment of silence as everyone digested his words. The peaceful quiet only lasted about 2 seconds though, before they started murmuring to each other about this new information. Holy crap, he's actually going for it. I know it's Katsuki, but do you really think he can get in? I heard that barely anyone can get into the hero course there. Oi, quit your stupid chattering. Katsuki said, jumping onto his desk. He was feeling dramatic today. Considering that this was the first time he'd ever declared his plans of going to UA to anyone except his parents, he wanted to make a real impression. And again, it's not like he was in any danger of getting in trouble. I aced the mock exam. Meanwhile, none of you could even dream of going to UA. I'm the only one here with the stuff for that. I'm going to surpass All Might and become the top hero in the world. And one of the top earners. Well, Bakugu, you might have some competition there. Midoriya, didn't you also want to try for UA? The teacher said. Katsuki froze. The other extras were probably reacting to the teacher's statement, but if they were Katsuki couldn't hear them over the rush of blood in his ears. Slowly, still standing on his desk, he turned the upper half of his body until he could see Deku over his shoulder. Katsuki wasn't sure what expression he was making, but it caused Deku to flinch and shrink into his seat. It set Katsuki off. He hated the way that BSTRD acted like he was weak, like he didn't have a quirk that was powerful in both offense and defense. There's no reason for the nerd to be FING cowering just because Katsuki was making a scary face. It had been a long FING time since they last interacted, but he was sorely tempted to break that streak by going up to Deku and beating the shit out of him. Unfortunately, even his sorry excuse for a teacher would probably draw the line at Katsuki trying to murder another student during class. Especially since Deku was some sort of teacher's pet, what with his good grades and promising future as a hero. PLUS, KATSUKISNOTACTLOYSURHECOLD F-. Deku was going to try to go to UA. There's no way that Katsuki could let that happen. DFING refused to let that happen. The idea of having to spend any more time around that BSRD made Katsuki want to throw up. Maybe he couldn't do anything right now, but as soon as school was over, he'd make sure that Deku wouldn't go to UA somehow. -000. As soon as school had ended, Izuku left. The bell hadn't even finished ringing by the time he was out the door. He didn't slow down once he was in the hallway either, opting to run to get out of school as fast as possible. He doubted that he would get in trouble. The staff seemed to let the students get away with a lot, as Kaken demonstrated by jumping onto his freaking desk. Seriously, who does that? Speaking of Kaken, he was the reason Izuku was running right now. Sure, he was probably overreacting, but he had no plans on slowing down until he was far away from the school. In all the years that Izuku had known the blonde, he had never seen him react like that. Screams, threats, and demonic growls were all things that Kaken did quite frequently, but that silent rage that seemed to be physically palpable in the air? That was new. When Kaken turned to look at him, well, Izuku was honestly surprised his quirk didn't start buzzing. He had never seen Kaken that angry before. Why did the teacher have to mention that he was going to UA too? And why did he phrase it the way he did? Kaken never reacted well to competition, viewing it as a threat to his pride or something. Honestly, it was almost like the teacher wanted them to fight. Once he was out of the school building, he kept running. Eventually, once he was several blocks away, he felt he was far enough from Aldra and stopped to catch his breath. Bent over, hands on his knees and panting hard, Izuku noted that he needed to work out more. He'd been so focused on training with his quirk lately that he had been neglecting to do any physical exercise. Right, as soon as he got home, he'd be sure to make up some sort of exercise schedule. Deku! Came a growl from behind him. Leaping into the air in surprise, Izuku almost fell on his but as he turned around to see Kaken standing in front of him. When and how did he get here? Kaken, Izuku said with thinly masked terror. He took a step back from the explosive blonde. And then he took another and another. Listen to me well, Deku. Kaken's voice was low and threatening. He started walking towards Izuku to make up for the distance that the green-haired teen put between them, causing Izuku to back away more. As a result, the two of them started heading down a side street while the blonde talked. I'm going to be the best, the greatest hero to have ever lived. So I need to show that even when I was younger, I was better than everyone else. And I plan on doing this by being the only person from that shitty school to get into UA, and I'm not going to let you ruin that. Compared to me, you're nothing, you can't even hope to be in the same ring as me. So to you got it, Deku? Izuku tried to get his tongue to move so that he could respond, but it simply refused to work. Even if it did, he doubted he'd be able to say anything coherent. This was the first time that Kaken had talked to him in years, and it was to threaten him. Okay, that part wasn't actually that surprising. But even still, Izuku didn't know what to say back. There's no way he'd not go to you simply because Kaken told him not to, but it's not like he could say that to the explosive blonde's face. Just as Izuku was trying to figure out if he could outrun the blonde, he heard the buzz of his quirk. At first, he thought that Kaken had gotten fed up with his silence and was about to attack him, but then he realized that the buzzing was coming from behind him. Spinning around, he saw green slime bubbling out of a manhole cover just a few meters away from them. More and more of the sludge flowed out, condensing into a massive blob. Two large eyes and a grotesque, lipless, teeth-filled mouth appeared, giving the sludge some semblance of a face. Even though it was, probably, just a person with a mutation quirk, it looked more like a monster. What the F dash? Kaken said from behind him, malice replaced by confusion. The sludge creature turned its eyes toward them, and spoke in a weird, distorted voice. What great luck! 2 potential invisibility cloaks. Izuku and Kaken stared at the sludge creature in confusion and concern, trying to figure out what he meant by invisibility cloaks. Izuku at the very least knew that he was dangerous, as a continual faint buzzing was coming from him. Assuming that he was in fact human, he was certainly a villain. The green-haired teen looked back at Kaken, and was glad to see that he also seemed to be on guard. Suddenly, Izuku's quirk buzzed loudly. He spun back around to face the sludge villain, only to find that he had leapt at them and was about to land on both of them. Move, shithead! Came a roar from Kaken, and at the same time, Izuku heard another buzz from behind him. Before he had a chance to react, an explosion hit him in the back, sending him rocketing forward and out of the way of the villain's attack. Not even a second later, his flight through the air was ended by the wall of the side street he was on. He slammed face first into it, resulting in a flash of pain ruining across his face and a loud buzz from his quirk. Going by both, he probably just broke his nose. Falling backwards from the wall, he managed to catch himself before he could land flat on his back. Spinning around, he saw that Kaken also managed to avoid the villain's attack. What a great quirk! I think I'll go with you, the sludge villain ominously stated before lunging at Kaken. Before he could reach him though, Kaken held both his hands in front of him and unleashed a massive explosion, knocking the villain back. A second, smaller explosion followed immediately after, propelling Kaken into the air. But then what looked like a long arm made of slime shot into the air. It rushed towards him and grabbed onto the blonde's leg. With a yelp, Kaken was quickly dragged down towards the villain. Izuku ran at the sludge villain. He had already started moving before the arm had even grabbed Kaken, warned that it would happen ahead of time by his quirk. He knew that he could save Kaken, but he'd have to get close to the villain to do so. Jumping at the sludge arm, Izuku manifested his own green limb. It punched the villain's appendage with enough force to splatter it. The hand holding Kaken melted, and the blonde hit the ground a few meters away. Unfortunately for Izuku though, he landed directly in the sludge villain's body. Looks like your quirk's pretty nice too. And you even handed yourself over. Ah, thanks, he said with a laugh. Foul, viscous liquid enveloped Izuku's body. It tried to force its way into his nose and mouth. Suddenly, Izuku realized what the villain was trying to do. He was trying to steal Izuku's body. Panic flooding his mind, he manifested another arm and had it throw a punch at the sludge directly in front of his face that was trying to enter his body. Missing Izuku's own face by a few scarce millimeters, the blow struck the liquid, scattering it. He was only able to take a single, blessed gulp of air before more slime latched onto his face. Come on, don't be like that. Just relax, it'll last about 45 seconds or so, that's how long it usually takes, then it'll all be over. The villain said. An enormous, bulbous eye, roughly the size of Izuku's head, stared at him. He could feel himself suffocating. His quirk buzzed loudly as his lungs burned and tears welled in his eyes. Staring back at the large eye, an idea suddenly came to him. A telekinetic arms shot towards the villain's eye. Izuku's quirk buzzed, warning him that he would seriously injure the villain with this attack, but he was too desperate for air to stop the blow. He wasn't even sure if the telekinetic arm would stop even if he wanted it to. Just as the punch landed, Izuku closed his own eyes to avoid watching what happened. There was a loud squelching noise that he could only imagine was the sound of the eyeball exploding from the impact. An inhuman scream of agony followed immediately after. The sludge flowing into his mouth and nose suddenly retracted as the villain thrashed about in pain. You FBSTRD. You're too much of a hassle. Just die. The villain roared. Izuku's quirk buzzed before he was hurled out of the mass of green slime. He flew through the air at high speeds, until he smashed through a fire escape on the side of a nearby building. Metal bars and railing bent and snapped as he hit them, none of them able to stop his movement. Then he crashed into the side of the building. The concrete wall cracked and broke, but managed to halt his flight. Gravity overtook him again, and he fell away from the wall, along with several large chunks of the building and its fire escape, which crashed to the ground around and on top of him. Darkness swam across Izuku's sight, and he blacked out. -000. On a city street, a manhole cover was pushed aside and Toshinori hauled himself out of hole, coughing all the while. A few people stopped what they were doing to stare at the bizarre man who just emerged from the sewers carrying a bag of groceries, but fortunately none of them actually bothered him. In fact, they all quickly looked away when he glanced in their direction. Once he had replaced the manhole cover, Toshinori went to grab his cell phone out of his pocket to call Naomasa, only to find that he didn't have it on him. He must have left it at home. Crap, he needed to call in about the villain he had been chasing. Of course, he wouldn't have needed to call it in if he hadn't failed to catch them. And it was all because he ran out of time with One for All. He felt like an absolute goddamn idiot. He'd spent years on a timer, and yet, somehow, he still let it sneak up on him like that. The fact that he had gotten lost in the sewers hadn't helped matters. In his opinion, that was even more unforgivable. Saying that he let a villain escape because of the injury that All for One had given him was one thing, saying that he let a villain escape because of his poor sense of navigation was just pathetic. It's not like this was even the first time he'd ever gone into a sewer to stop a foe, though the less said about the Rat King and his army of mole men, the better. Hopefully, nothing too bad would happen before the villain was caught by the other heroes. If he was only a petty thief, then the chances of him actually harming someone were pretty low. But if he still thought that he was being chased by All Might, he might get desperate and do something stupid and dangerous. Just as Toshinori was about to go look for a payphone or something, he heard loud boom in the distance. Turning towards the sound, he saw a plume of smoke rising only a few blocks away. His heart stopped. While there was nothing to actually indicate that the explosion was connected to the sludge villain, somehow, Toshinori knew that he had something to do with it, which in turn meant that it was also his fault for failing to capture the villain. He took off running towards the explosion. He only hoped that no one had gotten hurt. -000. What happened? Where was he and why did he hurt so much? Seriously, Every part of his body either ached or was actively in pain. He felt like he had been hit by a truck which knocked him down a flight of stairs, off a cliff and onto a bunch of sharp, jagged rocks. And why was it so dark? Oh wait, his eyes were closed. Slowly, Izuku opened them and tried to take in his surroundings. Once things became a bit less blurry, the first thing he noticed was that he was lying on the ground, surrounded by pieces of broken concrete and metal. He went to move, but before he could even try, his quirk buzzed loudly, warning him that doing so would be a bad idea. It was the first time since he came to that he actually noticed his quirk. Before now it had been continuously buzzing nonstop, but he had ignored it as simple background noise. Now, as he listened more closely to it, he found that there were multiple buzzes coming from all about. The ones that had spiked in volume when he tried to move were still present, alerting him to various injuries that he currently suffered from. The loudest ones were coming from his head, which he could tell was bleeding, and from his right leg, which was also where he felt the most pain. Tilting his head slightly, he tried to get a look at his leg. What he saw was a piece of rebar stabbing through his thigh. Looking away quickly, Izuku tried to focus on not throwing up, a difficult feat with how much pain he was in. Even breathing hurt, which meant that his ribs were probably either bruised or broken, most likely the latter. He had broken his ribs before, and the buzzing coming from them now was about the same volume as it was back then, maybe a little louder even. He tried to distract himself and focused on the other buzzes. They were close by, probably just a street over. The buzzing was loud too. There was something pretty big going down, like a villain fight or major accident. Maybe it was why he was trapped under wreckage and injured. He must have gotten caught in whatever happened. Straining his ears, he could even hear it. Screaming, the roar of fire, the sounds of explosions. Explosions. Kaken. Suddenly, Izuku remembered what had happened, how he and Kaken had been attacked by the sludge villain. The villain tried to steal Izuku's body, so he must have tried to do the same thing to Kaken. Did he succeed? Did he take over Kaken's body and was using his quirk to wreak havoc? Izuku tried to focus on his quirk, but it was impossible to tell. There were definitely people in danger, but he had no way of knowing if any of them were Kaken. It wasn't possible. There's no way that Kaken could be. He had to be resisting. That's what all those explosions were. They were Kaken trying to keep the sludge villain from forcing his way into his body. That was the only explanation. Izuku had to get up. Kaken needed help. Izuku needed to go help him. If he didn't, if Kaken got hurt. Against his quirk's buzzes of protest, Izuku tried to move. Even though it hurt an unbearable amount, he was able to move his right leg. But he couldn't get up, he was pinned by debris. Summoning his telekinetic arms, he tried to move the wreckage. Both of them grabbed onto two pieces of debris and started to lift, but when they did, more of the metal shifted and fell on top of him. He screamed in pain when it came down on his back. He threw up and was horrified to see how much of his vomit was red with blood. He couldn't escape. He couldn't help Kaken. All he could do was lie here in his own sick and slowly bleed out. It had been a long time since he felt so helpless, so sickened by his own weakness and failure. The last time he felt like this was when it first appeared. Maybe, if he brought it out fully, maybe then he could escape. He could help Kaken. A green aura sprung to life across his body once more. A ghostly apparition appeared in front of him, becoming more solid and distinct. This time, Izuku made it manifest fully, the true body of his telekinetic limbs. This time, he didn't let it vanish in a moment of doubt. There was too much at stake to hold back, to let fear hold him back. The figure that appeared before him was massive, far larger than he was. It was easily close to 2 meters in height. Its muscular body was a brilliant forest green in color with black stripes in certain parts. On each of its arms were metal gauntlets. They were the same arms that Izuku frequently manifested. Wrapped around its waist was a utility belt like so many superheroes of old used to wear. On its chest was a large emblem with an H inscribed on it. The most bizarre part of its already bizarre appearance was its head. It was perfectly spherical, with 2 large antennae resembling rabbit ears sticking out of the top. For a face it had 2 round circles for eyes, one black and one white, and a permanent Cheshire cat grin. The apparition phased through the debris until it was overlapping with Izuku. Then it rose up, and now solid, lifted the wreckage off of Izuku with its back and outstretched arms. Finally free, Izuku forced himself to his feet. Pain coursed through his body with every movement, but he managed to walk clear of the debris of the fire escape that he had been trapped under. Now clear, the green figure let the wreckage drop back down to ground. Izuku turned back around and stared at the apparition. He made it raise an arm, then put it back down. Despite what he had feared, he was having no problem controlling it. That was a good thing. It meant he didn't need to worry. It meant it wouldn't act on its own against his will. Distantly, Izuku remembered that he had given it a name a long time ago. "Let's go, holding out," he said, and began limping towards the exit of the side street towards the carnage. -000. Toshinori was out of breath by the time he arrived at the scene, and what he saw made his blood run cold. The entire street was engulfed in flames, which continued to spread despite the efforts of Backdraft and other rescue heroes. Kamui Woods and a few other heroes were busy trying to get people trapped in the street to safety. The worst part though was directly in the center of the street, the sludge villain who Toshinori let get away. All of this destruction and fear, it was all Toshinori's fault. And now he was stuck on the sidelines, unable to do anything to help. He felt so pathetic. Why are the heroes just standing around? Why aren't they stopping that guy? A civilian standing nearby asked. The villain took a kid hostage. They can't get too close. Another person answered. Sure enough, there was what looked like a teenage boy trapped inside of the villain's liquid body. Suddenly, a truly massive explosion went off from where the villain and child were. It was so large that several of the people next to Toshinori were almost knocked over by the shockwave. It seemed that the explosion managed to free the boy somewhat, as his upper body was no longer covered by the villain's sludge. Unfortunately, the villain immediately re-engulfed the child, only for another explosion to go off, knocking him away again. Holy crap! That kid's really putting up a fight. Someone commented, obviously impressed by the boy. But at the same time, he's making it harder to rescue him. The heroes can't get close because of the sheer size of those explosions, and they're causing the fires, which only makes it harder for help to arrive. Toshinori thought. But he couldn't blame the child either. He was obviously afraid and trying desperately to get free. Hopefully, someone would arrive who would be able to save him soon. Kamui Woods landed close by, carrying several people with his branches. That's all of them. Except for the boy being held captive by the villain, everyone's clear. No, wait. There's someone else there. Another hero shouted, pointing down the street. Toshinori looked to where they were pointing, and for the second time that day, his heart stopped. Standing in the middle of the street, amongst the flames, was young Midoriya. He looked to be in horrible shape. There was blood running down his face, and he was standing oddly, obviously trying not to put too much weight on his right leg. Looking closer, Toshinori could see something sticking out of his thigh. It seemed that they weren't the only ones to notice his appearance. The villain seemed to have spotted him as well. You're not dead? He shouted. I'll fix that then. An arm of slime shot towards young Midoriya at unbelievable speeds. Toshinori almost darted forward to try and save the boy, even though he couldn't use one for all anymore that day. But before he could move though, there was a sound like a sniper rifle firing, and the villain's arm burst apart like a water balloon. -000. Izuku's quirk buzzed loudly as the villain's arm came rushing towards him. He must have been a bit delirious with blood loss, because, at the time, all he could think of was how the attack reminded him of those sticky hands you get from capsule machines. As soon as the appendage got within range, holding out intercepted it. Hiru! It shouted in a voice that sounded a lot like Izuku's, just a bit deeper, as it threw its punch. The blow splattered the limb. Another buzz went off. Honestly, it was starting to get a little hard to keep track of all of them, so many things were buzzing at once. A huge explosion went off, throwing Izuku back. He almost threw up again when he hit the ground, having landed on his right leg. However, he was less focused on the pain and more focused on that blast. Was that Kaken's quirk? Since when could he make them so big? It seemed that the villain hadn't been expecting it either, as he had been almost completely blasted off of Kakin. Immediately, he tried to smother Kakin again, but another explosion went off before he could. The blast sent Kakin flying away from the sludge villain, and he landed roughly on the ground only a few meters away from Izuku. "Kakin!" Izuku cried out. Rather than trying to struggle to get up, he simply had holding out pick him up and place him on his feet. He tried to limp to Kakin. "Deku!" Kakin coughed as he rose to his feet. He sounded exhausted and his voice was hoarse. "What the hell are you doing?" Before Izuku could answer him, the sludge villain leapt at Kakin again. The blonde tried to knock him away with another explosion, but it was noticeably smaller than the last one. He must have been worn down, and the villain engulfed him again. "No, you don't." The villain growled angrily. "This is my body now. So, quit resisting. You can't keep this up forever. And as for you," the villain said, turning its single eye towards Izuku, "once I've got this body and its quirk under my control, I'll pay you back for my eye." Izuku took half a step forward, but the villain quickly spoke again. Take one more step and I'll simply crush this boy's windpipe." Izuku froze in place, but then spoke. "I don't need to get any closer. You're already in my range." Holding out grabbed onto Kakin's arm, and ripped him out of the sludge villain's body. The blonde landed on his but right next to Izuku, safe. The villain tried to move to do something, but he never got the chance. Holding out unleashed a flurry of blows on the villain. A dozen punches hit his liquid body every second, resulting in a sound similar to that of machine gun fire. With one last punch, Holding Out finished its attack rush, and the sludge villain erupted into a green spray that coated the area. He was still alive though, and mostly unharmed even from what Izuku could tell thanks to his disaster sense. But he was unconscious, so he wasn't a threat anymore. The fight was over. "Deku, what the foo dash?" Izuku didn't hear the end of Kakin's sentence, as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Toshinori nervously paced back and forth in the hospital parking lot. Seeing young Midoriya collapse so suddenly had been a massive shock to him, especially since the boy had been shot and stabbed before and not gone down. Even to him, someone who had worked with pro heroes for decades and had seen hundreds of tough and determined fighters, Midoriya's ability to take blows and keep going without some sort of regenerative or pain-suppressing quirk was incredible. So, to see him go from standing up and defending himself from a villain to suddenly falling down like a puppet with its strings cut had been horrifying. Thankfully, the other heroes at the scene had rushed to Midoriya's side as soon as he collapsed. All heroes are trained in first aid, and there had been several heroes present who specialized in rescue, and as such, had similar levels of training as paramedics. Additionally, ambulances had arrived on the scene not even a minute after the villain had been defeated. Young Midoriya had been loaded onto one immediately, and it sped away towards the nearest hospital. The entire time, Toshinori had been suffocated by that feeling of uselessness that had overwhelmed him when he first arrived at the scene of the carnage. It was not a feeling he was used to. With him being All Might, it was rare for trouble to occur without him being able to fix it. Though, in recent years, the feelings of uselessness had become more and more common, as his time limit with One for All occasionally prevented him from helping when he wished he could have. As he watched the ambulance carrying the green-haired boy leave, he had felt like he needed to do something, anything to help. Young Midoriya was his friend, and he hadn't been able to do anything to help him. He had just been useless. No, he had been more than just useless. It was Toshinori's fault that the boy had gotten hurt in the first place. In the end, he finally thought of a way to possibly help. It felt too small and nowhere near enough to make up for putting the boy in harm's way, but it was the only thing he could do. Toshinori had called Chio only a few minutes after Midoriya had been taken to the hospital. While the retired hero now spent her days as the school nurse at UA, she also frequently made visits to hospitals all across Japan. When it came to healing quirks, hers was one of the best. Additionally, she was also an incredibly skilled doctor and surgeon. Fortunately, she had been available to help. Chio had arrived at the hospital only about 2.5 hours ago. And now, there was nothing Toshinori could do but pace about and wait. Eventually, the front door to the hospital opened, and Toshinori's head shot up to see who was coming out of it, as he had done every time the front door opened while he had been waiting. Two figures emerged from the building, the ridiculously tiny frame of Chio and the comparatively larger Naomasa. Upon seeing Tashinori, both of them walked over to him. "I'm sure you'll be relieved to hear that the young man will be okay," Chio said. Sure enough, Tashinori practically deflated as his worry left him. "The staff at the hospital here would have probably been able to take care of him just fine without me though," she added. "I'm sorry, I was just worried," Tashinori said. "It's fine, I completely understand why you were concerned. While I personally wasn't really needed, if that boy hadn't gotten medical attention as quickly as he had, things could have ended very badly," Chio replied. Tashinori winced, not wanting to think about that possibility. Chio turned and started walking away. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get back to you. Hopefully, no one's hospitalized themselves while I've been gone." She then muttered something under her breath about how she probably wasn't that lucky. "I can have someone take you back if you'd like," Naomasa offered. "I'm old, not helpless. I can make the commute to my job just fine," Chio said dryly, and walked away, leaving Tashinori and Naomasa alone. Now that they were alone, Tashinori turned to face his friend. "He's not in trouble, is he?" he asked slowly, worried about what the answer might be. While in his opinion, young Midoriya had done nothing wrong, he knew that there were strict laws in place against using one's quirk to fight villains without the proper license. He understood completely why those laws were the way they were, and agreed with them for the most part. If said laws didn't exist, the streets would be flooded with vigilantes with no regulations or training who could easily hurt themselves and others. But in this particular case, he couldn't help but wish that those laws weren't so strict. "That's a complicated question," Naomasa replied. "I and some other officers talked with the pro-heroes present, and according to them, Midoriya only acted in self-defense. Even when he knocked the villain unconscious, most of the heroes say that they saw him moving to attack the two boys first. I also interviewed the other boy who was at the scene with him. Apparently he's one of Midoriya's classmates, Bakugo Katsuki. He says that he and Midoriya were both attacked by the villain, who tried to suffocate Midoriya the same way he did to Bakugo. Midoriya used his quirk to defend himself, and the villain threw him through a wall in retaliation, resulting in the boy's injuries, and the villain then attacked Bakugo. But he also told me that Midoriya used his quirk to pull him out of the villain's body right before he splattered the villain, and Bakugo's arm was injured as a result. He was rather reluctant to reveal that last bit of information. He even lied and claimed that the villain was the one who broke his arm at first. It wasn't until after I told him that my quirk let me know he was lying that he finally admitted that it was Midoriya's telekinesis that gave him that injury." "He was trying to protect young Midoriya?" Tashinori asked. "I think it was probably more a matter of pride. He got really angry at the suggestion that Midoriya saved him," Naomasa said with a frown, then muttered, "I think that's the first time I've ever been cussed at so much by a teenager who wasn't in trouble with the law." He shook his head as if to clear his thoughts. "So, Midoriya injured someone due to reckless quirk usage. Though, considering that circumstances, he probably won't be in too much trouble for that. Bakugo could have died if it hadn't been for Midoriya after all. However, I still need to talk to Midoriya himself. He's still unconscious at the moment, but it's his statement that will really determine if he's in the clear or not. See, there's a chance that he actually went after the villain after he was thrown into a wall by him. If that's the case, then he was purposefully seeking out a fight, and he could be in a lot more trouble." Tashinori stewed over his words. Everything about this entire scenario was all just so effed up, and it was entirely his fault that it happened. He let out a sigh as his shoulders sagged. "I hope this doesn't make it difficult for him to get into UA," he said, voicing one of his biggest concerns at the moment. It was obvious to anyone who interacted with young Midoriya for any amount of time that the boy wanted nothing more than to be a hero. Tashinori desperately hoped that he hadn't messed that up. -000. Katsuki glared at the door in front of him as if he was trying to burn a hole in it with his eyes. A few members of the hospital staff asked if he was okay or needed directions or whatnot. He promptly snarled at them to F off and went back to trying to set the door on fire with his mind. He stood there, staring at it for at least 20 minutes. Grinding his teeth together, Katsuki tried to muster up the will to enter the hospital room. It's not that he was scared or nervous, and he would actually murder someone if they suggested he was. It's just that the idea of going in the room and talking to its occupant physically repulsed him. But he knew that he needed to. He needed to talk to Deku and set the record straight about what happened. Because that little sheet did not save him, and he couldn't let him think that he did. Even just thinking about had happened made something ugly squirm in Katsuki's gut. Deku didn't save him, he didn't. Katsuki freed himself. It was his explosion that got the sludge villain off of him, not Deku. Except, the only reason you were able to free yourself with that explosion was because you aimed for its eye. And you only knew that that was its weak spot because Deku attacked its other eye earlier. A voice inside his mind taunted. It sounded like the most obnoxious parts of Deku, his mom, and himself combined, the three people most adept at pissing him off. He would have figured it out himself eventually. He's not a effing idiot, even without Deku. He could have figured out to go for the only solid part of its body. Only, you would have never gotten the chance if Deku hadn't distracted the villain. You had been trying to aim for its weak spot for a large chunk of the fight. But, it had been very protective of its remaining eye, so you hadn't been getting anywhere before Deku showed up. The voice mocked. That's not true. He would have been able to slip through its guard. The villain wouldn't have been able to keep it up forever. Do you really think you would have lasted long enough to break free on your own? You'd have been far more likely to suffocate before actually getting a lucky hit on its eye. His mind jeered. Besides, even when you did get free, it didn't matter. The villain scooped you right back up, because you were too weak to escape in time. Face it, you'd be dead if it weren't for Deku. No. He could have saved himself. At most, he might have needed help from one of the heroes. But he absolutely did not need Deku to save him. In fact, Deku didn't save him. That's the entire reason why he was here, to make it clear to Deku that he did not save him. With that thought, Katsuki reached forward and opened the door. He had to use his left hand to do so, as his right arm was stuck in a sling. Another thing that he refused to admit had anything to do with Deku. He opened the door pretty hard, causing the two people in the room to make noises of surprise. Sitting in the bed was Deku, right where Katsuki expected him to be. And next to the bed was Deku's mother, Inko. It had been a while since Katsuki had last seen her. She'd gotten rounder since the last time they met. Deku, he said, turning his attention to the green-haired teen. Katsuki tried to keep his voice calm, since either Deku or Inko could potentially kick him out of the room if they wanted to, and he wasn't planning on leaving until he said his piece. It wasn't easy to rein his temper in, but he somehow managed it. We need to talk. The nerd's eyes widened at that, and Katsuki ground his teeth together to try keep himself from growling. Deku turned to look at his mother. Mom? Can we talk? Alone for a little bit? He asked. Inko's eyes flicked back and forth between the two teens nervously. Even Katsuki could tell that she thought that was a bad idea. Are you sure, sweetie? She asked hesitantly. Please. I promise we won't take too long. Deku said. Okay, I'll be right outside if you need me. Inko replied, heading slowly to the door. As she passed Katsuki, she shot him a worried look. He wasn't quite sure what it meant, and he really didn't care. Once she reached the door, she paused and looked back before finally exiting the room. Katsuki was little surprised that she actually agreed to leave them alone together. He knew for certain that had he and Deku been in switched places, the old hag wouldn't have hesitated to boot the nerd from the room. Also, he probably would have been happy that Inko left, as it made it easier for him to tell Deku what he needed to, were it not for the fact that he actively refused to let anything Deku did make him feel any amount of joy. Catch a dash, Deku tried to say, but Katsuki rounded on him before he could even finish the word. Shut up, Deku. Katsuki hissed, keeping his voice low. Staring straight into Deku's eyes with the ugliest glare he could manage, he kept talking. I'm here to make something clear. So I don't want to hear a single FNG word from you. He paused, seeing if the nerd would try to speak again. When Deku didn't say anything, he continued, listen to me and listen well. Did not save me. I didn't need your help, and I don't owe you anything. I could have beaten that BSTRD on my own. So, you aren't better than me, you aren't stronger than me, and don't you dare think otherwise. If you think for a second that what happened today changes anything between us, then think again. Got it? Deku gave a tiny nod in response, seemingly too scared to speak. It set Katsuki off. He knew that the little sheet wasn't afraid of him, not after what happened today. Because no matter how much Katsuki denied it, screamed both inside his head and out loud that it wasn't true, today had proven something that he had always feared deep down. Deku was stronger than he was. Which meant that he had to be pretending to be afraid, pretending to be some nervous little crybaby that could be cowed, just be yelling and glaring. There was no other explanation, because Deku had no reason to be scared of Katsuki. So, he had to be faking it. He had to be making himself look weak for some reason. And that was the biggest reason Katsuki hated Deku. Because by pretending to be weak, Deku made Katsuki look weak too. Even though Deku certainly didn't believe a word Katsuki just said, even though the Demed nerd was probably mocking Katsuki inside his own head for being so weak, there was nothing more that the blonde could say. At the very least, he might have convinced Deku that Katsuki himself didn't actually think the green-haired nerd saved him, even THOUGHHEKNEWTHATHEWOULDVE bin SCREWEDWI Resisting the urge to break something in frustration, Katsuki turned around and stomped towards the door to leave. Simply being around Deku made him angry, at both the nerd and himself. However, before he could reach the door, Deku spoke again. Kaken. He stuttered, still pretending to be a sniveling coward despite the fact that they were alone. Was he just tormenting him or something? Turning to the face the nerd, Katsuki glared at him. Deku shrank back slightly, but continued, "Deku, what happened to your arm?" He asked nervously, and it looked like he was dreading the answer. That was the second time today that someone had asked Katsuki about how he broke his arm. The police detective had asked him earlier, and Katsuki naturally lied about it. When the detective called him out on it, he got really set off. In hindsight, cursing at a police officer was far from the smartest thing he had ever done. "It's none of your effing business," Katsuki snarled. The same anger he had felt when talking to the detective returned, but much stronger this time. "It was me, wasn't it? I broke arm when I pulled you out of the sludge villain's body," Deku said quietly. He sounded heartbroken about it, and there were tears forming in his eyes. Just another ruse, it had to be. All he was doing was rubbing how much stronger he was in Katsuki's face. Katsuki clenched his fists so hard that his palms probably would have started bleeding if it weren't for the fact that his hands were tougher than normal thanks to his quirk. Spinning around, he slammed the door open, wanting nothing more than to get out of here. Inko, who was standing not too far away in the hall, jumped at the violent action. "Kaken! I'm sorry!" Deku yelled. Katsuki paused slightly, not really expecting the words. He didn't believe it for a second, though. "I'm sorry," the green-haired boy said, "and thank you saving me. For blasting me out of the way of the villain at the beginning." Katsuki left, moving down the hallway as fast as possible without it looking like he was running away. He didn't believe those words either. -000. Taking a deep breath to try to calm himself, Toshinori reached out and opened the door to Midoriya's hospital room. He had spent several hours trying to figure out what he was going to say to the green-haired boy. And he probably would have spent longer composing his words, but visiting hours were ending in an hour, and he needed to talk to young Midoriya before the day ended. "Yagi-san," Midoriya said happily upon laying eyes on him in the doorway. "Hello, young Midoriya," Toshinori replied as he entered the room. Looking at the boy sitting in the bed made his insides lurch with guilt. He wanted to immediately begin apologizing for what happened, but knew that the boy would only be confused if he did that. First, he needed to tell young Midoriya that he was all might. At the same time though, he knew that he couldn't just start their conversation that way, and he still felt nervous about the topic. So instead he asked, "How are you feeling?" "I'm doing great. You'll never believe this, but apparently Recovery Girl operated on me. That's why I feel just fine. Even though I was really messed up after what happened. Like, one of my ribs punctured my lung, and now I don't hurt at all there. I can't even hear a buzz from my quirk coming from my lungs. She's seriously amazing. Midoriya gushed, but then gave a sad sigh. It's too bad I was unconscious the entire time she was here. I don't think you would have wanted to be awake while Recovery Girl was operating on you. Toshinori said. Midoriya paused. It looked as though he was seriously considering whether or not meeting a hero he liked was actually worth being conscious in the middle of surgery. Thankfully, he wound up agreeing with Toshinori in the end. Looking around the room, Toshinori noticed that Inko-san wasn't anywhere to be seen. Young Midoriya, where is your mother? He asked. Oh, she left to get something to eat. I managed to convince to actually leave the hospital to get food, since I didn't think she should be forced to eat anything here. Actually, she just left a little bit before you showed up. Midoriya said. Well, that certainly made things easier. It also meant that he shouldn't put this off any longer, since he had a limited amount of time before Inko-san came back. With a heavy sigh, Toshinori spoke. Young Midoriya, I have something very important that I need to tell you. He said solemnly. Is something wrong? Midoriya asked, worried. Rather than speak, Toshinori instead used the small amount of time with One for All that he had left. Steam came off of his body as he grew in size, stretching out his clothing until it was pulled tight over his new frame. Young Midoriya, he said in his deeper hero voice, I am All Might. A moment passed. Another one passed, then another and another. Neither Toshinori or Midoriya said anything to each other. The green-haired boy simply stared at All Might with eyes the size of dinner plates. He wasn't even moving, seemingly frozen in place. Toshinori had expected him to be shocked, but this was a bit much. Oh crap, I think he's blue screening. The blonde thought to himself. Looking closely, he could only barely see that young Midoriya was in fact still breathing. Quickly, Toshinori stopped using One for All and shrunk back down to his shriveled form, hoping that the boy might calm down a bit if he did that, and also because he couldn't stay as All Might for much longer. Midoriya did move slightly, but it was only to lower his head and raise both of his hands to his temples. A quiet noise filled the room. It sounded kind of like the buzz of some sort of insect. Eventually, Toshinori realized that it was the green-haired boy muttering exceptionally quickly to himself under his breath. Even when he tried to strain his ears, he couldn't pick up a thing that the boy was saying. Young Midoriya? Are you okay? Toshinori spoke at last. Huh? Midoriya's head shot up, startled out of his stupor. Oh, sorry. It's just... This explains so many things, he said slowly, looking back down at his lap. He spoke as if he had just had a great epiphany, which it sounded like he did. What do you mean? Toshinori asked, confused by what the boy was talking about. I just... For over a year now I've noticed a bunch of similarities between you and All Might. Like how you always seemed to be nearby whenever All Might showed up. The very first time we met was near a villain attack that All Might stopped, and you were all beat up too. Not to mention other stuff. Remember when villains, the war pigs, attacked the train? I noticed that you and All Might were both wearing the same clothing, but I just dismissed it as nothing. Because, it's not like they were very distinct clothing. But then after All Might fought that one villain with the friction quirk, and he got punched in that one place in the chest over and over, I thought the way I guess you, sprayed blood from his mouth kind of reminded me of you. And then shortly after, you were hurt in the exact same spot and you lied about it, which I could tell because you're a really bad liar, and I thought it was weird because why would you lie about that? But I didn't press it, because I didn't think it was important. Also, you reminded of All Might in other ways, like sometimes when you smile it looks similar. Midoriya ranted, almost hysterically. It was too loud to be classified as muttering, but it shared a lot of similarities, mostly in how quickly he was speaking, but I just never thought anything of it. What was I supposed to think? That you're All Might? That would just be crazy. Just look at you. He paused after he said that, his eyes somehow going even wider than they already were. Oh my gosh, that came out wrong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. I just meant that you look like the exact opposite of All Might? Toshinori offered. I was going to say skinny, Midoriya said quietly, awkwardly glancing off to the side. Same difference, Toshinori said with a slight shrug. Midoriya responded with a small smile, before leaning back onto his bed. He stared at the ceiling with wide eyes again. Holy crap. I'm friends with All Might, he said in a disbelieving tone. Early, when he had been ranting, it hadn't seemed to have quite sunk in that Toshinori and All Might were the same person. Now, it looked like that realization had finally reached him. The boy sat back up and looked at Toshinori, his eyes brimming with questions, a look that Toshinori immediately recognized. How did this happen? I mean, why do you look like that? Why are you telling me? Midoriya asked. They were all questions Toshinori had been expecting. The hero gave a tired sigh, and then pulled up part of his shirt to show the wound that all for one had left him. 5 years ago, a villain did this to me. Midoriya recoiled in shock and disgust at the sight of the injury, and he pulled his shirt back down. It only stung a little. He had been expecting a reaction like that after all. My injuries were extensive, to say the least. I lost one of my lungs and it was only by a miracle that I didn't lose the other. My stomach was removed too. I was in surgery for a long time, as doctors tried desperately to both save my life and ensure that I wouldn't need to be hooked up to a machine for the rest of said life. Despite everything that was done for me, I was still crippled. As a result, I can barely do hero work anymore. I can barely use my quirk anymore. I can only be All Might for about 2 hours a day, and that number's been steadily going down. Most of the time, I'm stuck like this. He gestured to himself. Stuck being weak and worthless. 5 years ago? Midoriya asked, his face scrunched up in concentration. Do you mean when you fought Toxic Chainsaw? That lowlife? No, he could never do something like this. Toshinori scoffed. He already knew that Midoriya was huge hero nerd, but he was still impressed by the boy's knowledge of his hero career. Seriously, this kid could give Night Eye a run for his money when it came to All Might trivia. I don't know if I should introduce because they'd probably get along, or make sure they never meet. He thought to himself, before remembering to get back on topic. He could muse to himself later. Right now, he still had a lot of stuff to explain. No, this fight and the villain who injured me have been kept a secret, not just from the public, but from most pro-heroes as well. Why though? Midoriya interrupted to ask. He quickly looked away and twiddled his fingers, as if he was stepping out of line just by speaking to Toshinori. If they're so dangerous, shouldn't people know about them, especially the other heroes? Keeping everyone in the dark seems like it'd only put them more at risk. Toshinori smiled slightly at the boy's intelligence, before giving a tired sigh. First of all, the villain didn't survive the battle. So, he's not a threat anymore. He said grimly. By now, he was convinced of that. Night Eye's search still had yet to turn up anything definitive that would suggest All for One somehow survived. The theory they were both currently operating under was that he somehow found a way to store quirks. There's another reason too, one that is partially my fault. I'm sure you remember the battle I got into around a year ago against a villain with a friction quirk. The one I almost lost. Color drained from young Midoriya's face at the mention of that fight. The boy gave a small, shaky nod. I'm sure you also remembered the aftermath. Things were not good, to put it lightly. Villain activity spiked. They were emboldened by how close that villain had come to defeating me. As a result, the commission started leaning heavily on the other heroes to work harder. A huge number of pros retired as a result, unable to deal with the stress and fatigue of the increased effort. Also, fewer hero students have passed licensing exams or graduated this year, due to the commission making standards stricter. Though, from a very odd point of view, it had actually been kind of a good thing. Some members of the commission had even referred to it as a trial run of what it might be like when All Might was finally forced to retire. Could you have imagined what it would have been like if people knew this? Toshinori gestured to the left side of his body, and then to himself in general. If they knew that the symbol of peace was going to be out of commission in the hospital for weeks to months on end after a battle, and then that he could only operate for a few hours each day. Villain activity would have skyrocketed. What's more, People would make attempts on my life during the time in which I couldn't use my quirk. I would need to constantly be guarded by police and other pro-heroes, thus taking away manpower that could be used to stop villains committing other crimes. Really, this whole symbol of peace, pillar of society thing I have going, it's a double-edged sword. I have to always be smiling, undefeated, and undaunted by evil. In order to maintain that illusion, and keep hope alive and let people feel safe, my injury has to be kept a secret. Toshinori said, but I can't keep doing this forever. Eventually, either the truth will come out, I'll lose my ability to use my quirk at all and be forced to retire, or I'll die. And when that happens, well, things probably won't completely go back to how they were before I started doing hero work, but it won't be good. Toshinori looked at young Midoriya's face, which brings me to your other question. Why I'm telling you this? To be completely honest, I don't have much time left. Which is why. He swallowed and stared directly into the boy's green eyes. Midoriya, I want you to take up my mantle. The words rang out like a gavel. I believe that you are worthy to inherit my power, my quirk. Young Midoriya stared in shock. His eyes somehow went even wider than they already were. At this rate, Toshinori was worried they'd pop out of his head. What? The boy squeaked out. My quirk. Toshinori repeated, you've already talked before about how it doesn't seem like a normal quirk. Well, there's a very good reason for that. It isn't a normal quirk. It was given to me by another hero years ago, and she herself received it from someone else. My quirk has been passed down through generations of heroes, like an Olympic torch. With each holder, the torch's flame grows brighter, its power becomes stronger. The strength of each holder mingles together inside this quirk, creating a crystallized network of power. That is the quirk I inherited. One for all. As Toshinori spoke, he held up his hand. Light seemed to shine forth from his palm as he gave his explanation. Suddenly, he closed his hand into a fist, cutting off the light, and stared back at young Midoriya, and I believe that you are worthy to inherit one for all next. Young Midoriya opened his mouth, then closed it without making a sound. Then opened it again, and closed it again. Realizing that he wasn't actually speaking, he held up one hand to Toshinori, while the other one grabbed his hair in confusion. Wait. Hold on. He stammered out as he tried desperately to comprehend what was going on. Your quirk was given to you? That's nuts. I've never even heard a theory like that before. How does that work? Who gave it to you, and where did they get it? Where did it even come from originally? How many people have had it before? Midoriya rapid-fired questions at Toshinori far too quickly for the blonde to even try to answer any. And what do you mean you want me to have it next? Why would you give it to me? I just told you. My days as a hero are numbered, and once I'm gone, there needs to be someone to take my place. Toshinori said, really, I probably should have found a successor a long time ago. He admitted quietly. No, I meant, why me? Midoriya asked, holding both his hands to his chest. There have to be, like, a million other better candidates. Because, young Midoriya, you act like a hero. In all the time I've known you, that's been made clear time and again. Toshinori answered, heck, the very first time we met, you saved my life. He said with a slight chuckle. But that doesn't mean I'm the best choice. Midoriya said frantically. The boy's eyes were wide and afraid. I'm just a teenager. I don't have any hero training. I can't even control my own quirk. Izuku, what's wrong? What happened? Toshinori asked. Something was wrong. The two of them had been training for months, working to improve Midoriya's control over his quirk. And they had been doing really well, or at least, that's what Toshinori had thought. But Midoriya looked like he was on the verge of having a panic attack. The last time that had happened was when he accidentally destroyed the truck. Midoriya's voice caught. There were tears pooling in his eyes. I hurt him. He finally managed to say. With those words, the dam broke, tears and words flowed from, when I tried to pull Kaken out of the villain's grasp. I hurt him. I pulled too hard and I broke his arm. And the villain too. I destroyed his eye. I maimed him. Heroes don't do that. Midoriya yelled. Every time I try to use my quirk to help people, I just hurt somebody. The boy started taking quick, ragged breaths. His breathing was too fast, verging on hyperventilation. This wasn't good. Toshinori knew that Midoriya had been worried about losing control of his quirk and harming someone, and now, that had actually happened. Carefully, Toshinori reached forward and placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder, and the boy leaned into the touch until Toshinori was practically hugging him. Young Midoriya, that's simply not true. He said calmingly, making sure to leave no doubt in voice. You saved that boy's life, and you caught a dangerous villain before he could kill anyone. But I still screwed up. Midoriya said quietly between sobs. I still hurt Kaken. What's if I can't control your quirk either? It's so powerful I could kill people. He moved closer to Toshinori and was now crying into the man's shoulder. I can't take your quirk. Midoriya said quietly after a minute. I'm sorry. I'm just not worthy. Slowly, Toshinori pulled away from the boy and took a good look at him. Midoriya was still crying. He cried a lot, but it was different this time. Toshinori knew sorrow when he saw it. What happened? He wished to ask, what happened to make you so afraid of your quirk? He knew better than to ask though. If he tried to dig up past traumas, young Midoriya could react very poorly. He already had panic attack. Asking him could trigger another one. Midoriya, Toshinori said, I don't care if you aren't worthy. That's not important. What? The boy asked, confusing breaking through his sadness. Do you want to know when I first started to seriously consider giving my quirk to you? Toshinori asked, and young Midoriya looked a little caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. It was that day when we were on the train. He didn't need to specify any more than that. When you ran out of the train into the tunnel full of villains. What you did was extremely stupid. It could have easily gotten you killed and nearly did. If a hero student did something like that, they'd probably be expelled from whatever school they were attending. If a pro hero did it, they might lose their license. As he spoke, Midoriya hung his head in shame. Looking at how you handled the situation, you most certainly were not worthy. But that's not what I was focusing on. I was focusing on how you were willing to put yourself in harm's way to help innocent people. On how you acted like hero. Maybe not a pro hero with all the training and regulations that come with the job title, but you had the heart of hero. And that's something that no amount of skill or training can replace. It's true that the way you behaved on the train or even earlier today wasn't professional or competent, but I never expected it to be. You're just a teenage boy, not trained hero. Neither of us can expect you to handle things as well as a pro. So, I can't determine if you're worthy based on things like that. Toshinori said. But it's still important, isn't it? Midoriya spoke up quietly. Even if you think I have the heart of a hero, that doesn't mean anything if I can't actually do the job of one. Toshinori leaned back and sighed. If young Midoriya truly didn't want to take his quirk, then there was nothing he could do. He wouldn't force it upon the boy. But it didn't sit right with him, it didn't sit right at all. Midoriya was clearly being unfair to himself, but he didn't know how to make him see that. Telling him clearly wasn't working. God, he really did pick the worst time to ask, it seemed. Wait, maybe that was it? A light bulb went off in Toshinori's head as an idea came to him. You're right. I can't give you my quirk right now. Literally, your body would probably explode if you inherited one for all at this exact moment. He said. Midoriya looked at him in confusion again. But I don't need to give it to you now. You're going to UA, right? After a moment, the green-haired boy slowly nodded in response. Yes, but what does dash? I have a proposal for you. I think you would be an excellent choice for the next holder of One for All, but it's ultimately your choice. You don't think you're worthy, so I'm willing to wait until you are. Toshinori gave a reassuring smile. Once you finish your first year at UA, I'll ask you again. If you still want to say no, then I'll find someone else, I promise. But I truly do believe that you have what it takes to take my place. So, once you've been taught by the best of the best at UA, we'll see if you're worthy then. Toshinori held out his hand to young Midoriya. What do you say? He looked at the hero's hand and reached for. Suddenly he stopped and drew his hand back. Toshinori's smile wavered slightly, but he made sure to not let it slip. Midoriya stared down at his own hand, deep in thought. Finally, he gripped his hand into fist and gave Toshinori a determined look. Midoriya reached out and shook his hand. Yagi-san, no, All Might. If you really believe in me that much, then I'm willing to try at the very least, he said with a wobbly smile. Toshinori's smile grew even wider. Grunting heavily, Izuku tried to push the last piece of trash across Dagoba Beach. It was a life-sized centaur statue made of solid metal, and easily the strangest thing he ever found on the beach. The sheer oddity of it had been the main reason why Izuku left it for last, and it was heavy as frick. Once it was gone though, Dagoba Beach would be completely trash-free, at long last. And with 2 months until UA's entrance exam to boot. Suddenly, the statue got stuck in the sand. Cursing under his breath, Izuku tried to get it free, but the DMN thing wouldn't budge. He tried moving the sand around its base, he tried pushing it at different angles, he even tried tipping it over, but it was well and truly stuck. After half an hour of trying in vain to move the statue, he was ready to give up. So, he glanced over to the police officer who was watching him to see if they were paying attention. As it turned out, what Izuku had done with the sludge villain was exceedingly illegal. In fact, he easily could have been thrown in jail. But, thanks to a combination of factors, such as his young age, the fact that his head injury and blood loss affected his judgment-making, and several heroes vouching for him, his ultimate sentence was pretty lenient all things considered. He was forced to do community service. Specifically, he had to clean up Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. Izuku was positive Yagi-san had a hand in that. While he was completely ecstatic that he wasn't going to go to jail or something like that, Yagi-san even told him that this probably shouldn't affect his chances of getting in UA. He almost felt like he was getting off too easy. After all, he'd already been doing this for months. However, there was one major caveat. He wasn't allowed to use his quirk. Technically, he had never been legally allowed to use his quirk to clean the beach, but now that he had a police officer watching him, he had to actually follow public quirk laws. Speaking of the police officer, they weren't even looking in Izuku's direction at the moment. Instead, they were watching a particularly fat seagull hop about the beach, seemingly too lazy to bother flying like a proper seagull should. In other words, the coast was clear. Swallowing nervously, Izuku called out holding out. Immediately, he looked back towards the police officer, even though he knew that nobody but him could see it. Fortunately, the officer had not noticed the invisible figure, so Izuku went to move the statue. His heart was hammering in his chest like a drum as he carefully began to push the statue with holding out, making sure to push it himself too. It would look pretty suspicious if it just started sliding across the sand on its own. Unlike before, the statue moved effortlessly thanks to holding out strength. Once he was pretty sure it was unstuck, he dismissed holding out and once again checked to see if the officer was watching. They were still staring at the fat seagull. Izuku let out a breath that he hadn't realized he had been holding and went back to pushing the statue by hand. Despite the fact that he was highly unlikely to have been caught, that still managed to be one of the more stressful things he had done. After another 20 minutes and 2 pulled muscles, he finally managed to get the statue to the pickup area. With a sigh of relief, Izuku collapsed backwards onto the sand. "Looks like you're finally done," the police officer said as they approached. They looked out across the pristine shoreline and let out a low whistle. "Congratulations, Midoriya. You're a free man again." "Yay!" Izuku sounded a lot less excited than he actually felt. In all seriousness, he was glad to finally be done. These last couple months had been absolute hell. He had to spend 4 hours a day after school cleaning up the beach every day, which ate up basically all of his free time. His muscles hurt pretty much all the time anymore. Plus, once word got around school what was going on, it made things even worse for his reputation than they already were. The only good thing he could really say about it was that it was a decent workout. Well, almost free. You and your mom still have to fill out some paperwork back at the station, then you'll be good. The officer said, "We can head over there now if you'd like." "I'll be there in a little bit. I want to get a shower first. Also, just lie here a bit longer," Izuku replied. Additionally, he had developed a habit of not accepting any more rides in police cars. A while back, some of his schoolmates had seen him riding in the back of one, and while that hadn't been the start of the rumors about him, it was kind of the point of no return. Though that particular point was kind of moot now, since he had actually been in trouble with the law. "All right then, see you later, kid," the officer said as they left. Izuku called out a goodbye. He would have waved too, but his arms felt too heavy to move at the moment. He stared up at the sky as he rested. He only had 2 months until the UA entrance exam. Now that he wasn't busy all the time, he really needed to start getting ready. Spend all his free time studying and training for it, instead of hauling junk. Only 2 months. Izuku felt a small twinge of panic. While not a particularly small time frame by any means, he still would have liked more time. He couldn't help but feel woefully underprepared. Ideally, he would have started getting ready ages ago. He went through a rundown of all the stuff he needed to do still. Obviously, he needed to study. That's where the vast majority of his time would be spent now. He also needed to design his costume. Technically, he didn't have to do that until after he got accepted, but it was still an item on the agenda. Good thing he had a fairly clear idea what he wanted for it. Then there was training his quirk. It had been forever since he seriously did so. In fact, the last time he did was before the fiasco with the sludge villain. Gods, he really needed to get back to that. He should probably talk to Yagi-san about that. -000. The rest of the day consisted of laying on the beach for an hour and almost falling asleep, then heading home to change and get a quick shower before heading down to the police station with his mom. Once they were done there, the two had dinner out to celebrate, and Izuku went to sleep as soon as they got home. As such, he didn't actually get a chance to call Yagi-san until the next day. "Congratulations on cleaning up the beach," Yagi-san said over the phone. "Oh, you heard about that already?" Izuku asked. "Saw it too. There's not a speck of garbage to be seen on that beach. You'll probably be seeing people there within a week, enjoying the fruits of your labor." Yagi-san said, "You did an excellent job, and by hand nonetheless. I'm impressed. Bet you're probably not so shrimpy anymore." "I mean, I kind of had to. It was punishment and all," Izuku said, blushing slightly from being complimented. "You can't always be so hard on yourself, young Midoriya. You still did an amazing job. Besides, you had already been cleaning the beach for almost a year of your own volition." Yagi-san said, "Actually, that reminds me of why I called. I wanted to talk to you about my quirk." Izuku said, "Did something happen?" Yagi-san asked, sounding worried. "No. Everything's fine." Izuku quickly reassured him, "It's just, the entrance exam for UA is coming up, and I haven't done any quirk training in a long time." "That's true." Yagi-san paused to think for a moment. "Tell me, when will you be free?" I'm planning on studying after school tomorrow, but I could do something else." Izuku said, "No, you shouldn't slack on studying. You'll need it to get into you. Besides, I might need a little time to get things set up." "Listen." "Get what set up?" Izuku asked. "I'm going to help you train your quirk, of course. I just need to figure out where to do it." Yagi-san said, "I should be able to think of something by this weekend if you're free." "Of course I'm free," Izuku said excitedly, "but, wouldn't it be unfair for me to get help from you? I mean, you are Izuku's voice dropped to a whisper, "All Might." The sound of Yagi-san's laughter came through the phone. It was less boisterous than All Might's signature laugh, more genuine sounding. "Young Midoriya, you don't need to whisper. I can tell you're not in public. So, unless your phone's been bugged, nobody's going to hear you." Sorry." Izuku rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "And don't worry, it will be fine. Plenty of students at UA will have received training from pro heroes. UA has more students from hero families than any other school in Japan. And it's not like I'm helping you cheat or something, it'll just be some training." Yagi-san said, "Also, I've never actually taught before, so don't count on my help being that great. Actually, it'll be good practice for both of us. You've already helped me a ton with my quirk." Izuku said, "Now you're being too hard on yourself." "Thanks, Midoriya. I'll call you again before this weekend, tell you where we'll meet." Yagi-san said. They both said their goodbyes and hung up. Izuku let out a loud squeak that he had been holding in most of the call. Most of the time, it was hard to truly comprehend that he was friends with All Might. Usually, he only thought of Yagi-san as Yagi-san. It was how he had known him for over a year after all, plus, he had asked Izuku to keep referring to him as Yagi. But every now and then, Izuku remembered exactly who Yagi-san was, and it made him feel like a small child on his birthday. One-on-one training with All Might, the weekend couldn't come fast enough. -000. As it turns out, when you're in a panic to get as much done as possible in a small space of time, the days go by really quickly. Izuku had been in the middle of trying to memorize an entire book on Quirk history. As a result, he learned that there was actually a lot of debate on who the first person with a quirk was. Most people learn in school that the first quirk belonged to a small boy in South Africa who sneezed fire, but there were several other lesser-known candidates with better claims to the title. There was strong evidence to suggest that there had been a glowing baby in China a full 3 years beforehand, who simply wasn't as well known because her quirk had been much more mundane. When Yagi-san called and asked him to meet him at a nearby forest the next morning. Once the weekend came and Izuku met with Yagi-san, the two of them headed into the woods. Yagi-san explained that they were going to head far enough into the forest that they wouldn't have to worry about anyone else being around. Alright, explain to me precisely how your quirk works and what you know about it. You're good at analyzing things, but you've also barely used it. So, we're going to have to figure out what you can do with it. Yagi-san said once they finally came to a stop. Got it? Izuku said. A green aura flared up around him and holding out phased into existence. Okay, so, you can't actually see it, but there's a humanoid figure standing next to me. You already know that my telekinesis works by creating limbs, well the limbs actually belong to this figure. I can choose how much of it I want to manifest. I used to only normally manifest a single arm, but now that I'm more comfortable using it, I tend to call out the whole thing. Oh, and when I manifest the whole thing, rather just a limb or two, its range is a lot bigger. It can move about 3 meters away from me. I'm pretty sure it's stronger too, but I'm not sure if that actually has anything to do with how much of it I manifest. I think I might have just been limiting its strength before. That honestly sounds like a companion quirk. I think you might have mentioned that once, actually. Yagi-san raised his hand to his chin in thought. That might explain why you sometimes have trouble controlling it. It might have some form of thought by itself. That's what I used to think too, but I don't think that's the case anymore. I can control its movements exactly. As Izuku spoke, he had holding out flex its fingers, turn its head, tap its feet together, and in general make various small but fairly precise gestures. And it doesn't normally do anything I don't want it to. I mean, it occasionally yells, but I think that's just an automatic thing. I sometimes make noises without meaning to myself. It honestly feels like part of my body, like my arm or something. So, I don't think it's sentient or anything. You have mentioned that it sometimes moves on its own though. Yagi-san pointed out, perhaps that was just subconscious? Like how you'll reflexively raise an arm to protect yourself if something is flying towards you. Or blinking. Why? Maybe. Izuku said quietly. That was a theory he often used to entertain, but one he never really liked. The idea that it just acted on his subconscious thoughts before he had better control over it had implications he wasn't comfortable with. Is there anything else? Yagi-san asked, pulling Izuku back to the present. Well, I share sensations with it. So, if I touch something rough with it, I can feel the texture. It's kind of weird though, I don't just feel it like in my mind, I feel it on the same part of my body as holding out. So, I would feel the texture on my fingers, even though they're not actually touching anything. Izuku explained, I can even see through its eyes if I focus. Holding out? Yagi-san asked, doing a much better job pronouncing the English word. Oh, I kind of named it. Izuku said, slightly embarrassed. There's nothing to be ashamed of. If there was ever the chance that it might have been sentient, then giving it a name was a good call. Yagi-san said, thanks. Izuku replied, oh, there's also this bizarre thing. Izuku pulled back his sleeve and showed his arm to Yagi-san. There was a clear indentation on his arm of an invisible hand wrapped around the limb, squeezing it lightly. You're having holding out squeeze your arm? Yagi-san asked, confused by why Izuku was showing him this. No. I'm having holding out squeeze its arm. He turned to look at his quirk as did exactly as he said, I think this why I can feel what it feels. It seems like whatever happens to holding out happens to me too. I don't think it works the other way around though. I've never noticed any of my injuries on it or anything. But that means that if holding out got hurt, you'd get hurt. Yagi-san pointed out, clearly concerned. I don't think that's ever happened though. It's slapped bullets out of the air, or punched holes in concrete, and it's never been scratched before. Either it's very durable, or it could be because it's made out of psychic energy or something and can't actually be harmed. I honestly don't know. Izuku said, trying hard to not start mumbling as he theorized, since he was actually talking to somebody. It's definitely a potential weakness to keep in mind. For now, you should operate under the idea that it is possible to hurt it, and doing so would hurt you too. So, don't stick its arms in lava or something. Yagi-san said, but it could be used as a shield of some kind. We know that smaller guns can't hurt it, so you could just have it stand in front of you to block gunfire. Again though, assume that it could be harmed by more powerful or just different attacks. Well, my quirk would buzz if something would hurt me. Izuku pointed out. Alright, I almost forgot about the disaster sense part of your quirk. Anything new on that front? Yagi-san asked. Nope, it's the same as always. Izuku answered, I don't think there's anything else I can tell you about holding out either. Well then, I guess we should start training. Yagi-san said. Really? Izuku shouted, then quickly decided to tone down his excitement, though it was still easily noticeable. I mean, what do you have in mind? Well, you probably don't need any combat training at the moment. You've already shown yourself to be capable in a fight. Maybe some techniques? Right now, holding out just seems like a punch ghost. Still very powerful, but there are areas where you're going to be lacking. Like movement, for example. Yagi-san explained, perhaps you could use holding out to move yourself quickly, like some sort of telekinetic jump or something. So, I should have holding out. Throw me? Izuku asked. Precisely. Yagi-san replied with a thumbs up. -000. Izuku wound up going to hospital after he threw himself into a tree. Thankfully, the injuries were pretty minor and he was released the next day. Both he and Yagi-san agreed to not tell his mom what they had been doing. Okay, so this time, if it even looks like you're about to have a rough landing, I'll catch you. Yagi-san said, last time, I assumed you had a landing strategy. Sorry, my quirk started buzzing the second I went into the air and I kind of panicked. Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Don't worry about it. You can't expect to do it perfectly on your first try. Yagi-san reassured him, ready to give it another shot? Izuku nodded in response, and the two of them got into position. It was a bit awkward to find a way for holding out to pick up and throw Izuku without hurting him. Ultimately, he settled on having his quirk pick him up with both hands under his arms so it could throw him like a basketball. Ready? Yagi-san asked from about 10 meters in front of him. Ready? Izuku shouted back. Currently, he was being held off the ground like a misbehaving cat. Holding out shifted position, winding up the throw. It began to let out a loud cry of hero when, startled by the sudden noise, holding out floundered the throw and Izuku only flew about half a meter forward before landing gracelessly on his face. Ignoring the pain, Izuku quickly jumped to his feet and turned to face the direction the loud noise came from, but he didn't see anything. Midoriya, are you okay? Yagi-san jogged up to him. I'm fine. What was that? Izuku turned to his older friend. It sounded like Yagi-san was cut off by another boom in the distance, albeit a much quieter one, an explosion. He finished. Izuku's mind immediately went to Kaken, and he started walking in the direction of the explosions. He hadn't even taken a step when Yagi-san's hand on his shoulder stopped him. Hold on, young Midoriya. It could be dangerous. He said. Sorry, it's just The sound of 3 explosions in rapid succession interrupted Izuku. I think that might be Kaken? Who? Yagi-san asked. Oh, the boy who was with me when I fought the sludge villain. You know, he makes explosions from his hands. Izuku mimed an explosion with his hands as he spoke. But what would he be doing out in the woods? Yagi-san asked. Another explosion, just as loud as the first, went off and they both winced. He's not in trouble, is he? No, I don't think so. My Quirk would let me know if he was in danger. He's probably training just like us. He's really serious about his training. Izuku said. Perhaps we should move somewhere less loud to continue training. As soon as Yagi-san finished speaking, explosions started going off non-stop for a solid 10 seconds. Once the noise finally died down, and their ears stopped ringing, Izuku spoke. Yeah, that's a good idea. That could easily get distracting. Right, come along then. Yagi-san said as he began to walk away. I'll be along in just a sec. Izuku said, turning back towards the booming sounds. I just want to see how he's doing real quick. Don't take too long. We're supposed to be training. Yagi-san said. I won't be 5 minutes. Izuku called out as he made his way towards the noise. It didn't take Izuku very long to reach the source of the explosions since it wasn't very far from where he started. As he got closer, he started to move more slowly, more stealthily. Though, it was unlikely he would be heard over the booms. Once he finally arrived, he hid behind a tree and watched. Sure enough, Kaken was the source of the explosions. Izuku watched in awe as the explosive blonde let off a blast from him palms to rocket himself forward at insane speeds. Speeding through the air with his legs tucked close to his body, Kaken flew towards a tree. Izuku heard a buzz from his quirk and for a brief moment was worried that Kaken was about to slam headfirst into the tree like he had. But it turned out that the buzzing wasn't warning about danger to Kaken, it was warning about danger to the tree. When the blonde reached it, he kicked both his legs forwards and smashed straight through the tree, snapping it in half. He landed against the next tree beyond the one he had just destroyed. Then, a quick explosion sent him zooming back to his starting point, destroying that tree too in the process. Kaken paused to catch his breath, and bent down to rub his legs. Izuku could only imagine that they hurt, considering that he just kicked a tree in half. Despite that though, he couldn't hear any buzzing coming from Kaken, meaning that any injuries he might have were minor enough that Izuku couldn't hear them from where he was. As the blonde went to get a drink of water, Izuku quietly snuck away while Kaken had his back turned. He'd undoubtedly get angry if he found out that Izuku had been watching him. Izuku marveled over what he had just seen as he walked back to find Yagi-san. Kaken's skill with his quirk was incredible. Meanwhile, Izuku had just dropped himself not even 5 minutes ago. It made him realize just how far behind he was. What if everyone at UA had a similar level of skill and training as Kaken? Could he even get in? Clenching his fist, his determination grew. He'll train hard every day to be ready for you. He wasn't about to fail before he even began. -000. Mirai sat at his desk, a large stack of paperwork piled in front of him. As he was signing various papers, with an all-might pen of course, a knock interrupted his work. Looking up, he saw Bubble Girl enter the room, looking far more nervous than usual. "Yes, sir, you have a visitor." She stammered. "Describe them." Mirai said with a dangerous edge to his voice. "A flaming hot redhead with a great chest." She replied, immediately understanding what he wanted. Mirai smirked at her humorous answer. "Send them in then." "Yes, sir." Bubble Girl saluted and left. Less than a minute later, she returned with the hot redhead in tow. Bubble Girl cowered in the corner of the room, any attempt at humor obviously the farthest thing from her mind as stared anxiously at the new arrival. Endeavor ignored her, choosing to glare in disgust at the various all-might paraphernalia decorating the room. "Thank you, Bubble Girl, you can float along now," Mirai said. He could feel her relief before she bolted from the room. A worrying reaction, considering he had seen her remain completely unfazed and even lighthearted in the face of murderous villains. He turned accusingly to Endeavor. "What did you do to scare her so badly? You corrupted her with that horrible brand of humor of yours." Endeavor said just as accusingly, "You should be banned from having sidekicks. We can't all do hero work with a stick up our butts like you, Endeavor. Most of us need levity." Mirai responded. Why did you call me here? Endeavor asked, ending their current conversation. Straight to business as usual then? Fine, have a seat. Mirai gestured to a chair across from his desk. After glaring at it for a solid 10 seconds, probably checking to see if it had a whoopee cushion in it or something, Endeavor sat down. Mirai held back a smile at the sight of such a large man sitting in such a tiny chair. He had specifically put a smaller one than normal in his office in anticipation of the Flame Hero's arrival. I need your help, Mirai said bluntly, his amusement forgotten. It must be important if you came to me. You know I hate you. Endeavor said. Yes, I'm well aware. Mirai replied, unlike All Might, who I can only assume is willfully ignorant of your feud with him. No, this has nothing to do with All Might. Your horrible taste in decor notwithstanding. I hate you specifically. Endeavor sneered. The feeling is mutual, trust me. But we're both professionals. That earned Mirai a disdainful snort. So let's set our personal feelings aside. And to answer your early question, it is important. I'm stuck on an investigation, and as you've solved more cases than any other hero in history, I figured you could assist me. What case? The hero killer? Or is it that Yakuza business I've heard rumors about you investigating? Endeavor asked, though Mirai got the distinct impression that he didn't really give a DMN. Neither, I don't need any assistance with those. Not from you at the very least. Mirai said, this is something far more important, and a far more difficult case to crack. If it's so important, then stop wasting my time with all this cryptic nonsense. Endeavor practically growled. I am investigating All for One. Mirai said. Endeavor's glare deepened. Enough with the jokes, Knight. Endeavor actually growled this time. Tell me why I'm here. I'm not joking. Mirai said solemnly, I'm looking into All for One, but I've hit a dead end. Because he doesn't exist. Endeavor snapped. He's a boogeyman from the early days of Quirks. To be frank, I'm surprised you've even heard of him. I've done more than hear of him. I've seen him. Mirai's voice hardening. He is real, Endeavor. Do not doubt me on that. For the past 100 years, he has controlled Japan from the shadows. Until almost 6 years ago, when he was defeated by All Might. At the time, we thought he perished in the battle. With All for One dead, the Commission didn't feel the need to make information about the case public. After all, he had already kept himself a secret for a century, suddenly revealing his existence could have caused a panic. He explained. Maybe it was the utter seriousness with which he delivered the information, but Endeavor was actually listening to him, something he was grateful for. However, recent developments have caused me to believe that he may have survived. In fact, I'm certain of it. But the trail's gone cold. I haven't been able to find out anything about where he might be or what he's planning. Which is why I need your help. Endeavor scrutinized him for a solid minute, before his eyes widened slightly in shock. Gods, you're actually serious? He said quietly, leaning back in his chair. Deadly. Mirai replied. So, you want me to help you and All Might hunt down a man who's kept his existence a secret for the better part of a century, with no solid leads to go on? Endeavor somehow sounded annoyed, rather than shocked or surprised or any of the other emotions one would expect from someone who had just been convinced that a person they thought was a myth was actually real. Normally, Mirai would have been impressed or concerned for the man's emotional range, since various levels of said were the only things Endeavor ever seemed to display, but instead he focused on. I'm afraid that All Might won't be helping us with this. Mirai said grimly. Why? Endeavor snarled. I'm not complaining, but actually no, I am complaining. He was the one who failed to actually put All for One down. Why isn't he helping us track the villain down to finish what he started? Because All Might doesn't believe All for One is still alive. Mirai snapped. Nothing I've found has been actually concrete. And, to be frank, All Might doesn't want to believe that All for One is alive. He was willing to entertain the idea at first, but he always wanted him to be dead, and the longer we went without hard evidence, the more he became convinced that he killed that monster. Now, I'm not sure what it would take prove otherwise to him. Mirai didn't like talking about All Might this way, especially to someone like Endeavor, It felt like a betrayal somehow. He remembered being surprised by how willing All Might had been to entertain the idea of All for One being alive. Neither of them had liked the idea. Mirai didn't want to even entertain the notion that the villain who had crippled his personal hero had somehow survived, despite All Might sacrificing so much to finally stop him. And All Might had suffered far, far more at All for One's hands than Mirai ever had. He could have gotten angry and told Mirai to never even suggest the idea that All for One was somehow alive, and Mirai would have understood him completely. But he didn't. All Might understood the seriousness of the situation. He understood that if there was even a chance that All for One could still be alive, they had to look into it until they were absolutely certain that he was dead. But as time passed, All Might slowly stopped focusing on the possibility that he survived or even passed on his quirk, and instead began focus more and more on the idea that he simply stored quirks for later use or any other idea where All for One was gone for good. The lack of any news on All for One slowly lulled All Might into a sense of security, but Mirai. Sir Night Eye wouldn't rest until he was completely certain that BSTRD was dead, and his quirk died with him. And it hurt so much every time he called All Might to tell him that he wasn't completely certain. It hurt to watch his idol slowly crumble under the weight of his trauma and decide that Mirai's lack of findings was good enough, because it was slowly becoming too painful to continue to entertain the alternative. Mirai knew better than most that All Might was only human, that he could be hurt, that he could die. But the idea that it wasn't just All Might's body that could be broken, but his spirit also, that was almost too much. So, Mirai stopped pestering him about this investigation. He was willing to let All Might accept the idea that All for One was dead, even though he himself couldn't. All Might had already spent most of his life carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Mirai could lighten that load, if only a little, and carry this investigation by himself. Except, as it turned out, he couldn't do this himself. He needed help. So, you're telling me that you don't actually have any proof? Endeavor growled, barely keeping his anger in check. Because, of course, that was what he chose to focus on. It made sense. The universe didn't seem to be too willing to throw Mirai any bones as of late. In response, Mirai opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out a small device about the size of a cell phone. He placed the black rectangle in front of Endeavor. This hard drive contains all the information the Commission has on All for One, as well as everything I've gathered for my current investigation. I want you to take a close look at it, and if you're even half the investigator I am, you'll see why I'm almost certain that he's still alive. Mirai said. In all likelihood, it wasn't the smartest idea to PSS off Endeavor when he desperately needed his help, but there was just something about the man that made him do so. Plus, the barbing might actually motivate the man to seriously go through the evidence. Wordlessly, Endeavor snatched the hard drive off the desk. He sat up and stomped towards the exit. One more thing, Mirai said, and Endeavor groaned in response. Don't mention any of this to the Commission. I'm worried they might be compromised. That's one hell of a claim. Endeavor glared at him over his shoulder. You'll find the reason for my concerns on the hard drive. Mirai said, his mind going back to how Noro Kakihi's body had gone missing and his quirk registry had been changed. I'm mentioning it now, because even if you do agree with me that All for One is alive, we'll have to investigate this off the books. So that's why you came to me. You don't just need my help, you need my agency. My resources. Endeavor said, his words laced with contempt. You hit the bullseye. I guess I don't need to worry about your deductive abilities. Mirai replied. There was no response. Endeavor simply resumed his walk toward the door. Just before he opened it, he activated his quirk, and the kick me sign on his back was reduced to ash. Mirai let out a sigh of disappointment. Wind rushed past Izuku as he flew through the air, blowing through his clothes and hair. It roared in his ear and stung his eyes. If this was going to be something he did often, maybe he should add goggles to his hero costume. The buzz of his quirk pulled him from his thoughts, and let him know that the ground was quickly rising up to meet him. He hit the sand with a roll and quickly sprang to his feet in one fluid motion. How was that? Izuku asked between pants. Great. Yagi-san said in English as he gave a thumbs up. That was pretty much perfect. Just like the last couple ones. You don't have any advice for how I could improve? Izuku asked, slightly disappointed. Just that you should wear long sleeves in the future. Yagi-san pointed to the red marks along Izuku's arms from where the sand rubbed his skin raw. But, your hero costume should protect you from that. Face it, young Midoriya, you've basically mastered this move. Thanks. Izuku stammered. He still didn't know how to take compliments. Or maybe it was Yagi-san's, All Might's, compliments specifically he got nervous over, but I still feel like I could be doing more. Of course you can. You've barely started, you have your whole career ahead of you. Yagi-san said, but you've still come incredibly far in just 2 months. And all without any proper teaching. No, I don't count, Midoriya. I've never taught a day in my life before we started. Izuku's mouth snapped shut. He had to admit, Yagi-san was right. He had come far. Literally as well as figuratively, he thinks as he looks at the point where he had thrown himself from. It was 50 meters. But recently, they had to move their training spot from the forest back to Dagoba Beach, though that meant they had to train at some odd hours, since there were people visiting the beach again now. There just wasn't enough open space in the woods anymore with how far he had been throwing himself lately. Maybe he had mastered throwing himself with his quirk. But would it be enough to get into UA? He expressed his concern to Yagi-san, but the older man didn't seem worried. Of course you'll get in. Your quirk's strong, and like I said before, you've got the heart of hero. You might not think that'll matter, but trust me it will. Yagi-san said knowingly. I'm just worried that everyone else is going to be able to use their quirks better. Since I've barely used mine. Izuku said quietly. He felt oddly angry at himself. He's pretty much handicapped himself by refusing to use holding out of fear of losing control. And now that he finally started using it, he was having no problems with it at all. How much more skilled would he be, how much more could he do, if he hadn't sealed that part of his quirk away for so long? Well, you probably won't be first in your class, but I have zero doubts that you'll make it into UA. Yagi-san said with the same confidence that he always extruded as All Might. And just like with All Might's reassuring smile and presence, it makes Izuku feel like everything will be alright. Yagi-san. Thank you. Izuku said as tears streamed down his face. You've done so much to help me. I couldn't have done this without your help. He cried. By now, Yagi-san was pretty used to Izuku and his mother bursting into tears, and no longer felt awkward around them when they did. So, he just calmly patted the teen's shoulder while he waited for Izuku to stop crying. It didn't take very long. The Midoriyas had always been quick to start crying and were usually quick to stop, unless they were truly distraught. I only helped so much. Most of this was your own work. Yagi-san said once Izuku's tears stopped. If you keep up this level of dedication, you'll do fine. Right? In that case, I'll work even harder. Izuku said with a fire in his eyes. Holding out, he got back into position. Let's practice more. I'll cram for the entrance exam. You don't want to push yourself too hard. If you wear yourself out, or worse, hurt yourself, it could have a negative impact on your performance tomorrow. Yagi-san said. Oh, yeah, you've got a point. Izuku frowned, maybe just a few more times, just to make sure I have it down. You really need to learn the meaning of the word restraint. Yagi-san said with a smile. Don't you think that's a little hypocritical coming from you? Izuku asked. -000. The next day, Izuku found himself in front of the gates of UA High School. Despite having lived in Mizudafu his whole life, he had never seen it up close. Or well, not this close. He was literally about to walk into UA freaking high school. The name UA was practically synonymous with heroics in Japan, and for good reason. The school was built not long after the founding of heroes as a profession in Japan. In fact, it was the first hero school, not just in Japan, but in the world. Additionally, all of the best heroes came from UA, from All Might himself to Endeavor to Best Genist. The top 10 hero list basically read as a list of UA's alumni. Also, the building itself was freaking huge. Izuku just stood staring up at it in slack-jawed awe as other potential students walked past him. More than a few paused to stare at him. And a couple even seemed to recognize him. Hey, aren't you that kid who fought the sludge villain? A voice to his side asked. Startled, Izuku spun around to see who was talking to him. He came face to face with an utterly adorable girl his age. Her face was even rounder than his. Izuku eloquently said. Oh, sorry, that was kind of insensitive of me. The girl rubbed the back of her head. That couldn't have been a pleasant experience. And I doubt you want a stranger bugging you about it. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Uraraka Ochako, she said as she held out her hand for a handshake. Izuku's gaze shifted slightly from her cute round face to her hand. The first thing he noted was that she had pink pads on each of her fingers. Are you okay? Uraraka asked, pulling her hand back with a slightly uncomfortable look on her face. Crap. What the hell is wrong with you? You've freaked her out. Izuku screamed at himself in his head. This was the first time someone his age, a cute girl no less, had talked to him in God's know how long. And now he screwed it all up. I'm sorry, Izuku yelled, causing the girl to jump back in shock, and Izuku to panic even more. How could he salvage the situation? Right, introductions. And my name is Deku. A cold and furious voice killed the words in Izuku's throat. Turning his head slightly, he saw Kaken standing barely a meter from him, radiating an aura of death that was this close to making Izuku's quirk buzz. You're in my way. Move. Wordlessly, Izuku moved to the side, and subconsciously placed himself between Kaken and Uraraka. Holy crap, how is Kaken this much frigging scarier when he was calm and angry than when he was howling like a demon? Kaken moved swiftly past them without saying anything, giving Izuku a side glare as he did. For a moment, Izuku thought he saw something in the blonde's eye that looked like apprehension? Hesitation? He wasn't sure, but it felt out of place considering how positively murderous Kaken seemed. A few more people recognized him, same as Izuku. But when one made a comment about it, the death aura around Kaken seemed to flare up, and everyone gave him a wide berth. It was nice meeting you, Uraraka said nervously once Kaken was gone before taking off. Izuku watched helplessly as she ran off. God damn it. Kaken! Izuku thought miserably. While he doubted that he would have actually been able to salvage the conversation, he would have liked to at least tried. With a sigh of annoyance, Izuku made his way to the exam hall. -000. Katsuki slumped into his seat in the exam orientation hall. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down, or at the very least compartmentalize his anger and save it for the battle trial. He hated this. Katsuki was no stranger to being angry. He got set at DMN near everything, but this specific kind of anger was different somehow. It wasn't just annoyance at something, it was a festering loathing that sat in his stomach and made him despise everything around him. And it was only ever directed at one thing. So, why did seeing Deku earlier make him feel this way? It wasn't the nerd himself that Katsuki was angry at, as much as he wished that was the case. He saw Deku every day at school and it didn't cause this. Was it because they were at UA? That would be idiotic. It's not like Katsuki didn't know that Deku was trying for UA, so it's not like he was surprised to see him here. He couldn't even figure out why he was so mad, and that just set himself off even more. The fact that he felt so stupid only caused that loathing in his gut to grow. That special loathing that was only ever directed at himself. Are you seriously going to just sit here and feel sorry for yourself? You're at UA. Get over it and focus on what you came to do. His mind mocked himself. It didn't help the loathing go away, but it did make him focus. Apparently, he chose the worst time to come back to reality, because Deku suddenly sat down in the seat next to him. Even more bizarrely, Katsuki didn't feel as set off by his presence as he had back at the gate, which made the storm of confusing and anger in his stomach churn. Sorry. I was assigned this seat. Deku quietly squeaked as he sat down. Katsuki already knew that their seats were assigned and Deku didn't get to choose where he sat. He was about to snap at the nerd and say so, when the overhead lights suddenly darkened. Katsuki's comeback died on his tongue as he realized that they were starting. A large screen at the front of the hall turned on, and spotlights shined down on a man with utterly ridiculous hair that looked like either a cockatoo's crest or a banana. The man was obviously a pro hero, but Katsuki was having a hard time putting a name to him. Oh well, that just meant that he wasn't worth remembering. To all you examinees tuning in, welcome to today's live performance. The man yelled, and Katsuki suddenly realized that he was Present Mike. No wonder he didn't recognize his face. The hero's voice was much more well-known than his appearance. The man shouted again, and Katsuki cringed at his volume. Everybody say. The following silence was so deep and all-encompassing that Katsuki wondered if Mike had blown out his eardrums with his quirk earlier, leaving Katsuki deaf. What a disciplined group. Present Mike shrugged. Well, there went the idea that Katsuki had lost his hearing. Looks like everyone was about as unimpressed with the hero as Katsuki was. I'll just go ahead and present the guidelines of your practical exam. Are you ready? Yeah. Complete silence again. Well, almost complete silence. Katsuki swore he heard a cricket chirping. It's the voice hero, Present Mike. Wow. Deku said quietly in an odd voice with a matching starstruck look on his face. I listen to his radio show every week. He's so moving. I guess all the teachers at UA are heroes. Shut up, Katsuki said. If you're so goddamn moved, why the hell were you as dead quiet as everyone else? Listen up. For the test, you'll be experiencing 10-minute-long mock battles in urban areas. You're allowed to bring whatever you want with you for support. Once this presentation is done, you'll head to your assigned battle center. Present Mike explained. Katsuki picked up his exam ticket and looked at. Present Mike suddenly yelled, "Okay?" and got no response, again. They've assigned us so that students from the same schools won't be in the same testing locations. So, weak sheets won't be able to team up with their friends and cheat. Katsuki said as he looked over at Deku's exam card. Why, you're right. Even though our ID numbers are consecutive, we're assigned to different battle centers. Deku stated the obvious as he peeked at Katsuki's card. Don't look, I'll kill you. Katsuki growled, causing the nerd to flinch away. Damn it, now I can't crush you directly. He refused to acknowledge the tiny part of him that was relieved. There are 3 different kinds of faux villains in each battle center. Defeating them will award you points based on their respective levels of difficulty. You don't have to destroy them. Using your quirk to disable them will be enough to earn you points. I shouldn't need to explain that the more points you have, the higher your score will be. As the hero spoke, images of various Mario monsters appeared on the screen behind him, with Mario himself defeating them as a demonstration. Of course, I also shouldn't have to explain that attacking or sabotaging other examinees and any other unheroic acts are strictly prohibited. Present Mike said. Katsuki had a feeling that there was a story behind the last rule, judging by how the hero phrased it. Also, a somewhat humorous clip of Mario jumping on Luigi's head with a big X across it played on screen when Present Mike was explaining. Out of nowhere, an extra a few rows in front of Katsuki shot to his feet with his hand in the air. Excuse me. May I ask a question? Okay. Present Mike said, pointing at the guy. A spotlight overhead turned on, illuminating him. On the printout, there are 4 types of faux villains shown. If this is an error, it is a blatant one and is highly unbecoming of UA, the most prominent school in Japan. We're here because we hope for you to mold us into exemplary heroes, the teen yelled. Katsuki couldn't get a good look at him, since his back was turned to him at the moment, and he honestly didn't care. The guy seemed like a stick in the mud, not someone worth Katsuki's time. Suddenly, the guy turned around. He was wearing glasses. That'd be how Katsuki referred to him from now on. For the 5 minutes he'd remember the guy existed, at least, and pointed directly at Deku. In addition, you with the long green hair. Deku suddenly looked very nervous about being put on the spot. Glasses shot him a weak-ass glare that didn't even rival Katsuki's calm face. You've been muttering this entire time. It's distracting. If you're not going to take this seriously, then you should just leave and stop interfering with the other examinees. I'm sorry. Deku clamped his hands over his mouth and looked down in embarrassment. A few nearby people laughed lightly at the nerd's distress. Hey, you know what? This guy. Katuki couldn't care less that he was picking on Deku, but he was obviously a tight-butted dickbag. Gods, Katsuki hoped he wouldn't get stuck in the same class as Glasses. Actually, Glasses wasn't a derogatory enough name for the guy. From now on he's be known as Four-Eyed Hardest Beach, 4 Eyes for short. Okay. Thank you, examinee number very diligent of you. Present Mike said, I assure you it was not a mistake, I was just waiting for the proper dramatic timing to explain the 4th type of faux villain. It's worth 0 points. It's less of an opponent and more of an obstacle, like a thwomp. There's only one in each battle center and it's supposed to be avoided. I mean, you could try and defeat it, but there's no reason to and I don't recommend it. Thank you very much. I apologize for the interruption. 4 Eyes bowed and sat down, the spotlight shining on him turning off once he was back in his seat. Several other extras started chatting amongst themselves, like they weren't still in the middle of a presentation. All they were doing was stating the blindingly obvious too, about how the entire exam felt like a video game. No sheet. What could have tipped them off? Could it have been the fact that they used FNG Mario as an example? That's all from me. Present Mike spoke up, I'll leave you listeners with our school motto. The great Napoleon Bonaparte once said, true heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life, in whatever shape they may challenge us to combat. Katsuki finished the quote in his head. It felt stupid to cut that last part off, considering that they were about to partake in a combat trial. Plus ultra. Present Mike shouted at the top of his lungs. Well, actually he wasn't being even a tenth as loud as he could have been. They'd all be unconscious on the ground if he had. Katsuki was actually a little surprised that nobody joined him in that shout, considering how well-known and popular UA's motto was. The noisy hero finally seemed unbothered by the lack of an audience reaction, and continued without missing a beat, break a leg everyone. That seemed like a poor choice of words considering that some people probably were going to break some things in the upcoming exam. The lights came back on, meaning that the presentation was finally over. Good, Present Mick's voice was starting to give him a headache. Unfortunately, everyone else started talking, and the combined chatter more than matched the voice hero's volume. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki started rubbing his temples. For a guy who created explosions, he really did love his peace and quiet. Ignoring everyone, he started making his way towards Battle Center A, his assigned testing area. This was it. More than anything up till now, this would show how far he'd come. He would crush everyone else and claim first place for himself. Katsuki wouldn't settle for anything less than absolute victory. That was the only way he could prove to everyone that he wasn't FING weak. That was the only way he could prove to himself that he wasn't weak. -000. As Tenya got off the bus, he took a brief moment to marvel at the massive mock city in front of him. Yue was every bit as impressive as Tensei had made it out to be. Just a single mock city of this magnitude would be impressive, but UA had a dozen of them. No wonder they needed to take a bus to get travel around the campus. The first thing Tenya did once he was off the bus was some stretches. He had gone through a rigorous training regimen to prepare for UA, and one of the most valuable things he learned was the importance of stretching. It certainly wouldn't do if he suddenly got a cramp in his legs in the middle of battle. However, while he may have been focused on stretching, he still made a point to look over the other examinees. They were competition, and while he wasn't going up against them directly, he still felt the need to scope them out. That, and there was one in particular who he was worried about. And it seems his instincts were correct, since the green-haired boy was walking directly towards one girl who was in the middle of some kind of mediation. The nerve of that boy! First, he was making a ruckus during the presentation, and now he was about to interrupt another examinee's preparation. Stopping his stretching, Tenya swiftly made his way over to the troublemaker. He grabbed the other teen's shoulder, and the boy spun around with a startled noise. Seems like he has terrible situational awareness. That's unacceptable for a hero. That girl is obvious focusing right now, yet you were about to interrupt her. Why are you even here? Are you just taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? Tenya said out loud. He looked the boy up and down. This was the first time he got a good look at him. The orientation hall had been too dark and he was too far away before. The other teen was a good deal shorter than Tenya, though that wasn't uncommon. His green hair came down to his shoulders. Despite its length, he obviously did nothing to style or even comb it. As a result, his whole appearance came off as sloppy. Wait a moment. I know you from somewhere. The troublemaker fidgeted nervously. The examinees noticed that something was going on, and were watching the pair. It seemed that Tenya wasn't the only who recognized the green-haired teen, since several of them were pointing at him and talking amongst themselves. You're Midoriya. From the sludge villain incident. Tenya said in a moment of realization. Midoriya looked away with an embarrassed look on his face. It changed to a look of shock at Tenya's next words. It figures a delinquent like you would try to sabotage his competition. Delinquent. Midoriya half yelled, half squeaked in a tone equal parts scandalized and horrified. What? How? Why dash? I'm surprised you're even here. Vigilantism is a criminal offense, only one step away from villainy. Surely UA wouldn't accept such an individual into their school. Tenya said. What was this kid even doing here? There's no way he could have snuck in or... Start. Present Mike Sensei's voice rang out from somewhere above and behind them, snapping Tenya from his thoughts. Everyone else seemed to be equally as startled. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Get going. The die is cast. Immediately, Tenya broke into a run. Drat. He was near the back of the group, and he couldn't use his quirk right now or he'd run his fellow examinees over. Until they started to break off, he was stuck trailing behind, he thought bitterly. A shadow passed over him. Looking up, he saw Midoriya sailing over the group's heads. He hit the ground in front of them and rolled into a run, losing none of his momentum. Then, the building next to him exploded outwards as a one-pointer crashed through the wall out into the streets. Target locked. Prepare to be destroyed. The robot cried out and lunged towards Midoriya. It was ripped in half before it even got close to him. While the lower half crashed to the ground, the machine's upper half hovered in the air while Midoriya looked around. He shouted and pointed at a two-pointer that just turned the corner. Without warning, the one-pointer's torso flew at high speeds towards the two-pointer, crashing into and destroying it. They weren't even half a minute into the exam, and Midoriya had already claimed a definite lead. Scowling, Tenya activated his quirk, the path now clear enough to use it. He had come to UA to become a model hero, just like his brother Tensei. And now, a troublemaking delinquent, a criminal, was ahead of him. He wouldn't stand for it. He'd show them what a true hero was made of. Hero! Holding out slammed its fist into another two-pointer. The robot's metal body crumpled like cardboard under the punch, and it fell to the ground. 32 points. Izuku counted as he looked around for another faux villain. He spotted one, but that mean guy with the glasses promptly destroyed it with a strong kick. Izuku hoped it was just coincidence that he seemed to always be around him, and the guy wasn't tailing him, trying to steal his kills. Izuku was doing pretty well, all things considered. But the constant buzzes of his quirk weren't helping him concentrate. As it turns out, having too many things buzzing in every direction can cause a headache. It wasn't a drawback that he had ever realized existed before now. He'd been present at tons of villain fights before and never had this problem. But he could think of a couple reasons why it hadn't been an issue before now. Firstly, most villain attacks were pretty small scale. The days when villain attacks had been massive ordeals that threatened entire cities had come and gone long before Izuku had ever been born. And villain attacks didn't tend to last very long either. Secondly, he had never actually been smack dab in the middle of a large-scale battle before, only ever on the sidelines. The big exception being the sludge villain Indecent. But he also had a concussion at the time, so the massive pain he had felt in his head had been attributed to that. Regardless, being in a chaotic mass melee of 30-some-odd people and gods know how many robots was making his quirk buzz so loud his head was starting to throb. It also had the nasty side effect of making all the buzzes mixed together into one loud mess that was impossible to glean any sort of useful information from. As a result, he was having a bit of trouble helping people who needed helping. He'd only managed to stop 2 people from getting hurt so far. The only saving grace was that he could intrinsically distinguish when his quirk was warning about danger to him rather than anything else. As if on cue, A buzz warned him to spin around and have holding out catch a missile fired by a three-pointer. Said missile was promptly thrown directly back into the robot's face, where it exploded in a noisy burst of pink smoke. Since the faux villain's weapons were meant to be used on examinees, they weren't all that powerful, and as a result, the three-pointer wasn't actually destroyed by the missile. Acting quickly, Izuku threw himself at the robot with holding out to finish it off. But before he actually reached it, the teen with the glasses swooped in again and took it out. Oh, come on. He has to be doing that on purpose. Izuku mentally screamed. The guy had been giving him a hard time about interfering with the other examinees, and now he was actually trying to keep Izuku from getting points. What a JRK. 5 minutes and 19 seconds left. Present Mick's voice rang out. Whether he was using a PA system or his quirk to make himself heard, Izuku couldn't tell. As much as he'd like to try to figure it out, now was sadly not the time. Right now, he needed to hurry up and collect more points. Unfortunately, there weren't any more faux villains left here. He'd need to head deeper into the city to find more. With any luck, the buzzing would get quieter too. -000. Ochako panted heavily as she ran down the street. She never would have considered herself to be out of shape, despite what some JRKs at her school said, but she did realize that she was probably not as fit as was required for heroics. It'd probably be a good idea to start working out more. If only gym memberships weren't so expensive. Running was free though, and also what was giving her such a hard time at the moment. Running, it was all she'd done since the exam started. Due to the way her quirk worked, this entire fight had just been her running up to a faux villain, slapping it, then running to another one. Well, that and dodging attacks, but that mostly consisted of, you guessed it, more running. So yeah, as unappealing as it sounded at the moment, taking up running would definitely help Ochako in future combat exercises. Assuming she passed the exam, that is. 28 points. Ochako only had 28 points. Would that be enough? No, she was certain it wouldn't be. She needed more points. 4 minutes and 49 seconds left. Came an announcement. If you're wondering what's up with these times I'm calling out, I'm just randomly checking my watch and yelling out how much longer you've got. Damn it, the exam was over halfway done. She wasn't going to pass at this rate. Hell, she wasn't sure she was even going to still be standing by the end at this rate. Her legs felt like jelly, and she felt exhausted. Not to mention that she was extremely close to puking out her guts. But she couldn't give up. Uraraka Ochako was going to be a hero. She needed to become one, for her parents and for herself. And to do that, she needed more points. But there were no more faux villain left here. Maybe there's be more farther into the city. Stealing her nerves, she forced to her legs to start moving as she ran at top speed towards her goal. -000. Tenya's eyes swept across the battlefield. There were no more robots, not here at the very least. A disappointingly large amount of the examinees hadn't seemed to have noticed yet. If they wanted to be heroes, they needed better observational skills. At 49 points, he was doing pretty well. But a true hero couldn't slack off, especially when there are unsavory characters around. Tenya spotted a head of green hair running off deeper into the city. He immediately moved to follow him. Tenya had been watching him the entire exam to make sure he didn't pull anything like he had during the presentation or tried to pull with that girl. Additionally, there would probably be more faux villains farther ahead. It only made sense to go in the same direction as Midoriya. With the boost from his quirk, catching up to the green-haired boy was a simple matter. In fact, he easily overtook the delinquent. As a result, Tenya reached a three-pointer that had lumbered into the street first. He jumped into the air and let his momentum carry him towards the machine at high speeds. Lashing out his leg at the last moment, Tenya delivered a powerful kick to the side of the machine that snapped its arm off. Unfortunately, the villain wasn't down. Hitting the robot had done a lot to slow Tenya down, so it was pretty easy to come to a stop and turn back around to face it. He ran back up to it and delivered a roundhouse kick backed by the power of his quirk directly into the villain's face, completely destroying the robot. 52. Tenya thought calmly. Turning around, he saw Midoriya staring at him with a sour look on his face. What? Is he upset that I destroyed the faux villain? Unbelievable. The nerve of that kid. First, he causes problems for everyone on purpose, and now he's unhappy that Tenya's giving the exam his all. Did he expect everyone to just stand by and let him do as he pleased? Suddenly, the world lurched. Tenya almost lost his balance and fell. What on earth just happened? It sounded like there had been an explosion of some sort. He turned around to see that a massive cloud of smoke and dust had been kicked up. Buildings near the explosion had been damaged and some were crumbling to the ground. The smoke cleared. Standing far too close to him was an utterly massive robot. It was easily the size of a large office building. No bigger, in fact, considering that it just placed one of its hands on top of one of the buildings near him and wrapped its fingers around the structure. The robot closed its hand and crushed the building like it was made of sand. He ran. As chunks of concrete from the destroyed building rained down around him, Tenya pushed his quirk to its limits. He needed to get out of here. There's no way he could fight that thing. This must be the zero-pointer we were warned about. Tenya thought frantically as he ran. He zoomed past Midoriya. Tenya barely even registered the other boy as he ran. Fear had him firmly in its grip. The only thing he could think about was getting to safety. -000. As soon as Ochako ran into the street, she saw another examinee kick a robot to death. Well, not to death, since it was never alive in the first place, but it stopped moving. It seemed that others had the same idea that she did. Fortunately, there were only 2 other people here. That was way less than before. And she saw more faux villains this way. If she acted fast and didn't stop running, she might be able to snag some points. That plan went down in flames the moment the area ahead went up in smoke. It might have been because her legs were already so wobbly, but the explosion knocked her right on her butt. Ochako closed her eyes in pain and groaned as she forced herself back to her feet. When she opened them again, there was a giant robot in front of her. No, that was an understatement. There was a massive King Goliath of steel towering over the entire city. The hulking monstrosity reached out a hand and crushed a building like an empty water bottle. The pain in her legs momentarily forgotten, she was about to get the hell out of there when she saw something. That boy from earlier, what was his name, Deku? He was standing far closer to the Colossus than she was. In fact, he was standing right next to the building it destroyed. Her eyes widened in shock as pieces of the building fell into the street. A chunk of concrete the size of her dad's truck was falling directly towards him. Ochako ran. She ran at full sprint towards the green-haired boy. -000. Izuku glared at the boy with the glasses. It was probably closer to a pout, but Izuku preferred to think of it as glaring. This had to be intentional. He really was following Izuku around trying to make sure he didn't get points. Didn't that count as interfering or something? Wasn't that not allowed? A buzz so loud it was almost deafening suddenly distracted him. That couldn't be good. Understatement of the century, apparently. An explosion that put Kakens to shame rocked the street. However, there was no heat, and there didn't seem to be any actual smoke, just a lot of dust and whatnot. Meaning, it wasn't a bomb going off or anything. The cause of the explosion quickly revealed itself. It was the zero-pointer bursting out of the ground. And holy hell, they did not say it was going to be that freaking big. Izuku's quirk buzzed like mad to let him know he was way too close to it, a fact he was already well aware of. And then it crushed the building he directly adjacent to. Because screw Izuku, I guess. If he was feeling a little irritable today, he felt that was justified. Today hadn't been going well in the slightest so far. The only exception being that he was doing rather well in the exam, until now at least, but basically everything else had been a complete shitshow. Oh gods, now he was starting to sound like Kaken. He needed to watch his language. A buzz warned him that a giant slab of concrete was about to land on top of him. Now all he needed was a swift kick to the nuts and he'll have had a full day. Looking up to see his imminent demise made fear replace any annoyance he felt. Holding out desperately tried to stop the piece of debris, but it was too heavy. The moment his quirk caught it, its legs gave out and it fell to its knees. To make matters even worse, this made Izuku's own legs suddenly fail beneath him, and he fell to the ground. Just as he was pushing himself back up, More debris landed on top of the chunk holding out was holding up, throwing off his balance again. The weight was quickly becoming far too much for holding out to manage, and his quirk was buzzing like mad. He was going to die. Holding out wouldn't be able to keep holding the debris up. It was going to crush him to death, and he couldn't even move because there was too much weight on holding out, and it felt like the same weight was on him, and it was locking in place, and his was going to be crushed to death, and Izuku didn't know whether to be panicked, depressed, or resigned about his fate. Actually, he felt kind of angry. Because this was what killed him? After everything he's survived so far, he dies in a freaking exam. Holding out strength almost failed. It nearly dropped the concrete, and caught it just as it was about to crush him. Laying flat on his stomach, face pressed against the asphalt of the street by the debris just above him, Izuku cried out in fear and frustration. His limbs struggled to move, and holding out tried in vain to keep the concrete from crushing him. He just had to last a little bit longer. He would make it if he kept this up. He'd either figure out a way to escape or help would arrive. Suddenly, the weight disappeared. It wasn't completely gone, but the majority of the weight that had been trapping him, that had been about to crush him, was just gone. Holding out lifted the concrete up, and he looked up to see a hero standing in front of him. "Give me your hand," Uraraka yelled as she reached towards him. Izuku forced himself to his knees and grabbed her hand. She helped to pull him out from underneath the debris that holding out was keeping up. The moment he was clear, she steepled her fingers. "Release." The weight on holding out immediately returned, and crushed his quirk flat into the ground. It didn't actually harm it in any way, but it did cause Izuku to fall over again. "Come on, we need to get out of here," Uraraka said as she bent down to pick him up. She must have thought he couldn't stand since his just fell down. Izuku would have objected to being carried, but his mind was kind of short-circuiting at the moment. He just survived a life-or-death situation, so he felt was allowed to be a bit scatterbrained. Sadly, that really wasn't why he suddenly spaced out. It was because he was currently being carried by a cute and amazing girl. "Why, you're awesome," Izuku said quietly with stars in his eyes and a blush on his face. Awesome actually felt like too weak a word. She just saved his life and was carrying him to safety. She must be really strong to lift him like he didn't weigh anything. He didn't weigh anything right now. That must be her quirk. She can make things weightless. That would explain how she saved him. "Don't mentio, Uraraka suddenly looked like she was about to throw up. But she swallowed it back down and kept moving. "Are you okay? You can put me down." "I'm fine," Izuku yelled in concern. He shouldn't be forcing her to carry him. He could do that himself. Before she could say anything, a loud alarm went off. "The exam is over," Present Mike yelled. The zero-pointer that was rampaging in the distance stopped moving completely. With that, Uraraka promptly dropped Izuku. Or rather, she let go of him. He didn't actually drop, he just kind of floated in place. Uraraka went to press her fingers together, and his quirk buzzed to warn him that he was about to drop for real. Fortunately, he called out holding out to catch him before he could hit the ground. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked because she looked very green. She gave him a shaky thumbs up in response. Izuku hummed as he analyzed the situation. "Are you worried you'll throw up if you try to talk?" She gave a single nod. "Thank you for saving me. I owe you my life," Izuku said with bow. "You were amazing. You're going to be a great hero." "Thanks," Uraraka said shakily, evidently feeling better now. "I hope I get in." "What? Of course you'll get in." Izuku was shocked that she would doubt her chances after that. "I only got 28 points. You think that's enough to pass?" she asked. "Well, if you did really well on the written potion dash." Izuku was cut off by a groan as Uraraka hung her head in defeat. "Hey, don't give up. I know, I'll talk with Present Mike about it." "What, do you have connections to the school or something?" Uraraka joked humorlessly. "That's not quite what I meant," Izuku said, though he could always talk to All Might. It wouldn't be right to ask Yagi-san to abuse his power like that. But she's clearly hero material, so getting him to flex his authority as #1 might be justified here. Okay, he was stopping this line of thinking here before it led to anything unsavory. Heroes save people, so what you did has to count for something. Maybe I could get them to give you extra points. Or if that doesn't work, maybe I could give you some of my points. Izuku said, desperately trying to think of a way to help her out. What? You can't give me your points. You need those to dash. Oh my goodness. It's Recovery Girl. Izuku suddenly cut her off to point out the small figure of the youthful heroine as she approached some other examinees to check them for injuries. She's considered to be one of the greatest doctors in all of Japan. Her quirk is second to none when it comes to healing. Actually, she helped operate on me after the sludge villain incident, and she 100% deserves her reputation. Recovery Girl walked up to the two of them, and Izuku shook from excitement. You two both went through quite a scare. How are you holding up? Thank you so much for helping me before. Izuku bowed rapidly to the elderly hero. In his excitement, it took him half a moment to register her question. Oh, right. I'm fine. I've been through worse. Yes. I'm aware. Recovery Girl said in a clipped voice. You're sure you're not hurt? Your quirk isn't buzzing? You know what my quirk is? Izuku asked, genuinely amazed that she knew that about him. Yes, well, you're friends with one of my regular patients. Tashinori talks about you a lot. Recovery Girl said, and you didn't answer my question. Oh, sorry. No, there's no buzzing. Izuku blushed with embarrassment. That's good. What about you, dearie? You're looking a little green around the gills. Recovery Girl turned to Uraraka, who had been watching in their exchange in confusion. Huh. Oh, I'm just a little nauseous. It happens when I use my quirk a lot. Uraraka explained, all the running didn't help either. I see. Are you allergic to anything? Recovery Girl asked. Uraraka shook her head, and the youthful heroine handed her some kind of medicine. Here, this should help settle your stomach. Also, here have some candy, both of you. Though, I recommend not eating yours until later, young lady. She said as she handed them both some gummies. Then she went off to check on the other examinees. -000. As Recovery Girl walked away from the duo, Tenya watched Midoriya and the girl chat. He ground his teeth. Together in frustration. That girl had saved Midoriya. She ran into danger to save him. While he just ran away. If it hadn't been an exam, of course I would have dash. He could even bring himself to finish that thought. He knew it wasn't true. He had been afraid, terrified even, when he ran. It didn't matter that it was only an exam, the fear that made him run like a coward had been very real. And to think that he had been determined to show everyone what a true hero was, when he acted nothing like the sort. And after all the flack he had given Midoriya too. This exam did more than just test their combat abilities. It was designed to see who here were true heroes, and he failed. Izuku. He lightly pressed his pencil to the paper, sketching the outline of his drawing. He wanted to write and draw everything in his notebook now while it was still fresh in his mind. He'd finish the drawing first and then move on to writing his notes. Izuku. Adding details to his sketch, he made sure to include the pink pads on each finger. He was certain that they were how her quirk worked. She always touched all 5 of them to an object before it became weightless. Also, he made sure to draw the permanent pink marks on her cheeks. They were cute. Izuku. Huh? Izuku spun around, nearly falling out of his chair in the process, to see his mom standing in his doorway. I asked how the exam went. She said, oh, it went. He probably shouldn't mention the mean boy with the glasses. Or how he almost got killed. Well, I'm pretty sure I passed at least. That's wonderful. I never doubted that you could do it. His mom said happily. She then gasped as an idea came to her. We should celebrate. Hold on. We haven't even gotten the results yet. Shouldn't we wait to do something like that? Izuku pointed out. Oh, right. Sorry, I guess I got overexcited. His mom said sheepishly, it's just, I know how much being a hero means to you. Ever since you were little, it's basically all you've ever talked about. She paused, her voice becoming more somber, and, I remember when we thought you were quirkless. It was a long time ago, but I still remember how crushed you were because you thought you couldn't be a hero. So, seeing you now, so close to achieving your dream. His mother paused to wipe away the tears that had been streaming down her face, a smile having returned to her face in spite of her tears. Izuku realized then that he was crying too. Sorry, I'm not really sure where I was going with that. The point is, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Izuku choked out the words, fond emotions clogging his throat. I'm also glad that everything went smoothly during the exam. It seems like trouble seeks you out. I was half worried that I'd get another call from the hospital. She followed her joke with a small chuckle. Whyup? Haha. Izuku laughed nervously. He was torn between being very glad that he didn't tell her about his close call and feeling extremely guilty about it. Fortunately, his mother didn't seem to notice how fake his laughter or smile was. Who's that you're drawing? She asked, peering at his notebook over his shoulder. Oh. Izuku was startled from his thoughts and turned back to his half-finished sketch. She's a girl I met in the entrance exam, Uraraka Ochako. Her quirks is amazing. She also helped me out. You already made a friend? His mom exclaimed. A flood of tears quickly followed as she grabbed Izuku and pulled him into a hug. Izuku, I'm so happy. Izuku quickly moved his notebook out of the way before it got soaked. Once again, he felt both glad and guilty about not mentioning that he also made an enemy in the form of the boy with the glasses. -000. Tenya, you okay? You're slowing down. Tensei asked in concern. Tenya hadn't even noticed that he had been falling behind his brother. The two of them were out running, as they often did before dinner. He had been lost in his thoughts and got distracted from his run. My apologies, Tenya said as he caught back up to his brother. Is something wrong? You've seemed down ever since yesterday. Tensei said, did something happen during the exam? Are you worried you didn't pass or something? Shame flooded through Tenya as he remembered the events of yesterday. The more he thought about his actions, the more disappointed in himself he became. On top of how he behaved during the exam, he hadn't said a word about it to anyone, not even his brother. And he usually shared everything with Tensei. Especially whenever he messed up in some way, he always went to Tensei first before either of his parents. That only served to make him feel more ashamed. It felt like he was hiding how disgracefully he had acted. Once again, he felt like a coward, too afraid to tell his brother what had happened, because he was worried that Tensei would be disappointed that he hadn't behaved like a hero should. But hiding his mistakes wasn't how a hero should behave either. That I'm fairly certain I passed. Tenya started slowly. Slowing his run, he came to a stop and his brother followed suit, but something did happen during the exam. Whatever it was, you can tell me, Tensei said, reminding him of something Tenya had always known. It was enough for him to continue. Do you remember the incident with the sludge villain? Tenya asked. Tensei nodded in response and he continued, one of the middle school students involved, Midoriya, was taking the exam with me. We were even assigned to the same battle center. That makes sense. A lot of people were talking about how both of the kids involved would make promising heroes. Tensei said, recalling much of the media discussion that had gone on when the event occurred. Yes, but I was surprised that Midoriya was allowed to try for UA. After all, they do detailed background checks on potential students, and Midoriya is guilty of vigilantism, which is highly illegal. When Tenya said this, Tensei coughed and looked in another direction. Additionally, he acted highly disruptive during the presentation we received prior to the battle trail. And he attempted to interfere with another examinee's preparations. Is that why you've been upset? Because this kid was causing trouble? Tensei asked. No. Tenya replied with a heavy sigh. Seeing how he was acting and knowing that he might get into you, it made me determined to give the exam my all. I wanted to act like a true hero would in order to show him what was expected of a school such as UA. But I failed. I didn't act at all like a hero should have. What do you? I find it hard to believe that you would misbehave or break the rules. Tensei said, both confused and concerned. No, but the exam was set up to see how people would act during villain attacks and other similar disasters. At one point near the end, a massive faux villain appeared and began to attack. Both Midoriya and I were in danger because of it. I should have tried to help him, but instead I just ran away. He could have been badly injured, and I just left him there in order to save myself. Then, another examinee who hadn't even been in danger went to help him. She purposefully placed herself in harm's way in order to save him. That's when I realized the true purpose of the exam. It was meant to see if we would act the way heroes should. And I didn't. Tensia said miserably, and then, last night I realized something else. Midoriya had been in the exact same situation that I had before. During the sludge villain incident, the very incident that made me judge him so harshly in the first place, he had put himself into danger to save another person. What he did was highly illegal and I still don't approve of his actions, but I can't help but feel that he acted like more of a hero than I did. Once Tenya finished speaking, a short PRD of silence fell over the pair. His brother stared at him contemplatively as he thought over what to say. "So, what are you going to do now?" Tensei asked. "What?" Tenya said, not understanding what he meant. "You messed up, so what are you going to do about it?" Tensei elaborated, "Acknowledging your mistake was the first step, and it's something a lot of people have a hard time with. But beating yourself up for it isn't going to solve anything. So, what you going to do going forward?" I need to do better. I need to behave more like a hero should." Tenya answered. "That's kind of a broad answer. You're smart, Tenya, you always have been. You're way smarter than I was at your age, heck you might even be a little smarter than me now." Tensei said with a proud smile. "So, how exactly do you plan on being a better hero?" Tenya let his brother's words sink in. Just declaring that he'd be a better hero was meaningless. After all, he had made a similar declaration before the exam, and look how he did then. Tensei was right, he needed a plan. He needed to figure out how he'd do better in the future. "Obviously, I won't make the mistake I made during the exam again," he said, "but when it comes to what I need to do in the near future, I think I need to apologize to Midoriya for abandoning him. I should talk to the girl who saved him as well. It's thanks to her that I realized my folly in the first place. And I'll also be sure to listen closely to my teachers and let them guide me on journey to being a hero." "Well, I can't see you having problems with that last one," Tensei said with a small laugh. "Like I said earlier, you should stop beating yourself up. Be thankful that you learned this lesson now during an exam and look to the future." "You're right. Thank you," Tenya said, giving his brother a small smile. Tensei returned it with one 1,000 times brighter, and suddenly broke into a run again. "Come on, we need to get home before dinner." Tenya quickly followed after him. "000. Katsuki, are you sure about the mask?" the old man asked carefully as he looked over the various designs spread across the table. "What, you got a problem with it?" Katsuki snapped back. It was a rhetorical question. Both his parents had made their thoughts on his bandit-like mask very clear, his mom more so than his dad. Katsuki inherited his tact from her after all. And both though the mask was staying. "It's just, you realize that you'll have to wear eyeliner to fill it in, right?" his dad said, trying desperately to find a reason to dissuade his son from adding the mask to his costume. It wasn't going to work. "So? I know how to put on makeup," Katsuki shot back. "Oh, I remember back when you were little, you used to beg me to let you use my makeup," his mom added gleefully. For most mothers, it would have come off as light teasing or maybe cooing. But his mom had to follow it up with a FANG cackle. There's a reason Katsuki called her a hag. By now, Katsuki wanted nothing more than to kick them both out and go back to designing his hero outfit by himself. Unfortunately, he'd already tried that once before and it didn't work. His parents were actually invested in his life and sheet. Plus, they were both designers, meaning that designing a costume was right up their alley. So they'd insisted on helping him over the last couple days. Some people might think it presumptuous to work this hard on his costume design before the exam results even came in. Those people weren't Bakugo FNG Katsuki. He already knew that he passed, what with his academic skills and the number of villains he blew to hell. Also, he'd already had plenty of ideas floating around his head and written down for what his costume might be. Now he was just actually finalizing them. That was such a long time ago, we need to practice again. "Brat, if you want your ugly mask, we're doing makeup night again," the hag stated. "Like hell we are," Katsuki roared. Fortunately, His dad was there to keep a fight from breaking out. Unfortunately, he had another complaint about Katsuki's costume. I really don't think you should have a nuclear symbol on your outfit. It could easily come off as insensitive. His dad said. Seriously? That was effing ages. Katsuki said, annoyed. In his opinion, nuclear weapons were some of the coolest shit to exist. Just the fact that mankind managed to create something on par with natural disasters like volcanic eruptions or meteorite impacts was awesome. The fact that they were explosions might have had something to do with it too. Just lose it. The last thing you want is a scandal over something so minor. The hag said. Grumbling, Katsuki scratched out the nuclear symbol from his designs. Mostly, he did so to get his parents off his back. If it was so minor, why did it effing matter? Is there anything about my costume you aren't going to give me shit over? He complained, mostly to himself. He hadn't expected an actual response. Actually, his dad said sheepishly and gave a small cough, I wanted to talk about possibly covering your neck and shoulders. Are you kidding me? Katsuki screamed as his mother burst out laughing. -000. Ochako, if you keep pacing like that, you'll wear a hole in the rug. Her mom said from her seat on the couch, mumbling out a quick. Sorry, Ochako continued her pacing. Her mother rolled her eyes in a good-natured way in response. Ochako was nervous. Or, maybe anxious would be a better word. The exam results were supposed to arrive today, and she honestly had no clue if she passed or not. In a way, it's worse than if she knew for certain that she failed. Would 28 villain points be enough to pass? While she personally doubted it, she talked to Deku and learned that he only got 32 points, just 4 more than she did, despite having a much more combat-focused quirk. So, it's possible that 28 was actually way more than she thought, and most of the other examinees also got similar scores. Plus, Deku also said that he was going to talk to one of the teachers about getting her more points for helping him. Heroes save people, were his exact words. But Ochako had no clue if he was actually successful in that venture. You know, her mom said, pulling Ochako's attention away from her thoughts, even if you didn't make it into UA, it's not the end of the world. Your father and I won't be upset with you, and there are still the other hero schools you applied to. So, you don't need to worry so much. She said, giving Ochako a comforting smile. Thanks, Mom. Ochako stopped pacing and returned the smile, albeit with a smaller one. The front door slammed open, causing both them to jump. Turning towards the entrance, they saw her dad standing in the doorway, slightly out of breath. It's here. We got a letter from UA. He said, frantically holding up the envelope. Give it here. Ochako bounded over and snatched the letter from his hands. At the same time, her mother scrambled off the couch towards the two of them. With shaking hands, Ochako ripped open the letter and promptly fumbled the contents. Both a slip of paper and some kind of round metal disc fell out. The disc landed on its side and rolled across the ground. The entire Uraraka family just kind of stared in befuddlement as it went under the couch. Then after a second, and muffled voice filled the air from somewhere underneath the piece of furniture. I am here, on a projection to deliver your entrance exam results. Wait, is that all me dash? Eh? Ochako cut her mother off as she dove at the couch and threw it to the ceiling. Sitting on the ground with her knees under her, Ochako stared with rapt attention at the holographic projection of All Might. Behind her, her parents were also watching with their eyes glued on the figure of the number 1 hero. Somewhere above her was the couch. Now then, I'm sure you're wondering why I am giving the results for UA's entrance exam. Quite simply, I am going to be teaching at UA come this school year. All Might said, that information is not meant to be available to the general public yet, though. There should be a NDA contained in the letter that you'll need to sign. Behind Ochako, she could hear her dad bending down to pick up the piece of paper that had fallen out of the envelope. But enough of that. On to your results. You'll be happy to hear that you passed the written portion. As for the practical, Ochako stopped breathing as All Might spoke. Ordinarily, 28 points would not be enough to pass. However, everyone in the room went completely still as they waited to hear what he would say. Let me show you this video. All Might pointed a remote at a screen in the background. Ochako groaned internally, because if didn't get the results soon, she might die. A quiet voice could be heard from behind camera. All Might, we don't really have time dash. They were cut off by the video that started playing. It showed the inside of some kind of office or classroom with two figures standing inside. One of them was the hero who did the presentation, the other was Deku. Ochako said quietly. So, he really had gone to talk with the faculty on her behalf, not that she had really doubted that he would. What's more, it seemed like he actually succeeded. Present Mike-sensei. Deku hastily added the honorific at the last moment. I need to talk to you about something. The video paused and All Might spoke again. I'm sure you recognize this young man. He came to see us immediately after the test. Why, you might ask. Stay tuned to find out. He unpaused the video. As much as Ochako liked All Might, she really wished he'd stop dragging this out. What can I do for you, young listener? You want an autograph? Present Mike asked as he turned to face the green-haired teen. Do I? Deku said excitedly, before snapping out of it. Wait. I need to talk to you about something important. It's about the girl who saved me. Uraraka? He paused before suddenly blurting out. I think you should give her more points. Care to explain why you think we should? Present Mike asked, rubbing his chin. She saved my life. Isn't that what heroes are supposed to do, save people? That alone should be worth points. And even if it's not, she surely would have been able to defeat more villains if she hadn't stopped to save me, so could you at least give her the points she would have gotten? I guess you could argue that she should have focused on the exam, but when the zero-pointer is that big and dangerous, what do you expect to happen? With each word, he spoke faster and quieter. By his third sentence, Ochako was straining her ears to make out his words. However, he suddenly stopped as though he had realized something important. Did you expect this to happen? Was that the true purpose of the zero-pointer and the exam in general? To see if people would try to save others and act like heroes? Gold star. Present Mike yelled in English, then went back to Japanese. You figured it out. So, you don't need to worry about your hero getting points. Deku sagged in relief. Ochako felt pretty close to collapsing herself. Both her parents also let out sighs at the good news. So can I get that autograph? The video ended and All Might started speaking again. Yes, as young Midoriya deduced, there was a secret factor to the exam, one that judged the character of those who participated. After all, strength is only part of being hero, more important is the drive to do good and help others. And as such, rescue points were also a factor. All Might said, for not only saving Midoriya's life, but also carrying him to safety, you, Uraraka Ochako, have earned 50 rescue points. Congratulations, young Uraraka. You made it. All Might declared proudly, I am honored to welcome you to your Hero Academia. As he spoke, a scoreboard showing the scores of the various passing examinees was displayed, but Ochako wasn't paying attention. She was too busy freaking out. Laughter and shouts of hiss filled the room as Ochako jumped into the air. While in mid-jump, her dad grabbed her out of the air and pulled her into a massive hug, which her mom was quick to join. All three of them were going crazy in celebration. At some point during the hug, Ochako accidentally started floating both her parents. She made it. She was going to be a hero. But for now, she had to get her parents down without the couch landing on them by accident. -000. In the dark of Izuku's bedroom, the hologram of All Might was wrapping up. It had been quite the surprise to find out that All Might was apparently going to be teaching at UA, but it made some of his odd comments about their training being helpful for both of them make sense in retrospect. He had just finished explaining rescue points and telling Izuku how many he had received. I told you that having the heart of a hero would matter. Just like I told you that you would pass. Congratulations, young Midoriya. I never doubted you for a second. All Might said fondly. It was more subdued than his usual boisterous attitude, more genuine, more like when he was Yagi-san. Come now, Midoriya, to your Hero Academia. A scoreboard detailing the placement of the passing students appeared on screen. Izuku quickly scanned it for his name. He wasn't super concerned about how high he placed, but he was still curious to see how well he did. 3 Midoriya Izuku 32-42. 3 Kirishima Eju 39-35. Oh, Izuku tied in third. Wait, he got third place. Izuku was stunned. That was way better than he was expecting to do. And to think he had been worried about getting in. Although, well over half of his points were rescue points, which he hadn't even realized would be a thing, so it kind of makes sense that he had no idea how well he'd do. Between helping those 2 other examinees and what All Might had called general preventative actions, which Izuku could only assume meant being careful to make sure nobody got hurt when he blew up a robot and whatnot, he earned 37 rescue points. Then he got another 5 for talking to Present Mike about giving Uraraka extra points, which All Might had called looking out for his fellow heroes. Speaking of Uraraka, he saw her name just above his in second place. With a total of 78 points, she had way more rescue points than villain points. In fact, the other person Izuku shared third place with also had roughly half of their points be from rescue too. It seemed like rescue points were just as important as villain points, if not more so. He wondered if the top placement would also follow that trend. 1 Bakugu Katsuki 91-0. Apparently not. Wait, 91 villain points. How the heck did Kaken manage that? Considering that he also had 0 rescue points, Izuku could only assume that he had been laser-focused on his objective. Honestly, that sounded exactly like Kaken. Once he had a goal, he had blinders on to the rest of the world and sprinted towards his destination at top speeds. It was pretty much impossible to get him to notice anything that wasn't his target. If it wasn't important to what he was doing, he didn't care. Actually, Izuku wondered if Kaken still called people nicknames since he never bothered to learn their names. They hadn't talked in a long time, and it's not like Izuku heard him talk to anyone else very often either. Again, Kaken ignored basically everyone. Izuku sighed, thinking about his former friend was bringing down his mood. Slapping both his hands to his cheeks, he forced a determined smile onto his face. It didn't make sense to feel bad now, he just got into you, he should be happy. His smile quickly became genuine at the thought of the fact that he made it in. He had to tell his mom. And Yagi-san too. Izuku looked back at the frozen hologram of All Might and felt rather silly. Right, never mind then. -000. Silence filled the room. The hologram was paused on the screen displaying the scores of the people who passed the exam. Katsuki's eyes were fixed on the number 1 spot. Briefly, his eyes flicked down to second place, so as to compare their score to his own. He scored 13 FANG points higher. Holy shit. He actually did it. Katsuki finally takes his eyes off the hologram and leans against his desk for support. He did it. He proved his strength, not just by coming in first, but by claiming the top spot by a landslide. Everything he had done to prepare for this paid off. All the hours, upon days, upon weeks, upon months, upon FING years spent training, all sweat and injuries, all the burns, the sprained wrists, the sore muscles, the bruised skin, all of it had been worth it. The doubt and fear that had been omnipresent for such a long time felt like it was evaporating. The ugly feelings that squirmed and churned in his gut finally stilled. They weren't gone, he'd never let them disappear completely. He held them tight, so that he'd remember what they felt like and what they meant. Katsuki needed to remember so that he'd never slow down. It was thanks to those repulsive feelings that he came this far after all. But while they may not have been completely gone, they weren't suffocating like they used to be. He felt oddly light. He finally reached one of the goals that he'd been chasing for so damn long. Not just getting into UA, but that decisive victory that seemed like a pipe dream for such a long time. How long had it been since he felt like this, like he was on top of the world? Even if he knew he wasn't the strongest, that illusion had been shattered a long time ago, he still felt stronger than he had in a long time. He reached the first benchmark on his journey to number 1, and suddenly the finish line didn't feel so far away as it once had. Standing up, Katsuki made his way to his bedroom door. As he got close, he could hear his parents talking softly on the other side. Figures they'd hovered just outside his DMN room instead of giving him privacy like he wanted. It's way too quiet in there. It's weird. His mom said in that bizarre tone that you would only be able to recognize as concern if you knew her well. I'm sure he's fine. His dad said in the voice he used whenever he had to try and calm one of them down, which was often, "It's probably just Dash." Katsuki interrupted him by yanking his door open. He tried to glare at them, but it was undone by the smile he couldn't wipe off his face. Not a feral grin or one of his usual scowl smiles, mind you, but an actual genuine smile. Oh gods, he's smiling. Who are you and what did you do with my son? His mom said, only half teasing. Shut up, you old hag. And why the hell are you hanging outside my room? Haven't either of you ever heard of privacy? Katsuki snapped, but it lacked any of his usual bite. Most of the time his shouts towards parents were just for show, but this one was particularly phoned in. Never mind, that's him. His hag said, ruffling his hair. He half-heartedly smacked her hand away. So, how'd you do? His dad asked. First FNG place. Katsuki answered, his smile growing and taking on a hint of his usual savage tint. That's what I expect from you. His hag said, grabbing him and pulling him into a hug. Hell, I'm surprised we didn't a bill for damages, since you effing destroyed that exam. Really, dear? His dad asked with a sigh, as he joined in the hug. What? Mom jokes can be a thing too. She protested. Normally, when one of his parents, especially his mom, tried to show him any kind of affection, he'd yell and squirm a lot first before finally giving in and accepting it. Katsuki didn't want to act like he actually wanted it. But this time, a single curse thrown their way and about 2 seconds worth of half-butted struggling was all he bothered with before relenting to the hug. He didn't really feel much of a need for the tough guy act right now. After all, he had finally seen real proof of how strong he was. The scores for practical exam are out. Hisashi shouted, because he only had 3 volumes, loud, louder, and his quirk. Blessedly, he was on the lowest setting, which was lamentably still several decibels above anyone else's voice. All of the teachers were gathered in a large, darkened room, staring up at a massive screen currently displaying a scoreboard with the rankings of the passing examinees. Between the large screen on the wall and the rows of chairs facing it, the room looked more like a movie theater than any sort of conference room. I still can't believe the first-place student has 0 rescue points, Nemuri said. As she spoke, footage of the boy was pulled up onto the screen in front of them, and he completely blew everyone else out of the water too. It is rather unusual. Usually those with a balance between villain and rescue points score highest. Ken observed. The faux villains are programmed to go after the biggest threat on the battlefield. It's supposed to force the examinees to pace themselves, otherwise they'll be completely ignored by the robots in the second half when they start slowing down and aren't seen as a threat. Except, this one didn't slow down at all. Snipe said, always one to provide surprisingly insightful commentary, he managed to keep up a steady pace of destroyed robots all the way till the end of the exam. Furthermore, he seemed to figured out how the faux villains registers threats, and used his loud and flashy quirk to bring him in and destroy them with counterattacks. Between his strategy, his endurance, and his sheer power, he was able to snag the number 1 spot with ease. The man gave a low whistle as he watched the footage of the blonde teen decimating his enemies. Pretty impressive. It's been a long time since anyone scored anywhere near that high. I like him. He seems very talented. Nemuri purred. Too many men have no clue what they're doing and tire out too quickly. All Might said awkwardly as he shot a confused glance at her. She does that a lot. You'll get used to it. Majima explained with a tired sigh. All Might didn't seem too reassured by his words. Still, while it may be surprising just how well he did, I think we all expected him to pass. Hisashi piped up. After all, he was one of the 2 kids from the sludge villain incident. Yes, and the other one did quite well too. Ken said, bringing up some footage of the green-haired kid. He managed to come in 3rd place. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have more villain points. From the footage I saw of the sludge incident, he looked like an absolute beast in combat. Nemuri said, tapping a finger to her chin. He still displayed a high aptitude for combat, but it looks like he was just as focused on protecting other people as he was simply earning villain points. Snipe said, It actually lines up neatly with his actions against the sludge villain, where he was focused on trying to save his schoolmate from the villain's clutches rather than simply attacking. Boy certainly seems to having the priorities that a hero should down pat. He also has a record. Ectoplasm said bluntly, calling attention to something most of them were already thinking about. Curiously, All Might glared at him when he said that, though it only lasted a second and nobody else seemed to notice as Ectoplasm continued, I shouldn't need to remind everyone that his actions against the sludge villain were illegal. I'm actually surprised you let him into the school, Nedzu. With his words, everyone turned to stare at their principal, who in turn stared back at all of them simultaneously. He was giving them that shrewd smile that rarely left his face and made it clear that he already had the answer to whatever questions they might ask him. It's true, normally, the boy's record would have prevented him from even taking the entrance exam, but he is a rather unique case. You would not believe the number of pro heroes and even police officers who called to talk with me about letting him try. And even beyond that, his criminal activities saw major news coverage, alerting me to his situation far before the screening process of applicants began, allowing me to draw my own conclusions on his situation. Nedzu calmly explained. As he spoke, he turned to look at the screen once again. It was clear he wasn't avoiding their gaze, as some people might do if a room full of pro heroes was staring at them. Rather, he was simply directing their attention to the footage of Boy. He behaved recklessly at the time, true. But between his injuries and complete lack of any sort of training, I would say that he handled the situation rather well, all things considered. Better than many of our own students might have. Further, his performance during the exam shows clear improvement. Not once did he recklessly place himself or others in danger. In fact, he displayed the most caution towards himself and his fellow examinees out of anyone in the exam. And even the time he was in danger was due to circumstances completely beyond his control. So, I think we can all agree that he deserves a spot in the hero course, record or no. All Might seemed to deflate slightly. Was he upset with Nedzu for allowing what was sure to be a problem student into the school? No, that didn't seem likely, considering the glare he gave Ectoplasm earlier. More likely, he was relieved for some reason. But honestly, even if what he did was illegal, the public loved him. Hizashi said, placing his hands behind his head and leaning back. So it's not like we have to worry about a backlash for letting him in. Since when has the public ever been a good judge of character? Shoyuta thought with annoyance. Looking at the boy on the screen, he just knew that the kid was going to be trouble. I better keep a close eye on him. -000. Toshinori walked up and down the length of the shore while he waited. He still had plenty of time until young Midoriya arrived, since he had gotten there early. He found himself coming to the beach quite often, despite the fact that he hadn't been there frequently since the sludge villain incident, his recent training sessions with young Midoriya notwithstanding. Usually he came there when he was feeling stressed or simply needed think. There was something deeply relaxing about the sounds of the beach. From the noise of the waves softly crashing against the sand, to the gentle howl of the wind, and the crunch of sand underfoot. It helped to calm Toshinori's nerves, which were almost always tightly wound. It was even better at night, when the noise of people and seagulls was less frequent. Also, it was nice to see the place completely cleaned up. Well, almost completely clean. With an annoyed sigh and a shake of his head, he bent down to pick up some cans of beer that had been left lying on the sand. This place had barely been cleared for a couple months, and already people were littering again. As he was throwing the trash away, a shout snapped him from his thoughts. "Why Yasin?" Turning around, Toshinori saw young Midoriya running down the beach towards him. By the time the boy reached him, he was completely out of breath and looked about a second away from collapsing onto the sand. Considering he spent the last several months picking up trash by hand, his stamina should be better by now. Which probably meant, "Did you run all the way here?" Toshinori asked, a faint tinge of disapproval in his voice. It would certainly explain why the boy was early. Young Midoriya nodded his head in response, still too out of breath to speak. Toshinori sighed. This kid really didn't seem to understand his limits. "First off, congrats on passing," Toshinori said, reaching out and giving the boy a pat on the head. I know I already said it on the hologram, but I thought I'd say it again in person. Secondly, you should know that I haven't actually told anyone at UA about our friendship. I guess it's not really a secret or anything, but I've gotten used to keeping my personal life private. Plus, I was worried that you might think you got in because of your connection to me. Also, it might raise some awkward questions among the staff about how you learned that I'm All Might. Wait, does the school know about your time limit? Midoriya asked. Yes, it was rather necessary to tell the other teachers. But they don't know anything about how I got my injury or One for All. Tashinori paused to think for a moment. Actually, I don't think most of them even know my real name. Recovery Girl does. She knows that we're friends too. Midoriya quickly said. Yes, well, she and Nedzu are the exceptions. I've been close to both of them long before I became a teacher at UA, so they both know everything. Tashinori said. It was pretty shocking to hear that you're going to be a teacher at UA, though I guess it's not too surprising. Midoriya said, you probably planned on going to work at UA to search for a successor, originally. Yes, Nedzu offered me a position almost immediately after I was injured. I've just been putting it off. Tashinori shamefully admitted. Young Midoriya fidgeted nervously. To Tashinori, it was clear that there was something serious on his mind. Before he could ask the boy about it, Midoriya spoke, his voice somber. I know you want me to take your quirk, but if you find someone else at UA, someone who would be a better choice to be your successor than me, then I think you should give it to them. Midoriya said quietly, not meeting his gaze. I'll keep it in mind. Tashinori said with small nod. He already promised to not talk with young Midoriya about taking One for All until after he completed his first year, so he didn't say anything more. The idea that he might find another potential successor before then had crossed his mind on occasion, but he never really gave it much thought. It seemed unlikely to him that he would find someone better than young Midoriya, so he decided not to worry about it for the time being. If it did happen, they could discuss it more and figure he'd out what to do then. Before the air between them could turn uncomfortable, young Midoriya's head perked up and he turned to Tashinori with an odd look in his eye. Hey Yagi-san? Did you know ahead of time what the entrance exam was going to consist of? Midoriya asked. Why? Tashinori asked in return. So, you knew that there were going to be rescue points? Midoriya asked. Yes. Tashinori said hesitantly. He didn't know where young Midoriya was going with this, but he had the distinct impression he wasn't going to like it. Then, is that why you told me that having the heart of hero would be important, right before I took the exam? Midoriya said, giving Tashinori a look. It was similar to the one associated with parents who caught their kid doing something they shouldn't. Although, young Midoriya's didn't carry near the same weight, probably due to their respective ages. It still made Tashinori feel a bit awkward. Yagi-san. Midoriya said in a disapproving tone. Now. What I said was strictly encouragement, nothing more. At most, it could have been considered a hint. Tashinori quickly defended himself. Why was it that everyone he knew felt the need to constantly chew him out? Midoriya, Naomasa, Night Eye, Gran Torino, Chio. Well, those last two were probably allowed, considering their status of terrifying doctor and terrifying former teacher, respectively. Yagi-san. Midoriya's voice became more exasperated, causing Tashinori's eyebrow to twitch slightly in annoyance. I didn't actually give you any information about the exam, it was just one small comment. I can't believe you even remember it. Tashinori said defensively. Young Midoriya sighed and stopped staring at him. He twiddled his fingers nervously and spoke quietly, it's just. You've already helped me so much. I know I'm lucky in a lot of ways, from how powerful my quirk is, to meeting you and getting training, to actually getting into UA. So, I don't want any preferential treatment just because you're my teacher. That wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Okay, I promise I won't do anything like that again. Tashinori sighed. He could understand where young Midoriya was coming from. Then, he gave the boy a smile. You'll be completely blindsided by every pop quiz, I guarantee it. Midoriya let out a strained noise, followed by a small laugh. Is it too late to change my mind? -000. It's absolutely wonderful that 2 of our students made it to UA. The principal? Guidance counselor? Bah, who FING cares? The dickhead spoke with a self-congratulatory smile on his face, as though he was somehow personally responsible for their success. In reality, the 2 of them making it into UA was more in spite of their time at Aldera than because of it. Katsuki also noticed Deku flinch when the dickhead emphasized the word, too. His own eye twitched as well. There were few that could possibly sour the fact that he was getting into UA, but knowing that Deku was going to be there with him managed to do the trick. Still, Katsuki couldn't explode right now, so he settled for radiating his displeasure into the room. It was a skill he picked up from his mom. Of course, it doesn't come as a surprise. Everyone knew for a while now that you'd both make it in. The dickhead said cluelessly. Deku flinched again. Katsuki's waves of displeasure became stronger. Dickhead didn't notice either. The a-hole continued to blather on for longer than necessary about shit Katsuki couldn't care about, such as bringing prestige to Aldera's name and sheet. He also managed to make several more comments that, while innocent to anyone else, seemed to be intended to make Katsuki and Deku uncomfortable. By the time they were done, the foremost thought in Katsuki's mind was wondering if the dickhead was actually some kind of hyper-observant sociopath who was intentionally trying to PSS him off, or if he was just a dense sack of shit. Ultimately, Katsuki leaned towards the latter. As the 2 of them were leaving, with an air between them that felt tense with a threat of turning violent, Deku decided it was a good idea to start the FING talking. Katsuki wondered if Deku some sociopath who was intentionally trying to PSS him off, or if he was just a dense sack of shit. He leaned towards the former. So, I noticed how well you did on the entrance X-a-dash, the nerd started, but Katsuki was quick to cut him off. Shut up, he said firmly, before taking a deep breath. I've actually been having a pretty good DMN week, and am in a surprisingly pleasant mood right now. Which was actually true. He had been in high spirits ever since he saw his ranking on the entrance exam. It was actually starting to freak the old hag out to see him in such a good mood all the time. It was understandable though, up until recently he had been constantly doubting his own abilities, and the universe kept giving him reason after reason to think that he might be weak, so seeing actual proof of his strength and skill felt better than anything else. And the absolute last thing he wanted was Deku talking about it. He didn't need that beach finding a way to ruin it. So, if you just shut the F up and leave me alone, then I'll let you off the hook for completely ignoring me when I told you to not go to UA. Katsuki snarled. He wasn't really sure why he brought that threat up, but it just kind of popped into his mind. Once, Katsuki had had a big plan for his origin story, where he went to some no-name middle school and he alone rose above his humble beginnings by pure skill and determination to become the greatest hero. It was silly and childish and, most importantly, never going to happen, all things he had known for a while now, even if he had been in denial. But reality loved to break through his delusions and denial, and after the sludge villain incident, it was pretty DMN clear that Deku was going to be heading to UA too. He actually came to terms with that, shockingly. But that didn't mean he was any less set off about having to be around that FING hole for the next 3 years. Kaken, Deku started, and his tone was different from the usual whimpering, apologetic tone he usually had. There was no fake fear or hesitation in it. Was he finally dropping the act? Deku, please. I don't want to deal with your shit right now. Despite coming from his mouth, the words sounded foreign to his own ears. Not just what he had said, but the way he said it too. It came out as a sigh. He sounded tired, drained. Deku seemed even more surprised than him. A look of shock and mild fear crossed his face as he took a step backwards. Katsuki wondered if that was a genuine reaction or not. Either way, he took it as an opportunity to leave. As he walked away, his mind started yelling at him for how he just behaved. He acted weak, like a coward's, and in front of Deku no less. Why would he do that? He was so used to yelling and shouting, used to acting tough, show everyone how strong he was. So, why the hell would he act like such a beach in front of one of the people he knew looked down on him? Deku was one of the people he needed to prove his strength to most of all. Katsuki pulled at his hair as he walked away. He hated the sheet. He hated Deku. He hated how confusing everything was around him. Hopefully, the universe would throw him a bone and put them in different classes at UA, because if he had to deal with this anymore, his head might explode instead of his hands. The door opened again, and Katsuki glanced towards it to see who had just entered. Upon seeing that it wasn't the teacher or anyone else, he promptly ignored their presence. The brief look he got at their appearance, a boy of average height with yellow hair with zigzagging black streak through it, was immediately forgotten. Katsuki couldn't wait until all his other classmates arrived so he could confirm they were all just a bunch of extras and could go back to his default state of ignoring their existences. Leaning back in his chair in an attempt to relax slightly, Katsuki propped his feet on his desk and stared at the ceiling in thought. Realistically, he knew that the extras in his class had to have some merit, otherwise they wouldn't have made it to UA, but considering how much of gap there was between his entrance exam score and theirs, he couldn't help but doubt any of them would prove a serious challenge to him. The only two unknowns were the recommended students. They could be anywhere from genius prodigies with amazing quirks and professional training to spoiled brats who only got in because of their family's influence. Katsuki was aware of someone approaching his desk, but he didn't pay them any mind. In all likelihood, whatever they wanted was less important than his own thoughts. "Excuse me. I must request that you remove your feet from the desk. Such behavior isn't proper." The extra spoke way too loudly and with far too much enthusiasm. Seriously? What kind of uptight a-hole gets up to bug someone over something like that? He could already tell he was going to hate this guy. It would probably be best to avoid interacting with the extra as much as possible, otherwise he might snap and attack the hard butt. So, for right now, Katsuki was just going to completely ignore him. He didn't so much as glance in the guy's direction. "Did you hear what I said?" the extra said. Unfortunately, Katsuki did. He wasn't deaf, despite how much his mom yelled. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the extra doing some kind of weird chopping motion with his hand as he spoke. "It is incredibly rude to ignore people who are speaking to you. And barging up to someone to bitch about how they're sitting isn't?" Katsuki thought but gave no outward indication that he heard a word the extra said. He didn't make any noise, look in the guy's direction, or even move at all. He just kept staring at the ceiling. The dumbbutt might as well have been talking to an empty chair. "Can you hear me?" the extra said hesitantly, as though he was now actually FNG wondering if Katsuki was deaf. Great, so he was a complete moron in addition to being an but. Katsuki would have been content to just continue ignoring the guy's existence until he gave up and left, but then he tried to reach out to touch him. Maybe he was trying to tap Katsuki's shoulder to get his attention or something, but the explosive blonde didn't know or give a damn in what the hell could have possibly been going on in the dipshit's empty skull. All he knew was that several alarm bells went off in his head the second his personal space was invaded. Time seemed to slow as it often did when Katsuki was training, when adrenaline was coursing through his veins causing his perception to work 10 times as hard as it usually did. The second the guy's hand crossed Katsuki's invisible threshold, his own shot out faster than a bullet from a gun and clamped down on his wrist. "What the hell is your goddamn problem?" Katsuki spat, venom in his words and venom in his eyes as he turned to glare at the object of his wrath. The extra, some tall F with glasses, recoiled back in surprise, but he couldn't move very far since Katsuki still had a death grip around his wrist. "You can't just go around FNG touching people without their goddamn permission. I obviously want nothing to FNG do with you, so leave me the hell alone." Katsuki let go of Four Eyes' hand, and the taller teen stumbled backwards, knocking into the desk behind him. The extra sitting at it, the same yellow-haired boy who entered earlier, gave a startled squawk at having his desk bumped. Distantly, Katsuki realized that everyone in the class was watching them with rapt attention thanks to his outburst, but he quickly decided he didn't give a f dash. He turned away from Four Eyes, opting to go back to ignoring his existence. By now, both of Katsuki's feet were off his desk and planted firmly on the ground. He had done so when he grabbed Four Eyes' wrist, he just didn't have enough stability with his feet propped up on his desk. Katsuki began to contemplate putting them back on the desk, purely out of spite, but Four Eyes started talking again before he could go through with it. "Did I do it again?" Four Eyes said, seemingly to himself, sounding confused and slightly frustrated. Katsuki pet an eyebrow in response, wondering what the hell that meant. Then he realized he didn't care. Suddenly, Four Eyes bowed. My apologies. My actions might not have been appropriate. Please, allow me to introduce myself properly. My name is Ida Tenya, I'm from Semi-Private Academy. He placed a hand over his chest and raised his other one towards Katsuki. He wasn't offering a handshake or anything, his hand was open flat. It looked awkward and stupid. So, you're a stuck-up elitist? That explains a lot. Katsuki sneered. Four Eyes sputtered at Katsuki's words. Just stay the hell out of my way, or I'll destroy you. Destroy me? Those are not words that should be used by someone who wishes to become a hero. Four Eyes sounded absolutely scandalized. Katsuki knew that he had a highly expressive face. Much as like Mom, he could often talk solely through his expression. Usually, he did so in the form of one of his many glares, but right now he opted for his, "Beach, are you serious right now" face. Did this dumb but seriously not understand figures of speech? Maybe Katsuki had been giving his classmates way too much FING credit, because at current they didn't seem any better than all the other extras he had known. The only way that he could possibly justify Four Eyes' insane reaction in a way that let him keep his sanity was that the extra simply wasn't used to Katsuki's rather unique attitude. Mercifully, the classroom door opened again at that moment, providing a distraction from the sheer idiocy happening in front of him. A girl with a round face and pink cheeks entered and looked around nervously. Four Eyes seemed far more interested in the new girl than Katsuki was, as he immediately walked over to talk to her. Good, that meant he'd leave Katsuki alone. By now, the class was only missing one student. Although there was the possibility that not enough people passed the exam to make a full class of 20 for both hero courses, UA was well known being very strict with its acceptance. Katsuki's eyes slid back over to Round Face, who was talking to Four Eyes and seemed too embarrassed by the conversation, judging by how her cheeks changed from pink to bright red. Was she the last student of 1A? The distant yet rapidly approaching sound of sneakers slapping against the floor seemed to sink that idea. Looks like they did have a 20th student, and they were apparently FING abysmal about actually getting to class on time. Great, just about the last kind of person Katsuki wanted to be around at UA was a dumb butt slacker. How was he supposed to get stronger if he didn't have any decent competition? The footsteps reached the classroom and the door burst open. There, on the other side of the door, panting heavily from running and looking like he was about drop dead, was the actual last person Katsuki wanted to be around at UA. He could already feel massive FING headache coming on. -000. As soon as Izuku opened the door, he grabbed onto the door frame to keep himself from collapsing to the floor while he caught his breath. His lungs felt like they were about to pop. He had kind of hoped that he'd stop feeling like this after running when he had finished cleaning the beach. Then again, he had also run at full sprint all the way here due to being held up, which was something he would have never been able to do before. After what felt like a full 5 minutes of gasping for air, his lungs finally stopped burning and Izuku looked up. The first thing that he saw was Uraraka, who he was glad to see was in his class. The second thing he saw was the mean guy with the glasses from the entrance exam, who Izuku was significantly less happy to see. The soft buzz of his quirk prompted him to look further into the classroom, where he saw Kaken, who had just crushed a pencil in his hand. So, Izuku already knew 3 of his classmates, one who he was friends with, one who he was enemies with, though that might be too strong a word, and Kaken. All 3 of them were staring at him. Actually, at least a third of the class seemed to be staring at him, each with a different expression, but none of them said anything. Unfortunately, that meant it fell to Izuku to break the silence. He tried to think of something to say to them. Ultimately, what he came up with was, "I'm not late, am I?" To his surprise, none of them answered. Instead, the answer came from behind him. "You are. But since you still arrived before me, you'd probably think you're in the clear." With a yelp of surprise, Izuku promptly turned around to see a large yellow caterpillar with the face of a homeless man lying in the hall. What the frick? But with your record, taking risks like being late isn't very logical. The caterpillar's tired eyes hardened slightly as he stared at Izuku. Izuku went rigid at the implication. However, the caterpillar's sharp gaze quickly faded back into exhaustion as he pushed a juice pouch into his mouth, and Izuku was more than a little ashamed to admit that it was only then that he realized it was a man in a yellow sleeping bag. "I'm sorry." Izuku bowed the strange man in a sleeping bag. "I would have been here earlier, but my quirk told me about a cat that got stuck in a storm drain dash. Don't make excuses." He cut Izuku off. "It doesn't change what happened. And you could be lying for all I know." Shuffling into a standing position, the man shed the sleeping bag as he stepped into the room. Everyone nearby stepped back from him. Now that he was out of the sleeping bag, he looked even more haggard, like he had never heard of shaving or shampoo or sleeping for 8 hours. At least his clothes looked clean, though the black jumpsuit he wore made it hard to tell. Time is a precious resource, for heroes especially. Running around, being late to class, or even getting there just as it's about to start, just isn't rational. The tired man said, "Is this man a teacher? If he is, then he must be a pro hero, but I don't recognize him." Try as Izuku might, he couldn't put any sort of name to this man who looked more like a homeless person than a hero. "I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. We've met now," Aizawa-sensei said, sounding like he'd rather be anywhere else, probably in bed. Still, that confirmed he was a hero. Aizawa reached into his sleeping bag and pulled out a stack of sloppily folded gym outfits. "Put these on and head to the grounds. Do it quickly." Dumping clothing onto the teacher's desk, he promptly turned around and shuffled back out of the classroom. It took a solid couple of seconds for his words register with the class. When they finally did, the general reaction was confusion or surprise. Eventually, though, after a chaotic few seconds, everyone managed to grab a gym uniform. "Wait." A black-haired teen with strange-looking elbows said, "Where are the changing rooms?" -000. Eventually, they all made it down to the field where Aizawa-sensei was waiting. He didn't really acknowledge their presence when they arrived. Instead, his head was drooping and he looked like he was about to fall asleep. In all likelihood, they weren't going to start. Whatever it was they were called down here to do right away. Which meant that Tenya might have a chance to talk to Midoriya before they began. The green-haired teen was standing next to Uraraka. She had saved him during the exam, so it made sense that the two would be on good terms. As Tenya made his way over, Midoriya noticed him and perked up like a frightened rabbit before quickly scurrying away to the far end of the group. Tenya's shoulders sagged in disappointment. He couldn't exactly blame Midoriya for avoiding him on account of how their previous interactions had gone. However, Tenya had hoped to least be able to talk to him. What was that about? Uraraka mussed to herself as Tenya approached. "I believe he left because of me." Tenya answered her. She turned to him, having seemingly not noticed him approach. "Oh, Ida, right? Why would he be avoiding you?" Uraraka asked. Tenya chewed the inside of his cheek for a moment before replying, "We got off on the wrong foot. However, I plan to apologize to him for how I behaved during the exam." What do you owe, right?" A light bulb seemed to go off above Uraraka's head. "You were with him when the zero-pointer attacked. So, you want to apologize for leaving him behind." It was probably easy for Uraraka to piece that together. After all, Tenya had already approached her and thanked her for helping him to realize what the point of the exam had actually been. She had seemed embarrassed at the time, and hastily explained that she had no idea that rescue points even existed when she saved Midoriya. To him, that only proved that she had true heroic character, and he told her as much. She had seemed even more flustered after that. "Yes, among other things. Looking back, I realize I probably offended him," Tenya said solemnly. While he still didn't approve of what Midoriya had done, he couldn't help but wonder if he had been too harsh on the green-haired teen and said things to him that were unwarranted. Tenya had also done something similar earlier today with the blonde-haired teen in his class. Clearly, it was something he needed to work on. Uraraka opened her mouth to say something, but Aizawa-sensei started speaking before she could get any words out. "You all found your way here. Good," he said lazily. "To start your time at UA, we're going to conduct a test of your quirks." Most of the class was taken aback by his words. "Wait. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Or guidance sessions?" Uraraka spoke up. All just a waste of time. So we're skipping it. Aizawa-sensei said. His words only prompted more shock and confusion, so he continued to explain. Here at UA, we employ freestyle education, which basically means I can teach you however I please. It's one of the things that makes this school so great. Tenya was shocked to hear something like that from a teacher. How could completely going off the rails and ignoring established school conventions make UA great? This man was a professional. And UA was widely known as the best hero school in the country. There had to be some merit to what he was saying. Tenya would trust him. Ball throw. Standing long jump. 50-meter dash. Endurance running. Grip strength. Repeated side steps. Sit-ups. Seated toe touch. Aizawa-sensei read aloud from a list on his phone. These are the standard fitness tests you all did in middle school. For some ungodly reason, Japan insists prohibiting the use of quirks for these tests. Maybe it's out of some warped and misplaced sense of fairness, or maybe they're just too lazy to come up with a new way of doing things. He suddenly looked up from his phone and stared at the group. Bakugo, you placed first in the entrance exam. What was your record for how far you could throw in middle school? Bakugo, evidently the blonde teen from before, spoke. 72 meters. Great. Do it again with your quirk. I don't care what exactly you do as long as you don't leave the circle. Aizawa-sensei tossed a softball to Bakugo. With the ball in hand, Bakugo walked into the ring on the field Aizawa had mentioned. He did some stretches before winding up his pitch and... die! Boom! Tenya jumped slightly at the massive explosion the other teen created. The shock wave blew past them, ruffling their hair and clothes, and kicking up a lot of dust. He looked up to see the ball, easily visible by the shock waves it created, fly into the sky before disappearing from his view. After a few seconds, Aizawa-sensei's phone beeped. Knowing what your limits are is important. It tells you what kind of heroes you can be. As he held out his phone to show the number printed on the screen. 747 M. Oh. Holy crap, this is awesome. Someone yelled. 750 meters. How did you even do that? Another person yelled at Bakugo. We really get to use our quirks freely. This is going to be so much fun. Tenya tried to recall the list of activities that Aizawa-sensei had read aloud. There were several that his quirk would aid him greatly in, but there were also many that it would be useless for. Fortunately, Tenya was in quite good shape from regularly exercise, so he wouldn't have to worry about performing poorly in those either. You think this is going to be fun? Aizawa-sensei said coldly, grabbing everyone's attention. Their teacher's face had shifted slightly from exhaustion to a disapproving glare as an ominous aura extruded from him. You only have 3 years to become heroes. You don't have time to joke around and play games. To drive that home, how about this? The person with the lowest combined score of all 8 events will be judged as having no potential for hero work, and will be expelled. His words were a punch to gut for the entire class. Everyone just froze. Tenya carefully steeled his expression, but it was obvious the effect it had on everyone else. Looks of shock and fear were present on almost all of their faces. The only ones that didn't seem affected were a boy with red and white hair whose expression was unreadable, and blonde-haired student with a twinkle in their eye. What? Uraraka seemed to be the first person to recover, or at least the first person to say anything. Boo, but it's our first day. We haven't, Yin, that's just not fair. She seemed to stumble over her words in her shock. Villains, natural disaster, accidents, and calamities of all kinds. None of them care about what's fair. Heroes are the ones who are expected to deal with these things, to help civilians caught in these unfair circumstances and get them out safely. If you can't deal with unfairness, you can't be a hero. Aizawa-sensei said calmly, his previous demeanor gone completely, though he did seem less exhausted than before. UA will be nothing like your schools before. There won't be any time to slack off and hang out with friends and have fun. The next 3 years will consist of putting you through the ringer. So if you can't handle it, we might as well find out now. If you don't want to get kicked out, then go beyond. Plus ultra. He said the last words with a lazy, almost mocking grin. So this was a trial by fire. It made sense in a way. Heroes who couldn't keep up fell behind in the charts and faded into obscurity. Or, a far worse fate could befall them. Tenya could easily see where their teacher was coming from. Trying to shield them from such harshness would only serve to hurt them later on. After all, it was a hero's job to confront the harsh realities of the world. Looking around, he saw that most of his class had settled down slightly, either because they had seen the logic in Aizawa-sensei's words or they had simply had time to calm down. One girl in particular, with long black hair pulled back into a ponytail, looked completely calm, as though Aizawa-sensei hadn't even made his declaration. Though there were still plenty who didn't look at ease. Uraraka was shaking and Bakugo's lips were split into either a fierce grin or fierce grimace. It was shockingly hard to tell. Looking over to the edge of the group, he saw Midoriya. Also appeared apprehensive. Tenya quickly looked away. He didn't have time to worry about Midoriya or anything else right now. He had no choice but to focus on this test and give it everything he had. Everything else would have to wait until later. Izuku watched as his fellow classmates ran down the length of the track, wishing he had his notebook with him so he could write stuff down. The tall boy with the glasses had done the best so far, though that made sense as his quirk was geared for speed. However, Izuku still hadn't seen what all of them had to offer. Currently, a somewhat odd, blonde teen, Izuku really needed to learn his classmates' names, had just utilized the kickback from an energy blast from his stomach to launch himself most of the way across the track. It was a pretty ingenious solution, though it would have been better if the boy had actually made it the full distance instead of crashing into the ground right before the finish line, and Aizawa-sensei seemed fine with them using their quirks in ways that didn't involve actual running. Izuku thanked his lucky stars that he and Yagi-san had practiced throwing himself, otherwise this could have been a serious challenge. Just as he was thinking that, he was called up, and so was Kaken. He stared at his childhood friend out of the corner of his eye, thinking about how well he might do. Izuku's mind went back to when he had seen Kaken training in the woods. He remembered how quickly he had been able to move around with his explosions. As the two of them got ready, Izuku brought out Holding Out and had it pick him up. To anyone else, it would look like he was floating slightly off the ground. At the starting signal, Holding Out hurled him forward, while Kaken unleashed a powerful explosion to launch himself forward at the same time. As Izuku sailed through the air, he saw Kaken rocket himself ahead at astonishing speeds. Admittedly, Izuku knew he could have potentially thrown himself harder, but he almost certainly would have hurt himself if he had done that. While Kaken crossed the finish line, Izuku hit the ground with a roll just before it and lunged forward to cover the rest of the distance. Bakugo, 3.16 seconds. Aizawa-sensei read from his phone, Midoriya, 4.1 seconds. 4.1 seconds? Izuku tried to remember how fast he had been in middle school. He was pretty sure he had finished it in about 7.5 seconds back then. That was a pretty good jump in speed. He could finish a 50-meter dash in almost half the time now. Both he and Kaken made their way back to the group while the last two students took their places. Now that he wasn't focused on preparing for the dash, he looked over at Kaken, who was pointedly not looking in his direction. As much as it hurt, Izuku knew that he had to leave him alone. He remembered his last interaction with Kaken, back at their middle school after they had been accepted into UA. He remembered how Kaken had sounded so drained. Izuku had never heard him sound that way before, but it was obvious that talking to him, maybe even just being around him, was upsetting for Kaken. They might be in the same class, but Izuku knew they would never be close again. Fortunately, he was brought out of his depressing thoughts by a loud cracking sound. Looking back toward the track, he watched as a boy with red and white hair propelled himself forward by create massive amounts of ice behind him. The glacier even trapped the student he was racing against, a girl with a black ponytail, by encasing her legs in ice. Yaoyorozu, you can try that again. Aizawa-sensei said with a tired sigh, dragging a hand down his face. Thank you, Essen-sensei. Yaoyorozu hugged herself as her body shivered violently. The dual-haired boy walked towards Yaoyorozu, said something to quiet to be heard from where Izuku was standing, and placed his left hand on the ice surrounding her legs. The ice immediately began to melt, freeing the poor girl. Izuku watched with interest. From what he had seen, it looked like the boy had some form of ice or water manipulation quirk, Izuku hadn't seen enough of it to be sure, but it looked pretty powerful. The rest of you, move on to the next event. Aizawa-sensei said. At his words, the group started moving. -000. They found themselves indoors for the next event, which was testing their grip strength. While Izuku could have been watching his classmates and see how their quirks worked and how they applied them, he was instead marveling at how well made the devices they were using to measure them were. He handed it off to Holding Out and had it squeeze the device as hard as possible, and he hadn't heard a single buzz coming from it. Once he was done, he took the device back from his quirk to read the measurement. 2,000 kilograms? A voice shouted right by his ear. Izuku yelped and turned his head to see Uraraka standing right behind him, staring over his shoulder. That's insane. Oh, thanks. Izuku stuttered in embarrassment, both from the praise and because she was standing way too close. Wait, seriously? A new voice said. Izuku turned his head again to see a boy with spiky red hair approach. Izuku nervously held up his device to show the redhead, who gave a low whistle. Wow, 2 tons. That's impressive, man. I only got 55 kg. Uraraka sighed in disappointment. The redhead held up his device and started to say something, but he was cut off before he could actually speak. Do you really think you have time to stand around talking? Aizawa-sensei said. Remember, the person in last place faces expulsion. That instantly killed the cheerful mood. Everyone just kind of awkwardly shuffled away. Even though he had been doing well so far, Izuku's stress level still spiked at the reminder. -000. As the events went on, Katsuki did something he only ever did once in a blue moon. He paid attention to other people. He'd never admit it to anyone, but he had been carefully watching all of his classmates. He had to admit their quirks were not bad. If they were smart about how they used them, they might be halfway decent heroes. But that's the thing, they had to actually be smart. And really, that's what this whole test was about, not who had the most powerful quirk, but who was the most clever about how they used their quirk. So far, only a handful of people really stood out to him. Firstly, there was Ponytail, named such for obvious reasons. She was honestly the best example of how this test was supposed to work. Quirk didn't seem to give her any kind of physical buff that he could see, but it let her make sheet. Seriously, stuff just appeared out her body. It actually made him kinda uncomfortable to watch her pull crap out of her skin. She seemed intelligent enough to actually put her quirk to good use, doing sheet like making a springboard to clear the long jump, creating a moped to ride for the endurance run, and even Katsuki could keep running longer than that thing's battery life, though he tried his damnedest, or making an actual FING cannon to shoot the softball out of, netting her the second highest score in that event. Another dude Katsuki noticed was Candy Cane, the boy with ridiculous red and white hair. He didn't seem clever or anything. If anything, he seemed a little thick. It's just that he had a really FING powerful quirk. And he was in DMN good shape to boot, though Katsuki felt he was probably physically stronger between the two. Beyond that, there wasn't much to note. For Eyes was about as strong and fast as Katsuki expected. Birdbrain had a freaky but shadow demon living inside his chest. It was also pretty strong, and those two factors combined were really only reason the guy was that notable. And then there was Round Face, who was only really interesting because she got infinity on the ball throw. Depending on how they ranked them, that alone might have been enough to net her the top spot. Katsuki personally doubted that would be the case though, and he was going to be effing, he said, if it was. There was also Deku, but Katsuki already knew how powerful he was. Eventually though, the events came to an end. Katsuki was simultaneously satisfied with how he had done. He couldn't think of any points where he had screwed up or could have done obviously better, but he was also on edge about just how well he had performed compared to the rest of his class. It wasn't enough to just pass, or even be near the top. He needed to be the top. Come on, people. Time for the results. The teacher sounded completely uninterested. He pressed a button on his phone and a holographic leaderboard popped up in front of him. Katsuki's eyes immediately went to the top spot, and he saw Yaoyoro Zumomo. Bakugu Katsuki. Katsuki's jaw clenched as his eyes swept across his classmates. He didn't know any of their names. The teacher had said a few of them, but Katsuki couldn't remember that sheet. but it wasn't terribly hard to guess which of them could have stolen the number 1 spot from him. Only a few people had done as well as him after all. His eyes landed on Ponytail, who was staring at the top of the scoreboard with a self-satisfied smile that he longed to wipe off her face. It was her, he knew it. Looking at the rest of the group only made him more sure. Almost everyone else looked relieved that they had passed or disappointed at how low they scored. Round Face in particular was drooping, probably upset that her infinity ball throw didn't land her as high as she would have liked, and a midget with balls stuck to his head looked like he was about to suffer a mental breakdown. Katsuki's eyes snapped back to Ponytail as he started to glare a hole through her head. Within a few seconds, she seemed to notice how sedative he was, turning to stare at him. She managed to hold his gaze for a few seconds, which was longer than most extras could, but he wasn't about to give her any sort of praise, before awkwardly looking and shuffling away. While Katsuki tried to focus on his current anger, there was a small thought nibbling away at the back of his mind. He didn't want to give it any attention, but eventually he did anyway. He turned back to search the scoreboard. There should have been no reason to, he already knew his spot and who beat him, but he did it anyway for some FING reason. It didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Midoriya Izuku. Well, his headache was coming back. First the nerd placed 3rd in the entrance exam, and now he was 5th in the apprehension test. Deku was way too close to Katsuki. He needed to put more space between the two of them, he needed to get stronger, he needed to leave that BSTRD in the dust. Mineta. The teacher spoke suddenly. The midget made a strained noise and looked even more frightened than he had before, but the teacher didn't notice or didn't care. Come with me. The rest of you are done here. Head back to the classroom to get the curriculum and whatnot. And actually read them. He started walking away, only to pause when he noticed the midget wasn't following him. He turned back around and spoke with a commanding voice for the first time today. Mineta. I don't have all day, hurry up. What are you going to do if he doesn't? Expel him. Katsuki thought snidely. It had the desired effect on the midget though, and the boy ran after the teacher on the verge of tears. A heavy silence fell over the rest of the class. Everyone looked troubled, Ponytail in particular for some reason. You don't think he's really going to expel him, do you? Round Face asked the group. If he didn't, Katsuki was going to lose the what little respect he might have had for his teacher. He said weak sheets get expelled, so the weak sheet is getting expelled. What the hell did you expect? Katsuki growled. That seemed to shut her up, and she looked down at the ground. I really didn't expect him to actually expel anyone. Ponytail said, I thought it was just a lie to make sure we would take the test seriously. I never thought a pro hero could be so cruel. The only reason Katsuki didn't scoff was because Candy Cane beat him to the punch. The palate disaster shoved his hands in his pockets and started walking away from the group. He quietly said, Then you don't know anything about heroes. Katsuki immediately started walking too, moving fast enough to get ahead of the other boy while not making it obvious. The rest of the extras followed after not too much longer. How was it that it wasn't even lunchtime, and yet Katsuki could say that this might be one of the most miserable days he had ever had the displeasure to experience? His classmates were a bunch of morons, most of them so far behind him they weren't noticing. The one girl who was ahead of him was a fool with no idea how the world worked. His teacher barely seemed interested in teaching, and the cherry on top of the sheet sundae was the fact that Deku was in his class. What a fine FANG start to his time at UA. Tenya stared across the cafeteria at Midoriya while he finished his lunch of beef stew. Soon as the green-haired teen got up to leave the lunchroom, Tenya followed after him. After the Quirk apprehension test and the group had returned to class, everyone had been incredibly quiet. Nobody was terribly interested in talking or getting to know each other better after what had happened. Mineta's expulsion hung over everyone's heads. As such, Tenya had decided to wait to talk with Midoriya until later. Say, after lunch, or perhaps after the school day ended. No, the latter would be too much later. He didn't want to put this off too much. So, he decided he should talk to Midoriya after they had eaten lunch. It was important that they eat properly after all. But before the next PRD began. With long, brisk strides, Tenya easily caught up to the shorter boy. Much like before, Midoriya didn't seem to notice Tenya's presence until he spoke. Midoriya, I would like to have a word. Midoriya visibly stiffened at the sound of Tenya's voice. His face was carefully neutral as he turned to face Tenya. There was a moment of tense silence before Tenya inhaled deeply. Let me to introduce myself, he said, chopping his hand through the air, startling Midoriya. My name is Ida Tenya. I've come here from semi-private academy. Midoriya stared at him with wide, blank eyes, blinking occasionally. His gaze drifted down to the hand Tenya had gestured with, before slowly reaching out to grab it and give it a shake. That hadn't been what Tenya intended, but it worked. Midoriya Izuku, he said carefully. Did I guess you already knew that though? So, if that's all you wanted Midoriya started walking away again, but Tenya cut him off before he could leave. There's something else I wish to discuss with you. I wish to apologize for my behavior during the entrance exam, Tenya said firmly. Wait, really? Midoriya's head snapped back towards him, and he sounded both shocked and somewhat excited. It was wrong of me to leave you behind when the zero-pointer attacked. I was only thinking of saving myself and was willing to abandon you to achieve that, Tenya said. Oh. Midoriya sounded disappointed, though he quickly tried to hide it. I mean, I don't really blame you, it was just an exam . No. Exam or not, the way I acted was unacceptable. Heroes are supposed to prioritize the safety of others over defeating villains or their own well-being. I came to UA to be molded into an exemplary hero, but I have acted like nothing of the sort. So I must apologize for my failings, Tenya said before bowing to Midoriya. He heard a small noise of surprise from the other boy. Oh, that's, thank you, Midoriya said awkwardly. I'm glad you realized that. I hope you become a better hero. Thank you very much. Tenya stood up from his bow. Midoriya tried to leave again, but Tenya started talking again. There is something else I need to discuss. Midoriya made a strained noise as he spun back around. I realized that the way I treated you before the exam was probably too harsh. I merely wished to ensure that you were obeying the rules and not causing issues for others, but I believe I may have overstepped. If I upset you with how I acted, then I apologize, Tenya said. Midoriya stared at him with wide eyes for a moment before tilting his head down to stare at the ground. Is something wrong? Tenya asked. No, it's just. I wasn't expecting that. Midoriya raised a hand to his chin as he thought something over. He suddenly looked back at Tenya. Oh, right. Thank you for apologizing. He gave a quick bow, but, I was heading to bathroom when you stopped me, so. He started turning away from Tenya. Oh, sorry for taking up your time, Tenya said. Midoriya took that as permission to leave and started running towards the restroom. Tenya opened his mouth to tell not run in the hallways, but he bit his tongue. Perhaps it would do him good to be more relaxed about this sort of thing, and besides, it seemed justified in this case. 000. Eventually, Izuku's first day at UA came to an end. It certainly hadn't been what he expected, and not necessarily in a good way. At the same time though, he couldn't say that his first day of school was a bad one. If nothing else, he got to see all the cool quirks his classmates had. The one belonging to his classmate with the bird head had caught Izuku's attention in particular. It reminded him of his own quirk in a lot of ways. Normally, he probably would have tried to talk with his classmate about it, but after the expulsion, Izuku hadn't felt up to trying to get to know his classmates better. The idea that any one of them could get kicked out put a bit of a damper on the idea of making friends. Aizawa-sensei had quickly rocketed up the list of people Izuku was most terrified of because of today. On the topic of things Izuku hadn't been expecting today, there had also been his talk with Ida. Considering how his last conversation with the taller boy had gone, Izuku would have never thought that their next interaction would involve Ida apologizing for how he had acted. It hadn't been a perfect apology. Izuku wasn't really sure if Ida still thought of him as a troublemaker or not, but the fact that he admitted that he went too far in how he acted was still amazing. It had been an almost complete 180 from how he was when they first met, and Izuku couldn't help but wonder what had happened between then and now. Also, Ida saying sorry for leaving him behind during the exam was also nice. Even if he hadn't apologized for what he had said, That had been enough to convince Izuku that the taller boy would probably become a fine hero. "Hey, Deku!" Someone called out from behind him. Izuku stiffened at those words, before he quickly realized that it was not Kaken's voice who said them. But wait, who the heck else would call him Deku? Turning around, Izuku only became more befuddled as he saw Uraraka run up to him. Why did she call him that? Uraraka? He asked, tilting his head in confusion. You heading to the station? Let's walk together, she said, smiling in a way that made Izuku's face heat up. Sure. He squeaked out, the weird nickname she'd called him by forgotten. He turned his head away in hopes that she wouldn't notice his blush. So, I saw that you and Ito were talking at lunch. Is everything okay between you two now? Uraraka asked. I guess it is, Izuku said. He definitely wasn't dreading being around Ida anymore like he used to. Are you two friends? Kinda. I mean, we only just met today, but the second I got to class he started telling me how amazing I was during the entrance exam. Uraraka blushed heavily and rubbed the back of her head. It seemed Izuku and Ida were in agreement about one thing, at the very least. A light bulb seemed to go off about Uraraka's head. Hey, maybe all three of us can be friends. Maybe. While he was more than willingly to accept Ida's apology, suddenly becoming friends seemed like a bit much. Did people really become friends that quickly and easily? And besides, Aizawa-sensei made it pretty clear that we're not here to make friends, though. Why yeah? Uraraka paled slightly. I get what you mean. After that, I don't really want to make friends either, not if I could suddenly get kicked out and lose them. She suddenly shook her head and a determined light could be seen in her eyes. But what kind of heroes would we be if we got discouraged over every danger? We can make friends and work hard enough that sensei won't expel us. It was easy to get swept away in her enthusiasm and resolve. At that moment, Izuku found himself forgetting just how terrifying Aizawa-sensei had been and found himself agreeing, yeah. And we're already friends, so it's too late to listen to Aizawa-sensei about that anyway. Besides, this was his first real chance in years to make friends with people at school. Nobody at UA knew his bad reputation except Kaken, and he doesn't talk to people anyway, so the chances of anyone learning it from him were pretty much non-existent. That's the spirit, Deku, Uraraka said happily. And his confusion from earlier came back. Hey, why are you calling me Deku? Izuku asked. Huh. Uraraka responded. My name's Izuku. He honestly couldn't think why she would call him that. Again, Kaken doesn't talk to people, but he's also the only one who calls him that. You mean I had your name wrong all this time? Uraraka looked shocked and embarrassed. You thought Deku was my name? Izuku asked, baffled. No one would be cruel enough to name their kid something like that. Well, they do sound kinda similar. Maybe I just misheard it from somewhere? Why did I think your name was Deku? Uraraka scratched the back of her head, before snapping her fingers. Oh, that scary blonde kid, Bakugu, he called you that before the entrance exam. Uraraka then sheepishly added, Sorry, I've been thinking of you as Deku ever since then. Would you mind if I called you that, like as a nickname? Deku is fine. Izuku's face turned red yet again. Still, I can't believe such a mean-looking guy as Bakugu would have such a cute nickname for you. Uraraka said. Cute. Izuku honestly could not make heads or tails of what was going on in this girl's mind. -000. And you're sure it's the same as the last three? Night Eye asked over the phone. I wouldn't have called if I wasn't sure. NG pinched the bridge of his nose and leaned back in his chair. He was in his office, pieces of paper, mostly files and reports related to the case he and Night Eye are on, laid strewn about his desk in front of him. Loath though he was to admit it, Night Eye had been correct. After going over the information that he had given him, NG was forced to agree that All for One was both real and also still active. The worst part about that was it meant that NG would have to work with Sir Night Eye. 2 is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern, but 4 is practically confirmation. Someone is gathering an army. Night Eye said. In the space of a handful of days, the Endeavor and Night Eye agencies had found 4 separate villain groups in Mizudafu. All of them were small, only 13 people in total between all of them, They were all minor villains, basically street punks, but most notably, they were all from out of the city. From what little info they had managed to get from the villains, they came to Muzutafu for some kind of job. Enji hadn't been able to learn what the job was. It seemed that not even the villains themselves knew the details, only that it was going to bring them into direct conflict with some pro-heroes. Enji had to dangle one of the villains off a building to get that bit of info. I've pulled reports and case files from other agencies directly, just to make sure the ones in the main commission database hadn't been tampered with, but nobody else seems to have come across any similar groups. Enji growls out of annoyance at his fellow hero's incompetency. However, he's pretty sure he wouldn't have noticed himself if he hadn't joined Nightai's investigation. For all of the myriads of things that Enji could complain about when it came to Nightai, his skill as a hero wasn't on that list. Which was infuriating, since it meant that Enji actually had to stick around and help him with this. If Nightai was as useless as he was frustrating, then Enji would have legitimate reason to never associate with him. Whoever's behind this is being careful to evade notice. Nightai said quietly, basically talking to himself. It's far too early to pin this on him. Enji said, already able to tell what road Nightai's mind was going down. While Enji might agree with him that All for One was out there, it seemed like Nightai saw the man's influence everywhere at times. There was a beat of silence before Nightai sighed. Yes, I agree. Nevertheless, this is something we should look into, regardless of if it directly relates to our investigation. You don't need to state the obvious. Enji grunted, turning slightly to stare out the window at the city beyond. Just keep your eyes peeled. He hung up before Nightai can respond. If the man had anything else important to add, he'd contact Enji to tell him. Putting the phone down, he continued to gaze out the window as he mulled over the information in his head. Today was the first day of school at UA. If you wanted to attack or infiltrate the school, a job that would definitely bring you in direct conflict with pro-heroes, now would be the best time to do so, while it was filled with inexperienced, barely trained students who'd probably be more of a liability in battle than anything else. Shaking his head slightly to dislodge his baseless musings, Enji returned to going over the various papers on his desk.